Chapter 234. After Whis explained the rules, he didn't specify who would start first. He simply waited until the full roster of 80 participants was ready, at which point the elimination match would commence directly. I trust everyone is prepared. Then let's begin. As long as you step onto the stage, it means you've joined the match. Don't entertain unnecessary thoughts, especially when it comes to disregarding the rules. Anyone who violates the rules will face the appropriate punishment. Whis's voice rang in everyone's ears, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. None of them dared to test the boundaries lightly. After all, this was a matter of life and death. As Whis's words faded, no one immediately stepped forward. Seeing this hesitation, Greta was the first to jump onto the stage. He became the first participant. His bold action spurred others into movement, and one by one, more people began jumping onto the stage. In no time, the roster of 80 participants was complete. As soon as all 80 were assembled, Whis announced the start of the match. At that moment, all eyes locked onto the stage, as if afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. With 80 people sharing the stage, alliances might form, and if they do, many will surely be eliminated. Exactly. In this kind of chaotic free-for-all, there are too many unpredictable factors. Initially, the spectators wanted to make some predictions, but considering the unique rules of the tournament, no one could confidently determine the winner. Even the strongest fighter might struggle to face off against a group. Defeat wasn't out of the question, no matter their strength. As such, no one dared to jump to conclusions. Yet, this unpredictability only heightened the excitement. The more uncertain the outcome, the greater their anticipation. Meanwhile, Frisia and his group focused solely on Greta. They ignored everyone else, viewing them as inconsequential. Greta, however, as a Saiyan, drew their full attention. These Saiyans are quite arrogant, Frisia muttered, glaring intently at Greta, a sinister plan forming in his mind. After all, if he personally entered the fray, his chances of emerging unscathed weren't guaranteed. But if it came down to a strategic maneuver, wait for the right moment to act. If it's cockroach, we can hold off for now. Frisia planned to employ a strategy akin to fielding the right opponent at the right time to deal a severe blow to the Saiyans. He couldn't tolerate always being overshadowed by them, it was an affront to his pride. Among those Frisia selected for this purpose were his most formidable allies, including Cooler and Bojack. Chuan, however, was unaware of Frisia's scheming. But just because he didn't know didn't mean no one else did. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai appeared beside Chuan. Chuan, don't underestimate Frisia. That guy is cunning. He's planning to target you all during the elimination match. The Supreme Kai relayed everything he overheard to Chuan. Though Chuan was slightly surprised, he also wasn't inclined to let Frisia have his way. Casting a glance at Frisia in the distance, Chuan quickly withdrew his gaze. If you want to play games, then I'll play along. Originally, Chuan only intended to secure his spot in the tournament. But if someone was deliberately trying to sabotage him, he couldn't let it slide. Besides, this was a chance to test his recent progress. Battle breeds improvement, and it was time to loosen his muscles and get back into fighting shape. Not only would he personally step onto the stage, he would also counter Frisia's moves. Though he wouldn't eliminate Frisia outright, he intended to make him suffer. Some payback was in order, Frisia's arrogance needed tempering. Back on the stage, the brutal elimination match was in full swing. Regardless of whether participants knew each other, every encounter turned into a fierce battle. Sometimes, additional opponents would join mid-fight. Gradually, the number of eliminated participants reached 40. And this was only after a few minutes. No one knew how many would remain after 45 minutes. It was undeniably brutal. Yet Greta seemed to handle it all with ease. He hadn't even activated Super Saiyan yet, relying solely on his Great Ape power. Though his base form was enough to give him the upper hand, he activated the Great Ape power for insurance. Every opponent he encountered was swiftly dealt with. His speed and efficiency were astounding. After all, every opponent was a potential threat. Even a weaker opponent could pose a significant danger if they formed alliances. On the stage, Greta's performance was nothing short of dazzling. His presence dominated the scene, leaving no room for others to shine. 9 opponents, 10, 11. Someone in the audience was silently keeping count. He's too strong. It feels like he's not even using his full strength, yet he's already taken down 11 opponents with ease. If a strong alliance formed, we'd see a real spectacle. It seems, he'll definitely secure a spot in the next round. The crowd grew more and more impressed with Greta's performance. The match's brutality was undeniable. Strength played a crucial role, but alliances and strategies also offered opportunities to turn the tide. This realization prompted those who hadn't yet entered the ring to scan their surroundings, searching for potential allies to improve their chances. But Greta's overwhelming display of strength left many hesitant. Even the strongest fighters among the crystal race might not guarantee victory against him. After 27 minutes, only one person remained standing on the stage, Greta. Although the match was scheduled for 45 minutes, if all others were eliminated beforehand, the sole remaining participant would advance directly. This first round left everyone shocked. Even the spectators felt chills. It was over already. The speed was astonishing. Many believed they'd have a chance if they simply survived for 45 minutes. But who could have imagined that less than 30 minutes in, all other participants would be cleared from the stage? How could anyone hope to compete under such circumstances? With only one person left standing, the first elimination match ends. Only one advances. Next, the second elimination match will begin. Whis' voice echoed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present. Though the next round was ready to begin, no one dared step forward. For a moment, an awkward silence filled the air. But in the next instant, someone stepped onto the stage, causing a collective shift in the spectators' expressions. Chapter 235. Cooler slowly stepped out from behind Frisia. Though his pace wasn't fast, each second brought an unprecedented sense of oppressive pressure to everyone present. It wasn't just his appearance but also the imposing aura with which he emerged. For a moment, the entire arena fell into utter silence. Why does he look so much like Frisia? Suddenly, someone asked this question. On the silent spectator stands, this was an especially abrupt statement. But with the crowd being so large, no one could identify who exactly had spoken. Everyone glanced around briefly but found that nobody paid much attention. Someone nearby explained quietly, "That's Frisia's older brother, and he's also a ruler of the galaxy." At one point, he even took over Frisia's position as the overlord of the universe. However, for some unknown reason, the two of them have now joined forces, with Frisia taking the lead. Everyone is naturally curious about gossip, especially when it involves the rulers of the universe. However, they dared not discuss it recklessly, fearing their voices might attract the attention of Frisia's army. Frisia might not care. But his army certainly would. That terrifying oppressive force could be clearly felt even from the spectator stands, showcasing the overwhelming combat power. Whether someone had a few thousand or tens of thousands in power level, at this moment, no one dared step into the arena. Cooler stood proudly in the middle of the arena, looking as if he were towering over everyone. While it resembled the first Universe Martial Arts tournament, upon closer inspection, there didn't seem to be any particularly strong competitors. Beerus was visibly displeased at this scene. Initially, he had hoped to uncover a few strong contenders. But who would have thought? Even when faced with someone like Cooler, no one dared to challenge him. If this were the tournament of power, wouldn't they be utterly destroyed? Humph. What's the point of selecting anyone? It feels pointless already. If they can't even handle someone like this. If they encounter strong fighters from other universes, won't they wet their pants on the spot? That would bring utter disgrace to the first universe. Beerus's face darkened. The first Universe Martial Arts tournament was, after all, meant as preparation for the Tournament of Power. But now, even facing someone like Cooler, no one dared to step forward. The level of ability was obvious. Whis stepped in to smooth things over. "Lord Beerus, don't be anxious. The strongest contestants always come out last, it's not their turn yet. Besides, they might not even take Cooler seriously, believing he's not worth their effort, hence their hesitation. Don't worry. We should still be able to find suitable candidates." While Whis spoke calmly, he didn't hold much hope internally. However, it didn't matter much, with Saiyans and Earthlings participating, there was already a considerable guarantee. Moreover, perhaps they could rope Frisia into participating as well. That would be another powerful ally. Though a thorny character, if handled correctly, Frisia could definitely serve as a formidable asset for the first universe. Whis smiled with his eyes narrowed, already fixated on Frisia as a potential target. Far away, Frisia suddenly shuddered for no reason. He felt as though someone was plotting something against him. That was not a good feeling. How odd, why do I feel like I'm being watched? Oh ho ho. Is there some fool who wants to challenge me, the great king? Interesting, this is far too interesting. The king was supremely confident. Even after his previous humiliating defeats, he could still maintain his royal demeanor. As time passed and no one dared step into the arena, Whis appeared on the stage. If no one else will step up, then Cooler wins by default. This is the second spot. If you don't work harder, there won't be many spots left. So, do your best. Whis maintained order in the arena. Though it was another anticlimactic moment, it didn't really matter. Each victor simply earned a chance to advance. Once all winners were determined, further battles would take place among them. The top 10 strongest fighters would ultimately represent the first universe in the Tournament of Power. This was a grand event of incredible importance. Moreover, it concerned whether their universe would be destroyed, so there was no room for error. Beerus and the gods took this very seriously. Cooler scanned the surroundings with a look of disdain, not taking anyone present seriously at all. Finally, his gaze rested on Chuan and his group, filled with blatant provocation. Greta couldn't help but want to rush onto the stage. This guy is so disgusting. Winning just one match, so what? Who hasn't won before? It's just that no one dares to challenge him, not a single person. Carl chimed in from the side. Greta opened his mouth a few times but ultimately said nothing. Although it was unclear who among them was truly stronger, they all knew that someone who could intimidate everyone into not stepping forward was indeed on another level. Not everyone could achieve such a level of deterrence. To avoid wasting too much energy and to prevent accidents, I would have fought him by now. Greta grumbled under his breath. It did seem a little like sour grapes, but many others shared the same thoughts. So, no one contradicted him. Winning was, of course, important, but what if something unexpected happened? No one could guarantee anything. Especially in chaotic battles like these. At any moment, someone else could swoop in and take advantage. As a result, everyone carefully selected their battles, only stepping forward when they felt there were no particularly strong competitors. This ensured a higher chance of advancing. As for the final top 10, that would be decided purely on individual strength. Thus, everyone remained cautious. Whether it was the Saiyans or the Earth's warriors, they all carefully strategized to avoid being eliminated in the preliminary rounds. It would be too embarrassing. It was better to face each other in the final matches. Chaotic battles always carried risk. No one wanted to take the chance, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't make a mistake. After Cooler's victory, every participant became even more cautious. But luck played a role. Among the Earth's warriors, a large number were eliminated because of the vast difference in strength. Only a few barely advanced. And it wasn't even because of their strength, it was more due to luck, being able to stay in until the end. Chapter 236. In the Earth Warriors camp, fighters like Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Krillin advanced to the elimination rounds. As for the Saiyans, every single one of them qualified. After all, their strength was so overwhelming that any one of them could easily annihilate the so-called Crystal Clan in an instant. If they couldn't qualify, it would truly be the epitome of bad luck, akin to tossing stones into the vast ocean. Within Frisia's army, only 3 individuals progressed. Not because the rest were weak, but simply because only these 3 participated in the elimination matches: Frisia, Cooler, and Bojack. These 3 didn't even need to make a move. Just their presence alone caused a wave of intimidation that left no one daring to step forward. Their terrifying auras silenced the competition entirely. Apart from the well-known powerhouses, there were 160 people in total who advanced through the elimination matches, indicating that Universe 7 still had a considerable number of strong contenders. However, very few met Beerus's standards. Beerus was somewhat dissatisfied. This result aligned with his expectations, but he still hoped to find a few more powerful individuals. Even if they couldn't reach Chuan's level, they should at least rival the other Saiyans. Only then would they have value for cultivation. But when Beerus scanned the field, he found the results utterly unappealing. There were contestants with combat power in the hundreds of thousands, and some reaching into the millions. While impressive within the universe, in comparison to the 12 universes, it was simply not up to par. How disappointing, Beerus muttered impatiently. This outcome left him uninterested in the matches and robbed him of any desire to spectate. With a dismissive comment, he disappeared entirely, opting to return to his comfortable slumber instead of wasting time here. Whis sighed in mild frustration but understood there was little to be done. After all, this event concerned the entirety of Universe 7 and deserved serious attention. Now that the elimination rounds are complete, the selection phase will commence. Participants will face each other in one-on-one matches. The winner stays, and the loser is eliminated. Whis announced. Each person only has one chance. The selection continues until the top 10 are determined. Upon hearing Whis's declaration, the expressions of those who advanced changed. They hadn't expected this season's tournament to be so ruthless. Just as someone wanted to voice their thoughts, Whis spoke again. This martial arts tournament spans the entirety of Universe 7, but it is solely to select the top 10 strongest fighters. These 10 will represent Universe 7 in the Tournament of Power, which will bring together warriors from 12 universes like ours. Hence, the rules are designed to be harsh, Whis explained succinctly, ensuring everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Once his words sank in, the crowd erupted in shock. What? The goal was to select the strongest 10 fighters, and they would battle against champions from other universes? Some found it hard to believe that 12 such universes even existed. Others wondered if fighting warriors from other universes was even possible. Regardless of their doubts, many felt the immense pressure of the situation. However, a portion of the crowd, aware of their own limitations, remained indifferent. Those with marginal strength viewed every opponent as a potential threat. Frisia, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and suddenly raised his hand. Lord Whis, I forfeit. I have no interest in participating in the Tournament of Power. I only came here for some fun, and now that it's over, it's time for me to focus on training, Frisia declared. His sudden statement silenced the entire arena. Whenever Frisia spoke, no one dared make a sound. Such was the dominance of the Galactic Emperor. Those present were equally astonished. Forfeit? Frisia? The one widely regarded as in a league of his own had chosen to withdraw. Whis made no comment, merely smiling at Frisia. The Galactic Emperor shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Chuan slowly walked to the center of the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Despite this being Frisia's domain, someone dared to step forward. What kind of audacity did this person have to provoke Frisia? The crowd watched in stunned silence as Chuan locked eyes with Frisia and said calmly, Frisia, let's have a fight. I'm itching for some action. Boom. The moment his words fell, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Who is this guy? He dares to challenge Frisia outright. Does he not know he's provoking the Emperor of the Universe? Incredible, this guy must be insane. Regardless of his strength, his courage alone is commendable. No one dared step forward against Cooler earlier, but now he faces Frisia directly. Many spectators felt their hearts stop as they held their breath, anticipating an impending catastrophe. Most of the audience began retreating from their seats, trying to distance themselves from Frisia, well aware of his temper. If he erupted in anger, countless would be caught in the crossfire. Interestingly, Carl and his group didn't seem the least bit concerned. They watched with smiles, placing private bets on whether Frisia would accept the challenge. After all, they knew Chuan's purpose, to ensure Frisia participated in the Tournament of Power. Using provocation as a tactic, they were unsure if Frisia would take the bait. After his recent beating, would he dare? No one could say for sure. Compared to the crowd's varied reactions, Frisia felt an inexplicable unease as Chuan approached the stage. When Chuan spoke, Frisia's face darkened, caught in a dilemma. Accepting the challenge seemed undesirable, but refusing was equally problematic. For a moment, he was utterly indecisive. Cooler and Bojack, standing nearby, dared not utter a word. They wanted to share Frisia's burden but couldn't ignore Chuan's immense strength. Overwhelmed, they stayed silent, unable to intervene. As Frisia wavered, Chuan's voice rang out again. Come on, let's fight. I'm itching to beat you up. Damned Saiyan monkey. You've gone too far. Frisia roared. Chapter 237. As the conversation between Chuan and Frisia unfolded, the scene suddenly fell into a heavy silence, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Originally, they thought Chuan was nothing more than a clown. After all, who in their right mind would dare to provoke the Emperor of the Universe? Wasn't this just attention-seeking behavior? But what no one expected was that Frisia actually responded. And not just that. There was something odd about his tone. Could it be? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling that there was some unspeakable secret involved. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene became undeniably strange. If someone had offended the Emperor of the Universe, shouldn't they have been immediately besieged by everyone? Even if Frisia himself intervened, that might be considered overkill. Yet, with so many members of Frisia's army present, not a single one had acted. What on earth was going on? Initially, they thought they were in for a good show, but as the situation developed, the crowd grew increasingly confused. Could the Emperor of the Universe really be so easily provoked? Or was it possible that this Emperor of the Universe simply liked this kind of drama? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation. On the stage, Chuan was staring straight at Frisia. Too much bullying. If you think I'm too much, why don't you step up and fight? How about it? Hearing Chuan's words, Frisia forced himself to stay calm. He extended his hand to the side, and Bojack obediently handed him a glass of red wine. Oh ho ho. You're quite full of yourself, aren't you? I wouldn't bother fighting with monkeys like you. Besides, I've already forfeited, so do as you please. What's the point of participating in this boring competition anyway? Lord Beerus's strength may be formidable, but I don't believe my own training is weak. Frisia's words were indeed delivered with elegance. After all, he had never intended to compete, having forfeited from the beginning. What he said wasn't wrong. But, logically speaking, for someone as strong as Frisia, shouldn't he have immediately crushed a weaker opponent? Why was he dragging things out? This was exceedingly strange. It was surprising to see him being so hesitant. What's wrong with Frisia? Why does it seem like he's afraid? When facing a weaker opponent's provocation, shouldn't he just crush them outright? Why is he stalling? It's a disgrace to the Emperor of the Universe. Exactly. This is truly bizarre. Frisia's behavior had already aroused some suspicions among the crowd, and their chatter grew louder and louder. And then, at that moment, a flash of light burst forth. The area where the chatter had been loudest was suddenly swept clean by an energy wave. Several people were killed on the spot. This scene immediately terrified everyone. One by one, they fell silent. After eliminating the talkative ones, Frisia leisurely looked at Whis, a trace of apology appearing on his face. Lord Whis, these fools were too noisy, so I sent them on their way. I hope you won't mind the inconvenience. With that, he casually turned his gaze back to Chuan. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were in an uproar. What had seemed strange to them before now made a bit more sense. Frisia was an incredibly domineering individual. Not only would he never tolerate being belittled, but he would also absolutely not allow anyone to discuss him behind his back, let alone provoke him to his face. From this perspective, it wasn't that Frisia had changed his nature. Rather, it was the person confronting him who was different. Could it be? All eyes turned to Chuan. There was now only one possibility: the person speaking must be someone extraordinary, someone capable of putting immense pressure on Frisia. Otherwise, how could Frisia remain unmoved? Curiosity surged in everyone's hearts. Who was the person on the stage? To make Frisia cautious, his strength must be absolutely extraordinary. Hiss. The crowd instantly grew more eager. Amidst their anticipation, Chuan spoke again. How about we make a bet? If you lose, you'll join the participants. How about it? The martial arts tournament? No, the tournament of power. Are you joking? Why should I, the Emperor of the Universe, participate in the tournament of power? What does it have to do with me? Don't you realize that if Universe 7 loses the tournament of power, the entire universe will be destroyed, and no one will survive? For the first time, Chuan revealed the seriousness of the situation. The moment he said this, the crowd erupted into chaos. What? What do you mean? I don't get it at all. Ah! Why is this happening? If we lose the tournament of power, the entire universe will be destroyed. Who said that? Who dares to do such a thing? Those unaware of the situation were utterly shaken. This was far too shocking. Though they couldn't believe it, a seed of fear took root in their hearts, for the gods on the stage seemed to silently confirm it. Could it really be true? This realization threw them into a panic. After all, battling other universes was not only a matter of winning or losing but also of life and death. Such stakes meant putting their lives in the hands of others. No one could accept that. Frisia sneered, completely indifferent as he said, destroyed, then destroyed. At worst, I'll move to another universe. Aren't there 12 universes? I refuse to believe that there isn't one universe willing to take me in. With my strength, where couldn't I go? What he said wasn't wrong. Given his immense power, if he chose to join another universe, there would surely be a god of destruction willing to accept him. But the moment Frisia finished speaking, Mu Chuan's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. A ferocious aura erupted from him, and an overwhelming, terrifying energy surged forth. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected the person on stage to suddenly erupt. What was going on? What had just happened? Indeed, you could join another universe, but I'll kill you before that happens. I mean what I say. With one step forward, Mu Chuan's aura surged to its peak. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Another step, and he advanced to Super Saiyan 2. With a third step, his hair grew long, and he reached Super Saiyan 3. With each step, his aura became increasingly oppressive, and his combat power soared. Everyone could feel the terrifying energy bearing down directly on them. Some technologically advanced species attempted to use their detectors. A series of explosions sounded. This startled them even more. Not only them, but even those in Frisia's faction felt an immense and suffocating pressure at that moment. Chapter 238. Someone couldn't help but want to speak, but immediately covered their mouth tightly, fearing that a single wrong word might cause trouble. After all, there was already a lesson to be learned from past events. Yet now, everyone was utterly stunned. The terrifying aura before them was absolutely real and not the least bit fake. With the sound of explosions, it was clear to everyone that the battle on the arena was unimaginably powerful. Even beings like Frisia and others couldn't help but swallow hard at this moment. The burst of energy made them genuinely feel the threat of death. Frisia, who had been composed just moments ago, could only hastily cry out to stop the situation. Stop. All right. I truly can't handle you Saiyan monkeys. Why are you so obsessed with fighting? Fine, since you're so insistent on inviting this king to participate, I will reluctantly accept your invitation. Watching Mu Chuan's hair gradually turn purple, with a destructive energy spreading throughout, Frisia couldn't help but speak. He was genuinely afraid. If things continued, he might end up getting beaten again. Although he was extremely unwilling to admit it, the truth was that he currently had no way to compete with Mu Chuan. Primarily, his strength hadn't improved much. Even if he fought, he would be thoroughly crushed in the end. Why cause trouble for himself? It was better to simply agree. Frisia's sudden shift directly stunned everyone present. Originally, they thought it would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. But who would have imagined? The Cosmic Emperor Frisia had backed down. Although many wanted to find excuses for Frisia, his behavior from start to finish clearly demonstrated his retreat. This left everyone bewildered. This is the Cosmic Emperor. Of course, it couldn't be denied that the power Mu Chuan displayed was indeed terrifying. With just a single burst of energy, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. It was all too real. Even the Cosmic Emperor fears him. Just how strong is his power? Terrifying. If someone like this participates in the tournament of power, there's a real chance we might win, isn't there? Suddenly, someone spoke up first, their voice filled with strong expectations and hope. They had only just learned that failure in the tournament of power would mean the destruction of the entire universe. Now, they could only hope for as many powerful participants as possible, especially those joining the tournament. As for anyone who was unqualified, who would dare to mess around? Anyone attempting to bluff their way through might end up being torn apart by the rest of the group. This was a matter of survival. Who would dare to take it lightly? With Frisia admitting defeat, Mu Chuan slowly returned to his normal state. Truthfully, he had no intention of fighting Frisia, as it would be both time-consuming and unnecessary. In his base form, his combat strength was already terrifying. The reason he kept demonstrating his increasing power was merely to pressure Frisia into joining the tournament of power. With Frisia on board, things would undoubtedly become more interesting. As Mu Chuan stepped down from the arena, Whis, sensing that the time was right, once again ascended the stage. However, this time, his presence carried a different significance. Due to special circumstances, we will now revise the rules. I hereby announce that both Mu Chuan and Frisia will share a slot in the tournament. For the remaining slots, I invite self-nominations. Those who believe they possess exceptional abilities and significant strength may step forward voluntarily. This will save us time. Perhaps aware that there weren't many suitable candidates, Whis decided not to waste time. Moreover, since the matter concerned the survival of the entire universe, those who lacked confidence in their strength were unlikely to participate rashly. Not to mention, with the stakes laid out so clearly, everyone understood that this wasn't just about strength, it also required courage. Only then would they stand a chance against the powerful fighters from other universes without retreating at a critical moment. As soon as Whis finished speaking, many began exchanging glances. Most of them chose to back down. They didn't believe they could rank among the top 10, so why waste time? Besides, just the thought of battling against fighters from other universes sent chills down their spines. If even Frisia's presence was suffocating, how could they face the overlords of other universes? In no time, many retreated voluntarily. Soon, only 20 remained in the arena. These 20 individuals believed they were capable of participating. Even if they didn't think they were particularly powerful, they wanted to give it a try. Among them, 11 were Saiyans, including Son Goku. Frisia's faction accounted for 3. The remaining 6 were other strong individuals from the 7th universe who deemed themselves fit for the role. Although they might not be the strongest, the courage to stand there was commendable. Whis surveyed the surroundings. Seeing no one else step forward, he appeared somewhat satisfied. At the very least, there weren't too many unqualified candidates. In that case, all 20 of you will remain. You will all head to the God of Destruction's realm for training. After the final round of training, we will assess your situation. I will personally consult Lord Beerus to evaluate you. Of course, even if you don't make the final cut, you could serve as alternates. It's still a good experience. With Whis setting the tone, the rest had no objections. Even those who had retreated earlier accepted the results without complaint. After all, they had admitted their own lack of strength. Those who remained were out of their league anyway, and advancing now didn't necessarily guarantee they would represent the 7th universe. These were two separate matters. Furthermore, confidence in one's own strength implied they weren't weak. If they were truly weak, choosing to stay would be akin to choosing the hardest difficulty possible. It wasn't hard to imagine what they would face. As such, no one felt particularly relieved. Instead, their attention was fixed on the 20 participants. And so, the martial arts tournament ended anticlimactically. Although grand, it didn't meet expectations. Ultimately, this was because the overall strength was too weak, leaving no way to select stronger participants. Even Beerus had left early. Meanwhile, Whis seemed to be searching for gold amidst dirt. After officially concluding the event, Whis waved his staff, sending beams of light into all the participants. This was his gift to everyone present. Anyone who participated in the tournament received a special insight, while the audience gained some minor benefits as well. Although not as rewarding as expected. At least no one left empty-handed. With the rewards distributed, Whis led everyone away from the scene, preparing to head to the God of Destruction's realm. Chapter 239. The group returned to the God of Destruction realm. Upon seeing Chuan, Frisia immediately snorted coldly and turned his head away. Whenever he saw a Saiyan, he always felt an overwhelming sense of bad luck. However, what came next left him stunned. Frisia. Let's have a match. What? Are you joking? Can I, the great emperor, take this as a provocation? Suddenly, Frisia's tail slammed heavily into the ground. Although he initially took a step back, at this moment, he was truly enraged. After all, he hadn't wanted to fight at the start. In his view, there was no point in humiliating himself if he couldn't currently defeat this wretched monkey. He was, after all, the emperor of the universe and had his dignity. But Frisia never expected that this guy would push him so far, becoming increasingly excessive. An eye for an eye. Enough was enough. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned. Forcing Frisia to act during the martial arts tournament could be justified. After all, Frisia had initially considered backing out. How could such a strong individual be allowed to avoid participating in the tournament of power? But now, what was this? Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to Chuan. Yet, Chuan paid no mind to the gazes of the others. He had his reasons. In his opinion, Frisia was simply too arrogant. Only when pushed to the extreme would one think of fighting back. Clearly possessing exceptional talent. But always loafing around. If Frisia had demonstrated ambition from the start, his strength would far surpass what it was now. He could have been even stronger. Chuan believed that if Frisia dedicated himself to training, even he might not be a match for him. Such a formidable individual needed to be pressed further to bring out 100% of his efforts in preparation for the Tournament of Power. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity. Chuan had his own purpose, which he wouldn't share with others. In response to Frisia's questioning, Chuan nodded slightly. You can think of it that way. Too much. This is too much. At this moment, Frisia was genuinely infuriated. His tail swung fiercely, causing the ground to tremble violently. If this weren't the god of destruction realm, it would have been shattered already. The surrounding people quickly backed away because Frisia had just unleashed an aura of terrifying intensity. Even Cooler and Bojack retreated entirely from Frisia's side. The participants chosen for the Tournament of Power were still unclear about the situation, but Frisia's overwhelming aura had undoubtedly frightened them. Are they starting the fight already? Who knows? But this aura is truly terrifying. Could we even withstand it? Although they considered themselves rulers of the universe, compared to Frisia, they were insignificant. There was no room for comparison. Still, they eagerly anticipated what the battle between such powerful beings would look like. Witnessing such a fight was an incredibly rare opportunity for them. Maybe they could even learn something from it. The crowd grew excited. Nearby, Greta was equally thrilled. The boss is taking action again, awesome. Teach him a lesson. Frisia needs to be put in his place. Otherwise, he'll really think he's the universe's #1. What a joke. Our boss hasn't even declared himself, and Frisia dares to act like this. Greta didn't understand why Chuan insisted on fighting Frisia, but why overthink it? Just support him. Carl, however, looked pensive. He was different from the others, not just here for entertainment but analyzing the reasons behind this move. Whis did not intervene. They needed more battles to refine their skills. Otherwise, losing their invincible momentum during the Tournament of Power would spell disaster. In the distance, Beerus appeared quietly at some point, hands clasped behind his back, watching with interest. He didn't interfere, simply observing. As Frisia's anger boiled over, a terrifying aura surged around him. His power ascended to its peak. In an instant, he was engulfed in golden light, transforming into golden Frisia. But it didn't stop there. His aura continued to rise, and black light began to emanate faintly from his body. From afar, Chuan finally revealed a faint smile. Not bad, at least you're training. It seems our last fight truly made you realize the importance of power and prevented you from completely slacking off. But it's still not enough. I need to make you even angrier. Chuan also stepped forward. A purple aura surged around him, enveloping his form. Super Saiyan Violet, Ultra Instinct activated. The battle reached its climax instantly. Waves of destruction energy erupted. Even the ground began to crack. The god of destruction realm was struggling to withstand it. Whoosh! 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 The two clashed in an instant. As Chuan threw a punch, the sound of sonic booms echoed through the air, audible but too fast to be seen. Their speed was unparalleled. Their collision painted the air with two distinct colors, and the fierce clash caused the entire realm to tremble. The battle grew increasingly intense. Bang! As everyone watched intently, a figure was suddenly slammed into the ground. A massive crater formed, with water rushing into it. The next moment, the figure burst forth again. It was Frisia. Even after being sent into the ground, Frisia rose once more and charged forward. The ferocious battle resumed. The onlookers' eyes were strained from watching. The speed of their movements was so overwhelming that if they didn't concentrate, they couldn't even see their figures. Each punch landed solidly, with the two exchanging blows. The straightforward, no-frills combat carried an intense impact. After a final exchange of punches, the two separated, each gathering energy of different colors in their hands. As the energy blasts collided, the entire sky dimmed. The immense energy waves illuminated everyone present. Seeing the colossal energy waves crashing together, the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. Although only a minute had passed, it felt like they'd been battling for ages. The fight wasn't just intense, it was terrifying. Everyone thought to themselves, if they were part of this battle, they would be defeated in an instant. They wouldn't even have a chance to participate. The strength on display was overwhelming. Chapter 240. So strong. Is this their true strength? All this time, we've only known Frisia's power, but never in our wildest dreams did we imagine there'd be someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with him. Who is this guy, really? He forced Frisia to retreat earlier, and now he's fighting Frisia evenly. This is unbelievable. The group of cosmic elites finally understood what true strength meant at this moment. Frisia's power was comprehensible to them, after all, he was the well-known emperor of the universe. But Mu Chuan's strength completely defied their expectations. At this moment, they finally realized how laughable their self-proclaimed power was. They didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Some even wondered if they were just here to make up the numbers. With such two overwhelmingly powerful individuals present, their existence seemed utterly insignificant. And it wasn't just them. Even the Saiyans looked grave. Their leader had grown stronger. Frisia had grown stronger, too. And not just by a little, it was an overwhelming difference. This realization hit them hard. They were all training diligently, so why did the others improve so much more, even with just a little effort? Was it a matter of talent? Frisia is no simple character. In such a short time, he's grown even stronger. This time, it seems even more exaggerated. I really don't know how he trains. Greta was filled with dissatisfaction. He originally thought that if he worked hard enough, he might eventually catch up with Frisia. He had already given up on surpassing Mu Chuan, it seemed impossible. So, he aimed at Frisia instead, considering him the leader's defeated rival. But now, seeing this. What the heck, they're all monsters. Don't underestimate Frisia. His combat power was so strong in the past that he deliberately suppressed it. If he had learned to control his power earlier, he'd be far stronger today. He missed his golden opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how strong the leader is, he might still lose. Carl commented from the side, and he wasn't wrong. Frisia's downfall was his overconfidence in his overwhelming power. He believed he didn't need to train and, with no enemies to challenge him, assumed he was invincible. As a result, he wasted a lot of time. It was only after suffering defeat that he reluctantly began to train. But ultimately, he had missed the optimal period for growth and failed to fully utilize his terrifying potential. In the void, the energy waves from the two fighters collided. The overwhelming energy neutralized each other completely. After that brief clash, the two locked eyes before diving back into battle in the next second. Mu Chuan swung a kick at Frisia's head, which Frisia blocked with his hand. Frisia's tail lashed out, wrapping around Mu Chuan and hurling him into the distance. Then, Frisia launched himself forward, kicking downwards fiercely. Mu Chuan, undeterred, condensed terrifying energy waves in both hands and unleashed a barrage at Frisia. Frisia was even more relentless. Charging through the energy waves, he closed in on Mu Chuan. At that moment, Frisia felt victory within his grasp and let out a menacing laugh. However, in the next second, an energy wave slammed into his face, followed by a swift kick. You dare leave yourself open in a fight? How naive can you be? Universe Overlord? Is that all? You damn monkey. I'll tear you apart. Frisia was enraged. He unleashed an even more ferocious assault. But Mu Chuan easily blocked all of his attacks. They barely inflicted any harm. While fighting, Mu Chuan observed Frisia carefully. After this bout, Mu Chuan had fully gauged Frisia's strength. His power had indeed grown, but the pace was too slow. He had already touched upon the initial stages of the black gold form. But Frisia wasn't training seriously. If he were to train properly, his power would far exceed its current level. Mu Chuan, on the other hand, had reached this level through relentless training. Moreover, he had already figured out the next step to advance further. But Frisia was stagnating. This was not something Mu Chuan wanted to see. The Tournament of Power was just around the corner, a grand event involving 12 universes. Countless formidable warriors would emerge. If Frisia didn't train harder, he would undoubtedly be eliminated, and the destruction of Universe 7 would be inevitable. During a brief exchange, while deflecting Frisia's frenzied attacks, Mu Chuan said, "Frisia, you're wasting your potential too much. Why not train seriously? Mind your own business." At this moment, Frisia couldn't hear anything. To speak to him during combat was merely an insult. But Mu Chuan didn't care. Whether Frisia listened or not, Mu Chuan's words were meant to provoke him, pushing him toward greater effort in training. The more provoked Frisia was, the more he would push himself. Why not aim for the black form if golden Frisia isn't enough? Train until you surpass your limits. If a month isn't enough, take a year. If a year isn't enough, take 10. Eventually, you'll become unimaginably strong. You're a genius among the frost demon race. If you don't harness your talent, you'll always be a loser. As soon as Chuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for Frisia's response. He landed an elbow strike, shattering Frisia's defenses. Then, his hair began to grow longer, transitioning from his autonomous Ultra Instinct state. His hair now seemed to hover between Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. With this transformation, his combat power surged dramatically, slamming Frisia into the ground. A massive crater appeared, almost piercing the god of destruction's realm. For a long time, Frisia didn't emerge. Everyone could sense Frisia's diminishing aura. It was clear, Frisia had lost. And he had lost completely, unable even to mount a counterattack. The intense battle felt like a mere illusion. Looking at the defeated Frisia, who could no longer stand, Chuan reverted to his normal state. The form he had just used was the result of his years of training. This was the perfect time to display it. Chapter 241. Everyone glanced briefly at the battered and defeated Frisia, but no one paid him any attention. One by one, they went off to find their own places to train. Cooler and Bojack, however, wore expressions of deep concern. For a long while, the scene was silent. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Frisia slowly rose into the air. His injuries were so severe that his entire appearance was disheveled and pathetic. His expression, however, was one of immense gloom and fury. Damn Saiyan monkeys! Good! Very good! You've successfully angered this king. Once this king's training is complete, I'll shatter every one of your teeth. If you can transform, so can I. We'll see who's stronger. Frisia's aura was terrifying. At this moment, he truly resembled a being who had clawed his way out of hell itself. That's because he had clawed his way out of hell. Now, however, his aura was truly overwhelming. After a while, his energy gradually began to retract, and his expression revealed no trace of anger. Had it not been for the injuries covering his body, no one would have guessed that he had just endured a brutal battle. You two should go train and try to improve as much as you can. Don't let those damn monkeys look down on you. Frisia waved dismissively at Cooler and Bojack before flying off into the distance, clearly unwilling to let anyone see his personal training process. The two exchanged glances but ultimately refrained from following him. Each went off to find their own training ground. As for seeking revenge against the Saiyans, they didn't even consider it. After all, even someone as strong as Frisia, who had already achieved his golden form, had been utterly crushed without effort. If they tried, they'd only meet a worse fate. It was better to train diligently. Carl glanced at Frisia's departing figure and said slowly, "Old man, this might be too intense. What if it pushes him over the edge? Ordinary beings wouldn't be able to handle this." "Do you think Frisia is an ordinary being?" Chuan countered. Carl thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Exactly. Besides, if you don't give Frisia a little push, he'll never take his training seriously." "I'm just worried you're pushing him too hard," Carl muttered under his breath, though he didn't dare say it loudly. Anyone who's beaten so severely would undoubtedly snap at some point. For Frisia to endure up to this point, he truly was extraordinary. After leaving, Frisia found a remote corner for himself. He didn't start training immediately but instead reviewed the battle in his mind. Although he had been utterly crushed by the opponent's overwhelming power, there were areas where his response had been inadequate. He was too arrogant. After analyzing the fight, he began training, albeit slowly and methodically. He didn't erupt with energy but instead carefully transformed into his golden form. He controlled his power, letting it flow through his body. His goal wasn't to quickly increase his strength but to refine his transformation, which was still too crude. Though his power was immense, using it efficiently was challenging. If he could fully master the golden form, achieving the black gold form wouldn't be far off. He didn't reject Chuan's advice. Everything had to proceed step by step. With his current strength still inferior, there was no way to exact revenge for now. But the opportunity would come eventually. Frisia trained alone for a month. The changes were substantial. Black streaks had begun to appear on his body, though he was still far from completing his transformation. Still, his strength had grown significantly. Yet he remained unsatisfied. The gap between him and Chuan was still too vast. One day, Whis suddenly appeared before him. Frisia, judging by your expression, you seem very eager to defeat Chuan. That's obvious, Frisia replied, his tone cold and distant. I know a place. It's absolutely perfect for your training. If you train there, your strength will grow at an astonishing rate in a very short time. Are you willing to go? Frisia immediately paused his training, then slowly looked at Whis. What's the catch? Just fulfill your responsibilities. Frisia was silent for a moment. Fine. Since I've agreed, I'll see it through. I won't slack off. You'd better not. Come with me, then. Whis extended his hand. The next moment, the two disappeared in a flash. After a long while, their journey ended, and they arrived at their destination. Frisia looked around and saw nothing but ice. The freezing cold stabbed through him, making his eyes gleam with excitement. This was the kind of place. Only such an environment could fully unleash the power of the frost demon race. It was the perfect training ground for him. If he could train here for several years, he would break through his limits and reach a terrifying new level. Well? Are you satisfied? This is the most unique place in the entire 7th universe. The entire planet is like a block of ice, with no life forms to be found. The ice here never melts, not even in summer. Training here will bring unprecedented benefits to someone like you. Stay here and train well. When the tournament of power begins, I'll come to fetch you. Just make sure to live up to my expectations. Don't disappoint me. Having said his piece, Whis tapped the air lightly and disappeared again in an instant. He had no intention of chatting further with Frisia. He'd already said everything that needed to be said. It was up to Frisia to decide what to do next. Frisia gradually calmed his excitement. He knew exactly what Whis expected of him. But he had no intention of slacking off. If there was going to be a fight, then he'd fight to his heart's content. Slacking off was out of the question. Now, standing in such an extraordinary training ground, Frisia was beyond thrilled. Not bad. Truly not bad. Oh ho ho. Chuan. You'll never imagine how fast I'll grow. When the time comes, I'll crush you underfoot. You damn monkeys will never escape the palm of my hand. Tremble in fear. Sweeping away his previous gloom, Frisia's excitement surged. He charged into the ice mountains, not lingering on the surface but diving straight for the planet's core. He gathered destruction energy in his hands, bit by bit piercing through the layers of ice. Soon, he reached the planet's depths, where the cold grew even more intense. The colder it became, the more exhilarated he felt. Chapter 242. Boss, are you planning to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? In the God of Destruction realm. When everyone heard that Chuan intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, they were all astonished. Outside the chamber, one day equates to an entire year inside. It's undeniably a great way to make last-minute progress. Of course. Unless absolutely necessary, people generally avoided entering the chamber. That endless, desolate whiteness was extremely mentally taxing. Moreover, at their current level, trying to increase their strength in such a short time seemed almost futile. This was why everyone felt surprised. Faced with their astonishment, Chuan said earnestly, "Yes, I'm planning to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. This time, I must prepare well for the tournament of power. If we give it our all, we won't lose." Everyone was awestruck. Chuan was already so powerful, strong enough that even someone as formidable as Frisia couldn't last against him. Yet, despite this, he never stopped striving for improvement. Truly an inspiration. You all should train diligently as well. Don't get careless. I'll have Corinne prepare more senzu beans so that you can train without restraint. As warriors of a battle race, combat helps us improve even faster. Don't hold anything back. Also, take Goku along. He's got decent potential, too. Although he's just a low-level warrior and not much stronger than you all, he still has his own talents. After giving instructions, Chuan prepared to return to Earth. However, at this moment, Carl and the others said, "Boss, why don't we join you in the hyperbolic time chamber?" "No need. If you follow me inside, it won't help you much. It might even disrupt your progress and throw off the rhythm of your training. I might not return quickly, so don't forget to train hard in the meantime." After reiterating his advice, Chuan used instant transmission to return to Earth from the God of Destruction realm. Meanwhile, after months of interaction, everyone in the God of Destruction realm had become somewhat familiar with one another. Apart from the Saiyan's and Frisia's army, the other 6 individuals weren't particularly strong. Their power levels were in the tens of millions, which was decent, but still far from the Saiyan's level. And yet, they had come to realize. This group wasn't just strong, they were also incredibly battle-hungry. Not only that, but they were fiercely determined. It was terrifying. As the saying goes, it's hard to compete with someone who has more talent than you and works even harder. These Saiyans are too scary. Day in and day out, they're like battle-crazed maniacs. No wonder they're called a warrior race, their obsession with fighting is unbelievable. The most absurd part is that they're also extremely diligent. With their efforts, it's no surprise their power is so immense. We need to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll really become the weakest ones. Sure, there are still people weaker than us now, but if we don't push ourselves. Among them, a Piccolo lookalike spoke up. They glanced at Goku in the distance. Among all of them, Goku had the lowest power level. But no one dared underestimate him, because they understood, he was a Saiyan too. A battle-hungry guy just like the others. With their relentless efforts, it probably wouldn't be long before Goku surpassed them. The more they thought about it, the more urgency they felt. What's more, their enemies could very well be from other universes. The thought alone brought immense pressure. For those training in the God of Destruction realm, each person had a Kai alongside them to help speed up their progress. At this moment, these individuals asked the Kai to increase their weights. Since they couldn't fight as crazily as the Saiyans, they focused on pushing their physical limits. With heavy weights strapped on, the 6 of them started sparring. A chaotic battle began. In the distance. Having just seen off Chuan, the Saiyans and Earth's warriors sensed the battle and instinctively turned their gaze toward it. They felt deeply inspired. These guys are really putting in the effort. Their base power levels are already so high, yet they don't even think about taking a break. No wonder they're considered top-tier fighters in the universe. With their diligence, it's no surprise their combat strength is so overwhelming. Even in their normal forms, they're already this strong. If they could transform, it would be terrifying. Seeing this, the Saiyans became even more motivated. With others working so hard, how could they afford to slack off? And with Chuan promising to provide plenty of senzu beans, it was excellent news for them. Even if they didn't have senzu beans, the recovery pods alone would help significantly. With no worries about recovery, they dove into intense training. Pairs squared off, each going all out. In the God of Destruction realm, intense battles broke out one after another. It was lively and thrilling. Whis nodded in satisfaction, occasionally offering guidance. Sometimes he pointed out key areas, and other times he suggested opponents switch to new sparring partners. He was like an excellent mentor. Beerus, meanwhile, lay on his bed, fast asleep. Although the fate of the universe was at stake, he couldn't fight off his drowsiness. With Whis handling things, he wasn't too worried. Chuan arrived at the lookout. The place had undergone significant changes. Previously, Zarbon was busy researching androids. It was unclear how far his work had progressed by now. Of course, Zarbon was passionate about scientific research but had no interest in world domination. The things he developed were all practical. Chuan looked at the heavily modified spaceship in the distance, which now seemed to blend seamlessly with the lookout. The surrounding area exuded a strong technological vibe. It was nothing like the old lookout. His arrival immediately drew attention. Alarms blared twice before identifying him, after which they were silenced. Zarbon and Mr. Popo quickly emerged from the lookout to greet him. Mr. Chuan. Chuan. Long time no see. Indeed, it's been a while. What brings you back? Did something happen? Not at all. I just want to use the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Mr. Chuan, please follow me. They didn't engage in much small talk and got straight to the point. Zarbon didn't even mention his research results, knowing Chuan would ask when he was interested. Since he had returned only to use the chamber, it was clear there were pressing matters at hand. Research could wait. Chapter 243. Chuan stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, gazing at the vast expanse of white emptiness that surrounded him. This unparalleled tranquility settled his mind like never before. After all he had experienced, his mindset had undergone profound changes. The importance of strength needed no further elaboration. His choice to enter the hyperbolic time chamber stemmed from a new understanding he had gained, especially regarding his evolving forms. When he faced Frisia, it was merely a trial run in his view. While the Saiyan bloodline possessed immense power and granted terrifying boosts with each transformation, the wild and violent nature within these forms was undeniable. To a certain extent, these transformations relied on exhausting one's latent potential. Super Saiyan transformations still remained in the realm of mortals. However, Ultra Instinct, a form based on the power of destruction, had evolved into a state that transcended mortal bounds. Although it hadn't fully entered the domain of the gods of destruction, it undeniably stepped into the realm of gods. Compared to the Super Saiyan God transformation, this form was far stronger. But Chuan knew full well that when he eventually faced beings from other universes, his enemies would no longer be limited to the strong individuals of his universe. To exaggerate, at times, his opponents could even be gods of destruction or other divine beings. Anything was possible. Thus, he could not allow himself to fall into passivity. Ultra Instinct was still incomplete and required further development. To fully master the perfect Ultra Instinct, I'll need to refine it thoroughly. In that state, the combat power is undeniably extraordinary, but it comes at a steep cost, severe energy consumption. In an all-out battle, I can only sustain it for about 30 minutes. That's a glaring flaw. Not only do I need to seize this opportunity to perfect Ultra Instinct, but I also need to enhance my stamina. Understanding his shortcomings, Chuan had already planned out his training regimen upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Maintain his optimal state first, then gradually refine and perfect it. Chuan stood firm, slightly clenching his fists. The next second, his entire body began to surge with waves of purple lightning, releasing an oppressive aura that quickly filled the space. In an instant, his entire body became enveloped in purple electricity and fiery energy. The terrifying aura surged forth. And it was far from over. As his power grew more ferocious, the veins on his face began to bulge, making him appear in excruciating pain. A few seconds later, his hair started to grow longer, reaching the length of a Super Saiyan 4 form. However, unlike Super Saiyan 4, there was a stark difference in the color of his hair. While Super Saiyan 4 had black hair and a body covered with dominant red fur exuding wildness, Chuan's hair turned purple. His body remained largely unchanged, but his overwhelming aura was vastly different. An intense destructive force surrounded him. His eyebrows grew lighter, giving him a fierce and menacing appearance. Once he assumed this form, the entire hyperbolic time chamber began trembling. From a distance, black holes began appearing sporadically, signifying the imminent collapse of the chamber's space. Even though the hyperbolic time chamber was isolated from the outside world, it couldn't completely suppress the ferocity of his power. The lookout. The moment Chuan returned to Earth and entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Popo and the others, though unaware of the reason, waited patiently outside. However, they soon felt a violent tremor. The entire lookout seemed on the verge of destruction. The vibrations were shockingly intense, and the chamber's door began to sprout countless black holes, offering a clear view of the chaos within the chamber. Terrifying energy erupted from inside. Is this Chuan? It's absurd. It's terrifying. Just by relying on his energy alone, he's pierced through the hyperbolic time chamber and even opened a direct passage. What kind of power is this? Neither Dr. Belabe nor Mr. Popo could contain their shock. After just a short period of absence, Chuan had grown unimaginably powerful. They had always known he was formidable. But only by witnessing it firsthand could they truly grasp the extent of his power. On the lookout stood not only them but also many artificial warriors. These artificial warriors were immensely strong. Even now, placed among the universe's ranks, they could dominate as sovereign powers. Originally, these warriors were exceedingly arrogant. Even though they knew Saiyans were strong, they considered themselves to be no weaker. But just now, they felt the suffocating pressure of Chuan's energy. It paralyzed them on the spot. The terrifying force continued to climb, growing more ferocious by the second. This left them utterly dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? One artificial warrior, bearing the label 178, muttered in disbelief. A newly developed artificial being, he possessed the ability to mimic and learn, alongside an infinite energy source. Because of this, his combat power was immensely high, ranking among the top even among artificial warriors. His learning abilities allowed him to master numerous powerful techniques, provided he had enough time. And his infinite energy was his ultimate trump card. Yet now, feeling the overwhelming power, even he experienced a flicker of despair. Was such strength even achievable by mortals? Even he dared not challenge it. The sheer might of the power was too overwhelming, even infinite energy seemed insignificant before it. Once proud and arrogant, the artificial warriors were now thoroughly humbled, realizing the truth in the phrase, "There's always someone stronger." Chuan, unaware of how his unintentional display had averted numerous future threats, focused on his training. With Ultra Instinct activated, his power had indeed increased significantly. However, he wasn't planning to revert to his base form. Instead, he intended to maintain this state. Not only would this help him control his power better, but it would also train his endurance. Otherwise, his peak combat power would last only 30 minutes. For him, that was a glaring weakness. In battle, no one would give him ample time to rest and recover. Thus, he needed to identify and rectify this flaw as quickly as possible. Taking advantage of the hyperbolic time chamber's unique environment, he decided to spend extended periods in this state. By doing so, he aimed to fully adapt to and master the form, eventually perfecting it. As he gradually stabilized his energy, the black holes in the hyperbolic time chamber slowly began to dissipate. Chapter 244. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Chuan maintained his ultra instinct state continuously. Whether eating, sleeping, or training, he treated it as his default state. This led to significant progress. At the very least, he could now fully utilize this form during combat without exhausting himself. He had completely adapted to Ultra Instinct. No, that's not quite right. This wasn't just Ultra Instinct anymore. It had evolved further. While maintaining this form, Chuan unknowingly trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 6 months. On this day, he relaxed his body entirely and walked to the very center of the chamber. It's time. Now that I've fully mastered this state and can sustain my peak combat power, defeating Frisia with my current strength should be easy. But, this still isn't enough. He knew the Saiyan bloodline held infinite potential. Combining the Saiyan bloodline with Ultra Instinct, he saw endless possibilities. Compared to others, those who only mastered destructive power might experience some enhancement, but it was far from the terrifying improvement he achieved. Take Tokpo, for example. He was also a wielder of destructive power, even deemed a candidate for the god of destruction, showcasing extraordinary strength. But Tokpo merely relied on destructive power. In battles, he consistently used it, allowing him to instantly annihilate weaker opponents and go toe-to-toe with equally strong adversaries. However, when facing opponents stronger than himself, he was helpless. Additionally, perhaps due to his bloodline, his body couldn't endure such overwhelming power, severely limiting his potential. Saiyan bloodlines, on the other hand, were truly deserving of their title as a warrior race. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Even when pushed to the brink of destruction, as long as they stood up again, they would become terrifyingly powerful. For this reason, Chuan never worried about his body's endurance. Ultimate power, ultimate destruction. The light around Chuan began to shine intensely. Already in his Ultra Instinct form, the purple glow surrounding him became even more dazzling. Waves of terrifying energy rippled through the space. Then, his hair started to grow wildly. Though it was already quite long, it now underwent a drastic transformation. For every inch his hair grew, his power increased exponentially, becoming more terrifying. The veins on his face became more pronounced as his power surged uncontrollably. Yet, he didn't stop. When his hair reached his waist, a deafening sonic boom erupted. Numerous spatial cracks appeared around him. Even without making a move, the cracks opened and closed repeatedly. The destructive power was unimaginable. Without doing anything, he shattered space. Looking at his appearance again, it had changed drastically from before. His waist-length hair, originally purple, had darkened to a deep violet. He was surrounded by terrifying lightning and flames, his eyebrows gradually disappearing, and his expression becoming fierce. This was akin to Super Saiyan 3. The only differences were the hair color, aura, and power levels. Super Saiyan 3 was still a mortal form, while Chuan had stepped into the realm of gods. Moreover, he had perfected Ultra Instinct. Terrifying power erupted from him. In truth, this wasn't merely about using destructive power. He also borrowed a bit of his Super Saiyan transformation's energy. Because of this, he achieved this peculiar form. But there was no denying that his power was monstrous. Perfection, this is the perfected form of Ultra Instinct. With such immense power, could I rival a god of destruction? After I leave this place, I might test my strength against Lord Beerus. It's good to be somewhat prepared. However, this state is incredibly draining, consuming an absurd amount of stamina. If I had a steady supply of senzu beans, I might be able to sustain this form indefinitely during battles. But that's unrealistic. In this form, his combat strength was indeed unparalleled. Even he felt capable of going head-to-head with a god of destruction. But it was too exhausting. Despite half a year of training to keep Ultra Instinct as his norm, achieving Ultra Instinct, perfect was still incredibly taxing. He couldn't sustain it for long. Chuan reverted to his base Ultra Instinct form and exhaled deeply. It's still unstable, but once I can adapt fully, normal combat should be manageable. Although slightly disappointed, having a clear goal made his training more efficient. Time passed steadily. 1 year elapsed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Only a day had passed in the outside world. Mr. Popo, Cammy, and Dr. Belabe had been waiting outside the chamber. Within that single day, they felt several bursts of terrifying energy. Each burst created spatial cracks. The overwhelming power displayed gave them a genuine understanding of terror. Even the proud android warriors became utterly subdued. Whether new or advanced models, none dared to act arrogantly anymore. They were completely humbled. Mr. Chuan should be coming out soon, right? Indeed, the time is up. He should emerge shortly. As their conversation ended, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened. A dazzling figure with purple hair immediately caught their attention. Chuan was still in Ultra Instinct form. To familiarize himself with it, he needed to master even the smallest aspects of his power. Only by doing so could he unleash even greater strength. Moreover, mastering one's power was a critical aspect of training. Raw strength wasn't enough. If wielded too crudely, even an evenly matched battle would be lost to someone who could fully control their power. This was self-evident. Chapter 245. Mr. Chuan. Mr. Popo was the first to approach. Even though he saw Chuan striking purple hair, he wasn't particularly surprised. Saiyan's hair colors tended to change frequently, and every transformation could potentially unleash terrifying power. Moreover, they had already observed Chuan through the hyperbolic time chamber and were naturally aware of his current state. The others also gathered around. They circled him, intrigued by his peculiar state. His presence felt extraordinarily powerful and intimidating, even though his aura was somewhat restrained. This immense aura created an oppressive atmosphere that made the android warriors too afraid to approach. This is the legendary warrior race. The seniors mentioned that every Saiyan is incredibly strong. I didn't believe it until now. Just looking at him makes me lose any desire to fight. He's way too powerful. But, didn't the seniors say Saiyans transform into blondes? Why is his hair purple? Idiot. That just means he's even stronger. Oh. I might be leaving first if there's a chance. I'll come back to see you all again. Alright. Come back soon. Chuan didn't linger at the lookout. Now that his training had reached a new level, he wanted to test his strength. Especially his limits. With that thought, he used instant transmission and arrived at the God of Destruction's realm once again. As soon as he appeared, everyone sensed his arrival. After all, he made no effort to conceal his aura. With his descent, all eyes were on him. This is... Boss? Chuan. Everyone exclaimed in shock. The overwhelming pressure from his aura left them struggling to breathe. Even Whis, who quickly noticed Chuan, was momentarily surprised. While the others only sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chuan, Whis felt something deeper. Your Ultra Instinct has improved. Impressive. Achieving a breakthrough at a time like this, you truly are the ace of Universe 7. But maintaining this state for long periods must be quite taxing, right? Whis remarked while floating closer. At first, it is a bit exhausting. But once I get used to it, it'll be much better. My goal is to fully acclimate to this state. It's the only way to refine my control over my power. Control is the key to strength. Anyone can unleash power, but true mastery lies in control. Chuan's response impressed Whis, who nodded in approval of his training philosophy. Now that your training has yielded results, what's your next plan? Any ideas? Instead of answering immediately, Chuan gazed at Beerus, who was still sound asleep in the distance. His eyes burned with battle intent. This made Whis freeze for a moment, then look astonished. Was he planning to challenge Lord Beerus again? I want to challenge Lord Beerus at my strongest state to see the gap between us. This seems overly ambitious. Whis hesitated to dampen Mu Chuan's spirits. After all, he was one of their competitors, and crushing his confidence could be disastrous. But Whis could also see the resolve in Mu Chuan's eyes. While he didn't want to discourage him, Whis was well aware of the overwhelming power of a god of destruction. Beerus, ranked among the top in the god of destruction hierarchy, was on another level entirely. Challenging him? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Since you insist, you'll have to wait until Lord Beerus wakes up, Whis said. I have an idea. Mu Chuan approached Beerus and pulled a massive jelly dessert from his pocket. As soon as he unwrapped it, an enticing aroma filled the air. Beerus, who had been sleeping soundly, twitched his nose as if drawn by the delectable scent. He even licked his lips involuntarily. When Mu Chuan moved the jelly slightly farther away, Beerus followed as if mesmerized. Moments later, Beerus opened his eyes, immediately noticing the enormous jelly in Mu Chuan's hand. What is that? It smells amazing. A treat. A treat. Beerus's eyes lit up with excitement, and he was tempted to grab it. But Mu Chuan had anticipated this, swiftly putting the jelly away. Only then did Beerus fully wake up. You want to fight me? Beerus was genuinely surprised. Was this guy out of his mind? Knowing full well he couldn't win, he still wanted to fight. Was he asking to be humiliated? However, if fighting could earn him such delicious food, Beerus wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. He quickly straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and said nonchalantly, since you're so sincerely challenging me, I'll reluctantly accept. But you must give me that soft, delicious-looking treat. I even have 2 more. Mu Chuan readily agreed to Beerus's condition, knowing he had plenty to spare. Once their battle was set, the entire God of Destruction's realm was abuzz. Everyone paused what they were doing and gathered to witness the event. This was monumental. Challenging a God of Destruction was unheard of. Gods of Destruction were immensely powerful beings, beyond the reach of most challengers. Who could possibly defeat a God of Destruction? They embodied ultimate destruction and wielded the power of annihilation. Still, the Saiyans and Earth warriors felt a glimmer of hope. Even the other universe warriors were equally fired up. Although they doubted Mu Chuan could defeat Beerus, the very act of fighting him was already remarkable. The stronger their competitors were, the better their chances of Universe 7 securing victory. For some reason, they felt a spark of hope ignite. Chapter 246. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Lord Beerus. Instead of asking who will win, you might as well ask how long Lord Beerus can hold back. That's a more practical question. That's true. Still, going up against Lord Beerus already makes him incredibly strong. It's just a matter of seeing how far he can go. The crowd buzzed with excitement, unable to hide their anticipation. Before long, Beerus had finished his jelly. Only then did he step out, visibly satisfied. All right, show me your full strength. I know you're stronger than this. After all, you should understand that my power is immense. If this is all you've got, then you're not even worth my effort. With the jelly gone, Beerus finally started to take things seriously. Mu Chuan silently nodded, fully aware that his current strength alone couldn't possibly match Beerus. He wanted to test his limits, to see how far he was from the power of a god of destruction. Clenching his fists tightly, terrifying energy surged from Mu Chuan's body. His hair, already purple, began to darken and grow longer as his power exploded. In this transformation, his entire body emanated a purple aura, with arcs of terrifying purple lightning swirling around him. Energy rising. With his explosive power, the entire God of Destruction realm began to tremble. From afar, the onlookers could already feel his terrifying energy earlier. Now, as it rose again, they were completely stunned. No way, his power is still increasing. Wasn't that his strongest state earlier? Warriors from other universes, who were unfamiliar with Mu Chuan, were utterly shocked. The energy from before had already been overwhelming. And now it was rising even further, at an astonishing speed. This is the strongest fighter in Universe 7. Even stronger than Frisia. No wonder the Cosmic Emperor Frisia has to steer clear of him. So powerful. Just this burst of energy is enough to crush anyone's will to fight. Everyone was shaken. It wasn't just the other universe's warriors, even Saiyans and Earth warriors were in utter disbelief. They had seen Mu Chuan use Ultra Instinct before, but this state was fundamentally different from what they had seen previously. What's going on? His hair's grown longer, and this form looks a lot like Super Saiyan 3. Could it be that the boss made another breakthrough on top of his existing foundation? My god. No wonder he suddenly wanted to challenge Lord Beerus. He's undergone a massive transformation. Greta was in complete disbelief. They had been trying their hardest to catch up, but Mu Chuan had already left them far behind. Even when they couldn't match him before, the gap now seemed insurmountable. As everyone stared in shock, Mu Chuan's hair grew to his waist, resembling Super Saiyan 3, but instead of golden hair, his was a deep purple. Terrifying purple flames of energy surrounded him, radiating destructive power. Even Beerus was visibly surprised. No wonder Mu Chuan had suddenly challenged him, he had achieved a massive breakthrough. Whis, observing Mu Chuan's transformation, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Has he integrated the power of destruction into the Saiyan bloodline? That's quite the breakthrough, and he's even developed his own way of utilizing it. He's not just following the textbook. If he were only using destructive energy, his potential would be far more limited. It's impressive that he knows how to use his strengths. But coming up with such a method to enhance himself is truly unexpected, and the power is indeed terrifying. Still, compared to Lord Beerus, he's far from being a match. Whis hadn't expected Mu Chuan to be so bold. Such an attempt was incredibly risky, and most wouldn't even dare try, given the high likelihood of failure. But not only had he tried, he had succeeded. Judging by his terrifying energy, he would undoubtedly be a top contender in the Tournament of Power. Beerus studied Mu Chuan closely. Initially, he had been rather casual, just another sparring match, nothing he hadn't done before. A mere formality. But who would have thought? Mu Chuan unleashed his full power, displaying terrifying strength that forced Beerus to take him seriously. Interesting. Beerus, too, powered up, his entire body emanating a divine purple aura. His energy felt even more sacred, befitting a true god of destruction. His mastery of destruction energy was far beyond ordinary. He began to grow genuinely interested, not just because of the jelly anymore. Beerus had always been a battle-hungry deity. Facing someone strong enough to challenge him excited him. Given his immense power, very few could truly captivate his attention. Now, Mu Chuan had managed to do just that. As Mu Chuan's power peaked, the air itself seemed to crack with a deafening sound. The sky seemed to tear apart. Fortunately, this was the god of destruction realm, otherwise, everything would have been obliterated. At this moment, Mu Chuan revealed perfect Ultra Instinct. All done. This is the result of my time training in the hyperbolic time chamber. I've perfected Ultra Instinct, and now I call it Perfect Ultra Instinct. Perfect Ultra Instinct. The crowd gasped in unison. To have perfected such a state was unbelievable. Everyone was overwhelmed by disbelief. Even Carl, though shocked, felt a spark of inspiration. Besides Ultra Instinct, Saiyan transformation still had plenty of untapped potential. However, they had always followed the traditional approach. Naturally, this meant they lagged behind. But now, seeing Mu Chuan's transformation, a new idea began to take root in Carl's mind. Chapter 247. Not bad, you're starting to look the part. Beerus assessed Mu Chuan, nodding slightly. The overwhelming destructive force radiating from him was indeed astonishing. Coupled with his Saiyan bloodline, it was remarkable he could wield such power. This level of talent was quite impressive. After activating perfected Ultra Instinct, Mu Chuan's entire aura transformed, becoming cold and imposing. Lord Beerus, we can begin. Bring it on. At this moment, Beerus began to take the fight seriously. The arms that had been casually folded behind his back were now lowered and ready. It's starting. It's starting. I've never seen a god of destruction in battle before. Witnessing this is such a rare opportunity. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mu Chuan could find no flaws in Beerus' stance, but he couldn't afford to drag things out. The longer this went on, the more likely he'd make a mistake. He decided to go all in. His attack style remained consistent with his usual approach. Utilizing instant transmission, he teleported directly beside Beerus in an instant. But Beerus seemed to have predicted this. A punch shot out toward Mu Chuan's position. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying surge of destruction energy. The sheer force rippled outward, scattering fragments of destructive power like fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Two streaks of purple light clashed repeatedly in the air at breakneck speed. Every collision exploded like a starburst, resembling the destruction of planets. This speed is insane. Their strength is beyond imagination. It's expected for Lord Beerus to be this strong, but why is he so powerful too? Though they had witnessed Mu Chuan's transformation before, seeing him go head-to-head with Beerus brought a new level of shock. Only by experiencing it firsthand could they grasp the immense power contained within him. It was terrifying. Even the strongest among the onlookers felt insignificant in the face of the battle unfolding in the God of Destruction's realm. Bojack and the others watched, their pupils shrinking. This Saiyan monkey, when did he become this strong? Comparing himself to Frisia, Bojack suddenly realized the gap was vast. How is this possible? How can there be such a huge difference in strength? He wasn't this strong before, was he? Why is the growth of a Saiyan's power so unreasonable? Both Bojack and Cooler were utterly dumbfounded. None of them had expected Mu Chuan to display such overwhelming power. It was absurd. Axiana, observing their reactions, smirked proudly. This is just the beginning. The boss hasn't even used his full strength yet. He loves testing his opponents and is probably just adjusting to his own power right now. The real show is yet to come. As if to validate her words, the fight escalated. After a brief exchange, both figures floated in the air, facing each other. Beerus crossed his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mu Chuan stood opposite him, their gazes locking. Their earlier exchanges had only been a warm-up, not a true battle. However, Beerus could feel Mu Chuan's strength and was growing increasingly excited. Warm-up's over. Let's have a real fight. This is getting more and more thrilling. Who would have thought you could become this strong? This is the kind of fight I've been craving. Despite his usual laziness, spending most of his time eating or sleeping, nothing excited Beerus more than facing a formidable opponent. As Beerus spoke, his hands spread wide, and a purple aura of destruction energy began to emanate from his body. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Before Mu Chuan could react, he sensed a finger pressing against him. Quickly using instant transmission, he teleported to another location. However, the finger remained poised to strike, matching his movements perfectly. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth, thick with destruction energy. This was the true destructive power of a god of destruction. Mu Chuan narrowly deflected Beerus' attack, but as he moved, Beerus struck him with an elbow to the abdomen, followed by a spinning kick that sent him flying. Bang! Smoke and dust filled the air. Mu Chuan shot out from the haze, his hands now brimming with destruction energy. The force of this power was enough to shatter a planet in an instant. Instead of launching it immediately, he merged the two energy spheres into one. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying energy ball was born. Mu Chuan hurled the energy ball toward Beerus. Beerus caught it with one hand, but before he could counter, Mu Chuan appeared at his side, landing a punch. Beerus blocked with his other hand. Mu Chuan capitalized on this moment, launching a relentless barrage of attacks while Beerus was preoccupied. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus flicked his tail, knocking Mu Chuan away. Then, with a powerful push, the massive energy ball shot forward, crashing into the surroundings. Meanwhile, Beerus and Mu Chuan resumed their battle. Two brilliant streaks of purple light clashed again. The oppressive aura spread outward, forcing all the spectators to retreat further and further. Some had already backed away to the edge of the God of Destruction's realm, unable to withstand the sheer force of the battle. Even the Saiyans in the crowd felt the fearsome power of the combatants. The destruction energy radiating from their clashes was so intense that no one dared to intervene or even approach. Mu Chuan launched multiple attacks, but Beerus effortlessly parried each one. Whether in close combat or energy exchanges, Mu Chuan struggled to keep up. Even with his destruction energy, it paled in comparison to the true power of a god of destruction. However, as they fought, Mu Chuan analyzed Beerus' movements, attempting to devise a strategy to defeat him. But Beerus' strength was undeniable. Every attack Mu Chuan made was blocked. Even his surprise tactics were easily countered. Grinding his teeth, Mu Chuan let out a roar and powered up once more. Boom! His energy surged even higher. Chapter 248. You can get even stronger. Beerus' eyes lit up. He had thought Mu Chuan had already reached his limit but never imagined there was still room for improvement. This was getting interesting. Then let me see just where your limit lies. In a flash, Beerus appeared behind Mu Chuan. Whoosh! Beerus tightly wrapped his arms around Mu Chuan, pinning Mu Chuan's hands against his sides. Mu Chuan struggled to break free, but he suddenly felt a powerful force pressing against him. Mu Chuan was inwardly shocked. What on earth was Beerus trying to do? The next second, he felt an overwhelming surge of destruction energy flood into his body. The destruction energy inside him, which he could previously control, began spiraling out of control. It was like boiling water. And in an instant, it erupted. Boom! Terrifying destruction energy surged outward, shooting skyward. The force it unleashed was countless times stronger than what Mu Chuan had just displayed. Everyone watching from afar was utterly stunned. This? Their faces were frozen in shock. None of them had expected Mu Chuan to become even stronger. Good heavens! How were they supposed to keep living after this? Though they could sense Mu Chuan's energy becoming terrifyingly powerful, they couldn't understand what exactly was happening. Standing nearby, Whis squinted slightly. With his heightened perception, he could clearly see what Beerus was doing. This discovery left him quite surprised. Beerus was guiding Mu Chuan. Not just guiding, he was attempting to teach him. This was truly fascinating. Is Lord Beerus acting on a whim, or does he think Mu Chuan has exceptional talent? Is that why he's trying to guide him in channeling destruction energy more powerfully? Whis couldn't say for sure, but one thing was clear: after this lesson, Mu Chuan's abilities would become even more terrifying. It was rare for the lazy Beerus to personally instruct someone. This was indeed surprising. In the center of the field. At first, Mu Chuan had no idea what Beerus was doing. After all, his body was completely out of control, with destruction energy coursing wildly through him. This surge of energy also ignited the Saiyan bloodline within him, causing it to boil over. If not for Beerus maintaining control, his body might have exploded. Don't move. Release all the energy in your body right now. No matter what kind of energy it is. Beerus' voice rang out, startling Mu Chuan. He couldn't understand what Beerus was trying to accomplish. But he didn't dwell on it. Since Beerus had said so, he decided to see just how strong his full power could be. Moments later, a soul-piercing roar erupted from Mu Chuan's mouth. Eh! Instantly, the entire God of Destruction realm began to tremble. Even the ground shook, and tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Fortunately, the space healed quickly. After all, this was the God of Destruction realm. Its spatial stability was far beyond that of ordinary planets. Still, even under such conditions, the display was astonishing. In almost an instant, Mu Chuan's hair began to retract. Instead of lengthening as his power surged, his hair slowly returned to its usual state, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2. However, his eyes underwent a transformation. Purple lightning-like symbols appeared in his pupils, and similar markings began to surround his body. These markings resembled tattoos but weren't. They were manifestations of the destruction energy within him. As the runes emerged, his destruction energy became more controlled and restrained. When this new form stabilized, Beerus slowly released his grip and put some distance between them. Beerus then admired his handiwork with satisfaction. Looking at the transformed Mu Chuan, Beerus was quite pleased. At least this wasn't a chaotic and uncontrolled state. The destruction energy was present, but it had become far more contained. If one didn't know Mu Chuan wasn't a god of destruction, they might have mistaken him for one at first glance. Not bad. You can now utilize destruction energy effectively instead of just relying on raw outbursts. Destructive energy is far more than mere destruction, it's divine energy. Don't use it like some ordinary power. I've realigned it for you, and you should feel the difference. Now, take some time to adapt. When you can wield such immense power in your base form, you'll have truly succeeded. A candidate for God of Destruction. Beerus chuckled and returned to his little retreat. By then, he had already changed into his pajamas. Ignoring the others' reactions, he promptly lay down and went to sleep. Mu Chuan stood there, still in a daze. At this moment, he was amazed by the energy within him. It felt entirely different. His energy was more restrained yet incomparably stronger. Previously, his form had been purely chaotic and destructive, powerful, yes, but uncontrolled. Now, the difference was like night and day. This new energy was undoubtedly a level beyond perfected ultra instinct. He believed this state could be called transcendence. As Beerus had said, if he could maintain this state in his base form, he would truly have mastered it. And Beerus' words also signified recognition. At the very least, he was now worthy of being called a candidate for God of Destruction. Mu Chuan bowed respectfully in Beerus' direction. In the distance, the others finally snapped out of their stupor. The fight was over. Though the energy displayed earlier was terrifying, the battle had ended too quickly and rather inexplicably. They had no idea what Beerus had done. But in their eyes, Mu Chuan had gone from a wildly destructive state to an even stronger yet more restrained form. This new state was anything but ordinary. Just one look sent shivers down their spines. And when Mu Chuan's gaze fell on them, it felt like being stared down by a ferocious beast. The feeling was utterly terrifying. Bojack and Cooler quickly averted their eyes, thoroughly intimidated. They had previously harbored some defiance, thinking Frisia's return after training might give him a chance to compete. But now, they weren't so sure anymore. Can Lord Frisia really stand against this monster? Chapter 249. Boom! At the heart of the 10,000-year ice crystal planet, a terrifying power erupted, blasting half the planet apart. A figure slowly emerged. It was Frisia. Frisia floated upward, his entire body now a gleaming purple-gold color, with black energy swirling around him. His form exuded an aura of malevolence and an unprecedentedly powerful presence, far stronger than ever before. After a year of training, Frisia had undergone a complete transformation, not just in strength but also in confidence. Oh ho ho! Such immense power! What a marvelous feeling! It's truly intoxicating. Is this what true strength feels like? By encasing himself in 10,000-year-old ice, Frisia had been able to relentlessly enhance his power over the past year. The Frost Demon race's unique ability to grow stronger through self-imposed freezing, coupled with Frisia's conscious efforts, allowed his strength to skyrocket. Compared to his usual training methods, this was a much more terrifying and efficient way to grow. Now, he was a completely different being. At this moment, he was undoubtedly stronger than Mu Chuan and was ready to exact revenge for past grievances. Looking back at the shattered ice crystal planet, Frisia showed no concern for its destruction, it had already served its purpose. He had emerged because the planet could no longer provide him with further enhancements. While freezing himself for several decades might yield additional gains, he found the timeframe unacceptable. Besides, he now considered himself incredibly strong. Why would he still need this planet's assistance? As he reveled in his newfound strength, a faint figure appeared beside him. Moments later, the figure fully materialized. You've improved quite a bit, it seems. It was Whis. Whis had been monitoring this planet closely, as it was where Frisia had been training in seclusion. Now, seeing the commotion, he naturally teleported from the God of Destruction realm to check. Observing Frisia's current state, Whis appeared quite satisfied. With Mu Chuan already being exceptionally powerful, the addition of Frisia made Universe 7 seem doubly secured. With such strong contenders, could they possibly worry about underperforming in the Tournament of Power? Lord Whis, please take me back to the God of Destruction realm now. The Tournament of Power should be starting soon, and I'd like to relax a bit. Let everyone witness the might of their king. Oh ho ho. It doesn't matter if they've improved or not. With me here, all difficulties will be resolved by yours truly. Frisia was brimming with confidence. After all, he couldn't imagine anyone being stronger than he was now, not even the Saiyans. However, he failed to notice Whis' peculiar expression and slight hesitation after hearing his words. A year ago, Frisia might indeed have been the strongest, if Mu Chuan hadn't emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. But after Mu Chuan exited and underwent Beerus's rigorous guidance, his power had reached an entirely new level. Now, a year had passed. Mu Chuan had not only consolidated his power but had also begun to refine and temper it further. While Frisia was undoubtedly powerful, compared to Mu Chuan, he still fell short. Whis didn't bother explaining. He decided to let Frisia participate in the Tournament of Power with this sense of invincibility. Otherwise, a stark blow to his confidence might render him utterly demoralized. Whis, let's go. With a light tap of his staff on the ground, both figures vanished from the planet in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in the God of Destruction realm. The other warriors, who had been training, immediately felt the overwhelming aura Frisia brought with him. Not once did Frisia revert to his base form, he intended to showcase his unparalleled power from the outset, as a way to erase the shame of his past defeats. As a result, the moment he appeared, everyone ceased their training and turned to look in his direction. Is that, Frisia? What kind of form is this? Has his strength increased significantly? No wonder he's been absent for a year, he must have been training in secret. But I wonder who's stronger, him or Chuan? Hard to say. While Frisia looks extremely strong now, Chuan is a monster who can spar with Lord Beerus. The stronger one is obvious. The others fell silent. Indeed, no matter how strong Frisia had become, to truly prove his might, he'd need to hold his own against Lord Beerus. Without that capability, he'd be at most the strongest being below the gods. But to fight a god of destruction, that was a different level of strength altogether. As they carefully observed, both Frisia and Chuan exuded overwhelming, oppressive power. However, in reality, Frisia still lagged behind Chuan. Frisia's return undoubtedly caused a stir, but the others' lukewarm reactions left him feeling out of place. Shouldn't they be utterly shocked? Why was their demeanor so indifferent? This was his new form, his purple gold form. Didn't it deserve awe and amazement? Scanning his surroundings, Frisia noticed the strange looks the others gave him. Yet, he couldn't quite decipher their meaning. At this moment, Bojack and Cooler hurried over and, without much ado, pulled Frisia aside. During this time, they filled Frisia in on everything that had transpired over the past year. The more Frisia listened, the more bewildered he became. What was going on? He had trained tirelessly for a whole year, so why was he now hearing such shocking and unacceptable news? He had envisioned his return as a triumphant comeback, yet that Saiyan monkey had displayed such overwhelming strength that he could even contend with Lord Beerus. Truth be told, if someone claimed to be stronger than him, Frisia would refuse to accept it. But if they could spar with Lord Beerus, even he had to admit he wasn't up to the task, not even in his current form. This was an undeniable and harsh reality. Frisia was fuming with frustration. Chapter 250. The Saiyans were utterly stunned as Frisia made his dramatic entrance in this imposing form. Indeed. They also noticed Cooler and Bojack's reactions, and a trace of amused expressions surfaced on their faces. Could it be that Frisia still wants to challenge the boss? I must admit, his transformation is indeed formidable, exerting tremendous pressure on us. But alas! No matter how strong he becomes, he'll always be suppressed by the boss. As they chatted, they suddenly fell silent. Not only Frisia, but they too were perpetually being overpowered. It could be said that from the very beginning, they had always been suppressed. Although they spoke about wanting to become stronger, perhaps due to limited talent, apart from the three most gifted ones, the rest hadn't even achieved Super Saiyan 3. Most of them remained stuck at Super Saiyan 2. With this level of power, even if they participated in the Tournament of Power, they wouldn't be able to deliver exceptional performances. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. With Frisia's return, the time for the Tournament of Power quietly arrived. Ultimately, Universe 7 finalized its lineup of participants. Chuan, Frisia, Karl, Greta, Axiana, Cooler, Son Goku, Bojack, Castor, and Olipod. A total of 10 Supreme Warriors. Among them, aside from the originally designated 7, Son Goku, Castor, and Olipod were added to the team at the last moment. Son Goku was chosen due to his significant potential. After Chuan's recommendation, he was allowed to participate in this Tournament of Power. Although he could currently only transform into the first stage of Super Saiyan, his potential was undeniable, especially since he was a martial arts fanatic to the core. Anyone so dedicated to martial arts would rarely fall short. Thus, his inclusion was an exception. As for Castor, he was also a Saiyan. He barely managed to break through to Super Saiyan 3 at the final stage of training. This last-minute breakthrough earned him a spot on the team. Otherwise, his power level would have been deemed insufficient. Then there was Olipod. He was the biggest surprise of all. Though chosen as one of the 6 additional candidates, his actual combat strength was weak. After a year of intense training, his maximum power level reached only 100 million, a figure considered pitifully low among Saiyans. However, Olipod possessed an unexpected talent, absolute rebound. Within his endurance limits, he could completely reflect all incoming attacks. This ability had an extraordinarily terrifying effect against most opponents. Of course, against individuals like Chuan and Frisia, this talent wouldn't be of much use. Still, Olipod's unique gift led to him replacing other Saiyans on the team. The others didn't object much. After all, even if they participated, the final outcome would remain unchanged. Only Chuan and Frisia truly had the ability to alter the tide. This was why Olipod was selected. His talent might bring unexpected results during the Tournament of Power. With the 10 Supreme Warriors confirmed, it was time to head to the competition venue. Ever since Frisia learned that Chuan had surpassed him in strength, he'd been silently holding back a grudge. Saiyan monkeys, just wait and see who performs better. Frisia sneered. When we meet on the battlefield, don't cry when I pummel you into pieces. You too. Chuan shot Frisia a glance. If it weren't for the constraints of time and place, he'd have loved to beat him up again. After all, every time he thrashed Frisia, it seemed to unlock more of Frisia's potential. If he were to fight him once more, could it push Frisia to develop his black gold form? It might just be possible. If that happened, things would get interesting. Even in the Tournament of Power, Frisia would undoubtedly become a bona fide villainous powerhouse. Preparations were complete. Whis summoned everyone. At this moment, all individuals within the God of Destruction's realm, participants or not, gathered together. Even those who wouldn't be competing would watch from the spectator stands. After all, this was a battle between the strongest warriors from all universes, a grand event not to be missed. Thus, both reserve members and Earth warriors accompanied the team. Once everyone assembled, Whis enveloped them in his power. In an instant, they vanished from the spot. After a long journey through space-time, they arrived at the tournament venue. However, it wasn't quite what they had imagined. There were indeed many participants. One could see individuals from countless races, all vastly different and unique, representing every universe. The battlefield began to emerge before them. This isn't what we expected. Could this be the arena for the Tournament of Power? In their eyes, the arena wasn't a simple square platform like in Universe 7's martial arts tournaments. Instead, it appeared as a specially isolated space, filled with towering mountains and massive rocks, giving off an atmosphere of desolation. But it was massive, truly enormous. Despite their curiosity, no one explained anything to them. Everyone quietly observed their surroundings, awaiting the arrival of the other universes. Once all universes were present, they would anticipate the appearance of the Supreme Being, Zeno. After all, the Tournament of Power was organized by Zeno. Naturally, he would host it. Even the gods and destroyers from other universes refrained from moving around carelessly or provoking others. Everyone could sense the tension in the air. In this tournament, poor performance or elimination would result in the annihilation of the entire universe, including its god of destruction. It was a cruel fate. Unlike the preliminary matches, this was far more severe. Both the participants and the gods of destruction felt immense pressure. Yet, in stark contrast, Beerus appeared incredibly relaxed. Leaning back with his legs crossed, he quietly observed, creating a striking disparity compared to the other destroyers. While others remained unaware, Chuan understood why Beerus was so calm. First, Beerus possessed immense power himself. Secondly, there was Chuan. While not overconfident, he knew his current strength made him a strong contender for first place. Chapter 251. Whoosh! The Omni King has arrived. Accompanying the Omni King was the Grand Priest, whose expression remained composed. As soon as the Omni King and the Grand Priest appeared, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent. Ahem. Greetings, everyone. It's been a while. I assume everyone has made their preparations for the Tournament of Power. In the arena, no one, be it the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, or the participants, dared to speak. They all silently focused on the Grand Priest and the Omni King. These were the supreme deities of all universes. Without the Tournament of Power, most beings would never even dream of seeing them. Among the gods present, a nervous tension inexplicably built up. After all, who wouldn't feel anxious when facing entities who could decide life and death with a single word? The Grand Priest scanned the crowd, noting the silence, and remarked, "It seems that everyone here isn't particularly enthusiastic, is that right? In that case, let's liven things up with a simple battle before we begin." The crowd froze for a moment, and almost immediately, unease filled the air. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais exchanged looks, spotting the anxiety in each other's eyes. What was the Grand Priest planning? Why did this feel so ominous? Before anyone could react, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and a square arena appeared on the original stage. This development left everyone stunned. "Now then, gods of destruction, please step into the ring." The moment those words were uttered, all the gods of destruction were stunned beyond belief. What? Why us? Isn't this tournament about selecting the strongest warriors from each universe to compete? Why? It wasn't just the gods of destruction. Almost everyone present was in turmoil. Were the gods of destruction really being asked to enter the ring? Could it be? Was the lively atmosphere the Grand Priest mentioned actually meant to involve a battle between the gods of destruction? Unbelievable. What a bombshell. Seeing everyone so shocked, the Grand Priest simply smiled and said, "The gods of destruction are also residents of their respective universes. It's only natural for them to participate as representatives, isn't it?" This statement was utterly unexpected. The god of destruction from Universe 1 remarked, "Who would have thought that the appetizer for the tournament of power would be a battle between the gods of destruction?" Kampa started to panic, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh no, I haven't trained in years. Am I going to be dead last?" Vados chuckled beside him. "Well, who told you to slack off so much?" Kampa wasn't in the mood to retort. He was preoccupied with figuring out what to do next. If he faced anyone else, he could handle it easily. But against the other gods of destruction? His strength wasn't exactly top tier among them. He might even end up being the weakest. While the gods of destruction were astonished, the rest of the crowd was electrified. A battle between gods of destruction was a rare spectacle. The mere thought of witnessing such a fight was thrilling. Initially, the participants had felt nervous about competing against warriors from other universes. But now, excitement outweighed their anxiety. If even the gods of destruction were stepping up, what did they have to fear? The Grand Priest had spoken. Even if the gods of destruction were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all 12 gods of destruction stepped onto the arena. This sight captured everyone's attention. As soon as the gods took their places, Quitella, the rat-like god of destruction from Universe 4, folded his arms and asked, "What are the rules for our battle?" In response, the Grand Priest smiled. "We'll decide the rules after observing your fight. For now, just battle. Oh, and one more thing. The Omni King is considering rewarding any god of destruction who performs exceptionally well in this battle." After these words, the entire arena fell silent, stunned by the lack of concrete rules. This was essentially a free-for-all. Before the crowd could process their shock, the Grand Priest's smile disappeared. He looked at the gods of destruction with a serious expression. "By the way, if any god of destruction holds back, they'll be eliminated on the spot." Boom! This declaration caused an uproar. No one had expected that even the mighty gods of destruction could be eliminated so casually. It was terrifying. The gods' expressions shifted instantly. They had initially planned to put on a token display for the appetizer. But the Grand Priest was clearly serious. So, holding back wasn't an option anymore. In the stands, participants from various universes began regaining their composure. While the situation seemed unbelievable, their excitement now overshadowed everything else. This would be a full-power battle between gods of destruction. Finally, they could witness the true strength of these deities. This is incredible. I never thought I'd get to see all the gods of destruction fighting at full power. Greta, a Saiyan warrior, was ecstatic. For Saiyans, who were passionate about battle, this was the ultimate spectacle. Especially seeing the strongest warriors clash, it was almost as if they were in the fight themselves. The feeling was exhilarating. The other Saiyans shared the same enthusiasm. Chuan silently observed everything, seeing this unexpected battle as a pleasant surprise. He had always wanted to gauge the gap between himself and the gods of destruction. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Beerus was far too strong, making it hard for Chuan to even put up resistance. However, he knew. Beerus wasn't the strongest among the gods of destruction. Some of the others were slightly weaker, giving him a chance to measure himself against them. This was an excellent opportunity. It's like finding a treasure without even searching for it. This appetizer is fantastic. On the arena, after clarifying the rules, the gods of destruction spread out. Despite the chaotic nature of the battle, they maintained their composure as deities. Quitella crossed his arms, glanced at Beerus, and sneered. This might be the perfect chance to figure out who the strongest god of destruction is. Don't you think so, Beerus? Chapter 252. Stop picking fights. Quitella. Beerus glared fiercely at the god of destruction from the fourth universe, Quatella, giving off the impression that he was ready to pummel him if provoked any further. However, despite Beerus' piercing glare, Quatella crossed his arms nonchalantly and said, "I've already beaten you once. Why can't you just admit that I'm stronger?" That remark only enraged Beerus further. "Then let's arm wrestle. In a combat match, I won't lose. It doesn't matter. Whether it's arm wrestling or a combat match, I'm stronger than you. Besides, everyone here has a bone to pick with you. Now." Quatella grinned maliciously as he spoke. The other gods of destruction subtly encircled Beerus, their intentions clear. This scene didn't escape the spectators' notice. It was so blatant that anyone failing to see it would be a fool. Wait, what's going on with Lord Beerus? Why are all the gods of destruction teaming up? Are they planning to gang up on him first? Kale exclaimed in shock. Initially, he thought it would be a free-for-all, but this was clearly 1 against 11. How could anyone stand a chance in such a scenario? Lord Beerus facing off against so many gods of destruction. This is catastrophic. Arcia couldn't help but comment. Everyone else was equally stunned. None of them had expected Lord Beerus to become the primary target. Whis, however, chuckled. "Ha ha ha, well, it's unavoidable. Lord Beerus has always had grudges with other gods of destruction. Now that a battle between gods of destruction has suddenly been arranged, naturally, he's the first to bear the brunt. But there's no need to worry. Although Lord Beerus may enjoy sleeping a little too much, he won't be taken down so easily." Despite Whis' words, the group remained skeptical. After all, they knew Beerus to be a sleep-loving cat. While they trained tirelessly, he often slept soundly. If he were up against ordinary opponents, as a god of destruction, he'd easily dominate. But facing the gods of destruction from other universes was an entirely different story. As they conversed, back on the arena platform, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Belmod, with his jester-like appearance, sneered coldly. "Beerus, don't tell me you've forgotten. Last time, during the emergency assembly, you almost caused the destruction of all universes." This statement caused an uproar. The idea that their universe had once been on the brink of destruction shocked everyone. Chuan glanced at Whis, intending to ask for clarification. Whis explained, "That was a long time ago." He glanced at the Supreme Kai as he continued, "It happened before you became the Supreme Kai. Once, Grand Zeno held a hide-and-seek competition involving all universes. During that competition, Lord Beerus decided to hide and ended up falling asleep, napping for 50 years straight. Because Lord Beerus wouldn't come out, the competition had to be cancelled. This infuriated Grand Zeno, who was looking forward to it. To appease Grand Zeno, the other 11 gods of destruction worked tirelessly to calm him down. Ever since that incident, they've harbored resentment against Lord Beerus. On top of that, Lord Beerus has had individual conflicts with all the other gods of destruction." Hearing Whis' explanation, everyone finally understood the full extent of Beerus' past antics. Who could have imagined a hide-and-seek competition being cancelled because of one sleepy cat? And Grand Zeno had been so eagerly anticipating it. Naturally, his anger was justified. Putting themselves in Grand Zeno's shoes, they realized just how infuriating Beerus could be. The group exchanged glances. It was now clear why the other gods of destruction had ganged up on Beerus. Coupled with their individual grudges, this was bound to be an entertaining show. Chuan became visibly excited. What are Lord Beerus' limits? Even with Ultra Instinct surpassing limits, it hasn't forced Lord Beerus to reveal his full power, not even close. Now, with other gods of destruction involved, perhaps we'll get a glimpse. Chuan focused intently, anticipating the spectacle. Beerus had become the center of attention. The gods of destruction closed in around him. "Let's start with Beerus." "Fine by me." He he. As the gods of destruction surrounded him, Beerus showed no fear. Instead, he struck a ready stance. "Humph. You guys can't accomplish anything without ganging up. Come on. Let me teach you a lesson." At this moment, the Grand Priest suddenly announced the start of the battle. In an instant, all the gods of destruction charged at Beerus at incredible speed, not even taking a full second. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed their attacks on Beerus. However, Beerus remained calm and agile, effortlessly dodging every attack. No matter how the other gods of destruction attacked, they couldn't touch him. And yet, Beerus appeared unbothered, almost leisurely. This scene stunned the spectators. Chuan's pupils contracted. Imagining himself in Beerus' position, he could feel the overwhelming pressure. If it had been him, he wouldn't have been able to dodge, likely getting eliminated immediately. But Beerus not only avoided all attacks effortlessly, but he also appeared unshaken. He was incredibly strong. Lord Beerus is amazing. Facing so many attacks, and he's still so composed. Incredible. The 7th Universe team marveled in awe. Even Frisia, despite his pride, couldn't help but acknowledge Lord Beerus' strength. Compared to Beerus, the other gods of destruction truly fell short. At this moment, Whis commented, letting the body act on its own to evade all attacks, that's the essence of that technique. Whis' words were not random. He intended to guide the 7th Universe participants. Having received some training in the realm of destruction, they knew what he meant. Still, mastering it was no easy task. While they were deep in thought, Beerus, who had been dodging leisurely, made a mistake and left an opening. The god of destruction from Universe 3, Moscow, seized the chance and grabbed him on the spot. Such a rare opportunity was quickly capitalized on by the other gods of destruction. Elephant, Mouse, and Kampa charged forward together. Chapter 253. Beerus glared at the group charging toward him, desperately trying to break free from the grasp of the robotic god of destruction, Moscow. As the attacks of the other gods of destruction closed in, he summoned every ounce of his strength and managed to wrench himself free from Moscow's grip. In an instant, the combined attacks of Kampa, the Mouse god, and the Elephant god crashed straight into Moscow, colliding with him head-on. This scene left the remaining gods of destruction utterly shocked. Where's Beerus? They were astonished by how quickly he had escaped and began searching the arena frantically, failing to locate him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Up above. The gods of destruction immediately turned their attention upward, dashing toward the indicated direction. However, upon arriving at the location, they froze in confusion. What they saw wasn't Beerus, it was Kampa. He stood there, battered and bruised, clearly just having taken a beating. Wasn't Kampa down below just now? The gods were dumbfounded. As they searched for Beerus, a streak of purple light flashed across their vision. All eyes turned downward to see an energy wave shooting up toward them. It was Beerus. Hiding under Moscow's arm, Beerus grinned smugly. Try this on for size, he taunted as he unleashed a powerful, purple ki blast. The ki wave erupted midair, shrouding the sky in smoke and dust. The gods of destruction didn't have time to dodge and were struck head-on. The spectators were stunned. Beerus hadn't held back in the slightest. Could such an attack have eliminated the others outright? However, their fears proved unnecessary. As the smoke cleared, all the gods of destruction stood unscathed. Surrounding them was a transparent shield that had deflected Beerus's attack entirely. This shield was cast by Sidra, the god of destruction of Universe 9. Thank you. Without you, we might have actually fallen for Beerus's trick, said Jin, the god of destruction from Universe 12, expressing his gratitude. Haha, Sidra chuckled. No one can beat my speed when it comes to deploying defensive barriers. Just as Sidra basked in his triumph, a sudden, invisible attack slammed into him, sending him flying. The gods of destruction were stunned. What happened? Was that Beerus? It wasn't. The attack came from Belmod, the god of destruction from Universe 11, who grinned and shrugged. Sorry, couldn't resist. He left too many openings. He then added mockingly, besides, this isn't just a battle with Beerus. Only one of us can be the strongest. There's no room for alliances in this fight. Belmod's words shattered the fragile alliance the gods of destruction had initially formed, leaving it irreparably broken. They instinctively distanced themselves from one another, each eyeing their peers with caution. The air grew heavier with tension, as though ready to ignite. The mouse god clapped his hands gleefully. Wonderful. This just got a whole lot more interesting. The chaos on the battlefield caused uproar among the spectators. Initially, they thought it would be a 1 versus 11 fight. But now it was clear, it had devolved into an all-out brawl. This is it. A battle royale among the gods of destruction. This is what we've been waiting for. Earlier, things were intense, but this will show us the true might of the gods. Finally. This is going to be insane. In the stands, the audience from various universes erupted in excitement. Despite not being deities themselves, their immense strength made them eager to witness the full power of the gods of destruction. However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm. On Universe 11's viewing platform, two individuals remained calm, Tokpo and Jiren. Tokpo, a candidate for the next god of destruction, and Jiren, a warrior whose strength surpassed even the gods, watched the unfolding battle with quiet detachment. They were well acquainted with the powers of the gods of destruction and felt no particular thrill in seeing their abilities. Instead, their attention was focused on observing potential opponents in the spectator stands, those who might pose a challenge in the future. Meanwhile, in Universe 7's viewing platform, excitement reached a fever pitch. Yes. This is it. A real battle between the strongest beings. That earlier skirmish was just bullying. Now that it's a free-for-all, we'll see the true rankings of the gods of destruction. But even from just a glimpse, their strength is terrifying. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though they had always known the gods of destruction were powerful, it was rare to see them unleash their full potential. This battle was a rare opportunity to witness the pinnacle of divine combat. Audiobook, silently watching the battle from the stands, wondered if he could withstand such devastating power. Could I deflect that? He mused to himself. The answer seemed obvious, it was impossible. If he were caught in that level of combat, he'd likely be defeated instantly. My battle power is still too low. If only I were stronger, my limits would be much higher, he lamented. Despite years of training, his power level had only barely reached tens of millions. Luck had granted him the chance to compete in Universe 7's martial arts tournament and eventually enter the realm of the gods of destruction, where his strength had surpassed 1 billion. But now, he felt that was his limit. Further growth seemed unattainable. Chapter 254. The audience, composed of powerhouses from various universes, displayed a variety of reactions. Regardless of their stance, the battle between the gods of destruction had become an unmissable spectacle. The mouse god of destruction's words completely infuriated Beerus, who gritted his teeth and shouted, "What's so amusing about this, you stupid rat? I find it entertaining." The mouse god of destruction shot Beerus a provocative glance. "You're not scared, are you, Beerus? But it's fine, if you're truly afraid, you can always forfeit. One less won't make much difference." The mocking tone of the mouse god of destruction only fueled Beerus's anger. But before Beerus could act, Belmod, the god of destruction from Universe 11, suddenly raised his hands. Before anyone could react, a transparent energy sphere trapped all the gods of destruction, including Beerus. Ah! Who did this? Damn it, Belmod. This is bad, it's a trap. The gods of destruction exclaimed in shock. Belmod had seized the moment when everyone was off guard to launch his attack, which made them furious. Although they realized what was happening, they were already imprisoned in the energy spheres, unable to move. Belmod then conjured numerous purple playing cards in his hands, each brimming with immense destructive power. With a flick of his wrists, the cards shot towards the trapped gods of destruction, aiming to eliminate them all. He intended to sweep everyone off the stage, proclaiming himself the strongest among them. The sheer number of cards and their rapid, machine gun-like trajectory shocked everyone. Each card's impact, even for a god of destruction, carried a terrifying force. The audience, including the strongest beings from across the universes, watched in utter disbelief. This one-man assault was even more overwhelming than what Beerus had displayed previously. This god of destruction is terrifyingly strong. Even if it was a sneak attack, the power he's showcasing is unbelievable. Kale, from the spectator stands, commented. The others nodded in agreement. If such an attack landed on them, they wouldn't even have a chance to recover with senzu beans, they would be annihilated on the spot. Amid the chaos, the elephant god of destruction's oversized ears became an easy target. One card sliced through his ear, eliciting a painful howl. Belmod. At the same time, Lequire, the fox god of destruction from Universe 8, suddenly let out a loud roar. His single tail split into 9, each glowing with energy. These tails were far from decorative, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, far outnumbering Belmod's cards. The energy blasts covered the entire arena, leaving Belmod with no time to dodge. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to endure Lequire's powerful attack. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire arena. Finding another god of destruction in this haze became a near impossible task. However, just as Lequire was celebrating his apparent advantage, a shadow crept closer. It was Helles, the goddess of destruction from Universe 2. Helles took advantage of Lequire's distraction and fired a deadly arrow at him. The arrow, imbued with terrifying energy, shot straight towards Lequire. Reacting instinctively, Lequire raised his arm to block, but the arrow pierced through it. Helles, you! L'Aquire roared in frustration. He had finally gained the upper hand, only to have it ruined by her interference, leaving him injured. If not for his timely defense, the arrow might have struck his head, making him the first god of destruction eliminated, a humiliating thought. Meanwhile, the chaos escalated. From a distance, the elephant god of destruction, Rumshi, unleashed his ultimate ability. He let out an earth-shaking roar, the sound waves reverberating across the arena. The impact wasn't limited to the arena, even the spectators were affected. Many covered their ears in pain as they watched in astonishment. Rumshi's roar temporarily paralyzed everyone's motor functions, leaving even the strongest gods of destruction struggling to stand. On the Universe 7 spectator stand, Whis calmly explained, "This is Lord Rumshi's signature move, Roar of Fury. Known for being the loudest voice in the universe, it temporarily paralyzes the motor functions of those caught in its range. Weaker individuals have already fainted, while even the strongest gods of destruction find it challenging to resist." Despite the chaos, Whis appeared unbothered, though his composure went unnoticed by the others. Taking advantage of the situation, Rumshi charged at the other gods of destruction. Targeting the weaker ones first, he quickly struck Iwan, the furry god of destruction from Universe 1, sending him flying off the stage. Next, he turned to Sidra and Kampa. Rumshi's strategy was meticulous, ensuring his targets couldn't recover from his attacks. As he continued his rampage, the arena descended into utter mayhem. A true free-for-all had begun. Chapter 255. The arena was shrouded in swirling smoke. The 12 gods of destruction unleashed all their power, creating chaos in the arena. Terrifying energy erupted from within. Neither the powerful beings from the universes nor the Omni King and the Grand Priest could clearly see what was happening in the arena. It was utter chaos. It's too messy. I can't even tell who's fighting whom. I can only sense terrifying power clashing, but I have no idea who's fighting who. So this is a battle between the gods of destruction. It's reached its peak intensity. In the spectator stands. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Even though they couldn't clearly see what was happening in the arena, they could feel the terrifying power emanating from it. Though the scene was unclear, the intensity was undeniable. The angels of the 12 universes, however, remained calm and unsurprised. After all, a melee among the gods of destruction was expected to be extremely terrifying. If not for the arena's constraints, the destruction would be even more exaggerated. Forget seeing it clearly. They wouldn't even have the chance to watch. Elsewhere. Even the Omni King seemed quite bored. This was far less entertaining than the preview matches. Though the gods of destruction were undoubtedly powerful, their battles lacked any spectacle or appeal. This was utterly pointless. So boring. Too fast and too noisy, there's nothing entertaining about this. The Omni King expressed his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the Grand Priest was taken aback for a moment. Then, he turned his gaze toward the chaotic scene in the arena. It was indeed as the Omni King said. No wonder he was so bored. Is that so? Then let's stop this match. The Grand Priest prepared to end the competition. Back in the arena, the battles were intense and brutal. Several gods of destruction had already been knocked out as each gave their all in the fight. This was no joke. Among them, Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4, the mouse deity, landed a punch squarely on the face of Universe 1's god of destruction, considered the strongest. That punch was the final blow, knocking him out cold on the spot. Around them, several other gods of destruction had also fallen, showcasing just how fierce the battle was. Apart from Quitella, Beerus had also just finished dealing with the elephant deity, the god of destruction from Universe 10. The two stood as equals. At this moment, only Beerus and Quitella remained standing in the arena. The last two. All the other gods of destruction had been defeated. This showed that these two were the strongest among the 12. Otherwise, how could they have survived such chaos to stand at the end? Quitella looked at Beerus, his expression one of expected inevitability. As expected, you're still standing in the end. This time, let's settle it once and for all. Finally, I can shut you up. Beerus panted, glaring at Quitella. More than anyone else, Beerus wanted to beat this mouse deity to a pulp. Quitella constantly mocked and belittled him. However, the scene in the arena became clear to everyone present. It instantly caused an uproar. Everyone knew the gods of destruction were immensely powerful. In the vast universe, no one could easily stand against them, they were the pinnacle of power. Now, the gods of destruction were actually being defeated. A melee between the 12 gods of destruction was already outrageous. But now, many of them were down, leaving only 2 still standing in the arena. This was incredibly shocking. Chuan, observing the current scene, looked unsurprised. As expected, Beerus is indeed one of the strongest among the gods of destruction. Even in such a chaotic melee, he managed to come out on top. However, the other god of destruction is also incredibly powerful. So strong. While we knew Beerus was strong, we didn't expect him to be this strong, even among the gods of destruction. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. The spectators from Universe 7 were all astonished. While they knew Beerus was powerful, they had always thought he was just strong compared to them. If a god of destruction wasn't stronger than them, then what was the point? Gods of destruction were, by nature, the strongest. But who among them was the strongest had always been unclear. This melee brought clarity. Beerus was among the very best, even within the ranks of the gods of destruction. While the crowd was in shock. In the arena, Beerus and Quitella clashed with full force, their destructive energy engulfing the entire stage. But what happened next was beyond anyone's expectations. Before their attacks could land, a figure suddenly appeared between them. With just a single finger, the figure effortlessly blocked their combined full-force attacks. The destructive energy that had seemed so overwhelming now appeared utterly insignificant. That figure was none other than the Grand Priest. Even Beerus and Quitella were shocked. Before they could react further, the Grand Priest's calm voice echoed. "Your battle is too intense. The Omni King is not pleased. Thus, your fight ends here. Moreover, during the Tournament of Power, gods of destruction must not participate." As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, all the gods of destruction in the arena heaved a sigh of relief. The battle had been too intense. Among them, Kampa exhaled the longest. Among the gods of destruction, Kampa was the weakest, making him the most disadvantaged in such melees. He was always the one getting beaten up. Finally, he could relax. The other gods of destruction weren't much better off. One of them, the clown deity from Universe 11, though already down, showed no visible injuries. Whether he had held back or had some hidden strategy remained unclear. After the Grand Priest declared the battle over, the angels instantly teleported to the arena and began healing their respective universes' gods of destruction. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, the crowd had yet to recover from their shock. The battle among the gods of destruction had been terrifying, and the spectators could clearly feel the overwhelming power. But the Grand Priest had effortlessly stopped it. With a single finger, he nullified the most destructive attacks of the gods of destruction. How powerful was he? The spectators were astounded. Even though they had always known they were being stronger than the gods of destruction, they had never fully understood the extent of that strength. Now, they truly grasped it. The gods of destruction, despite their immense power, were utterly powerless before the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's might was unimaginable. Chapter 256. So powerful, everywhere I look, there are strong opponents. Not only are the gods of destruction terrifying, but there's also the Grand Priest above them. Lord Zeno. At this moment, everyone present felt an unparalleled pressure. Even those who were used to danger couldn't help but grow tense. The healing process didn't take long. Soon, all the gods of destruction had recovered from their injuries. One after another, they returned to the viewing platforms assigned to their respective universes. Seeing that everything was almost ready, the Grand Priest flew into the air above the arena and snapped his fingers lightly. The arena that the gods of destruction had fought on disappeared instantly. Next, the Tournament of Power will officially begin. Contestants from the 8 universes, please step onto the stage. Whis guided the contestants from Universe 7 onto the arena. As they stepped onto the platform, everyone felt a peculiar sensation, especially when they tried to fly. It became evident that there was some form of restriction in place. "We can't fly." This was the first thing everyone noticed. Whis explained, "Correct. None of you will be able to fly, as this is one of the established rules. However, creatures with body parts that naturally enable flight, such as wings, are an exception. Additionally, for fairness, the arena has been calibrated to simulate the gravity of each contestant's home planet." The inability to fly was something everyone had already been made aware of. Thus, they weren't surprised but instead marveled at the arena's unique design. Not only did it impose such rules, but it also ensured no one could float even slightly above the ground. After all, the arena rules were absolute. Soon, the contestants from Universe 6 also took the stage. However, this time, Universe 6's lineup included 2 female Saiyans, both of whom appeared quite formidable. These were familiar faces to Universe 7, making the 2 universes relatively more acquainted with each other compared to others. The 2 sides even exchanged greetings. Hit looked over at Universe 7's participants, a faint smile of anticipation appearing on his face. Despite losing their last battle, he had made significant progress during his training. I'm really looking forward to fighting you again. Strong warriors, but don't think you'll defeat me so easily this time. Oh. We're looking forward to it as well. On the other side, Kaba introduced Universe 7's Saiyans to the 2 female Saiyans, emphasizing their strength. After all, while they were all part of the warrior race, their techniques and combat styles differed due to being from different universes. Are you sure? We don't think they're much stronger than us. Kaba quickly recalled his previous encounter with Universe 7's Saiyans and insisted, no. They're incredibly powerful, truly formidable. Aside from the Saiyans, Frieza and Frost, both from the Frieza race, seemed to share a certain affinity for each other. Being of the same species, they naturally hit it off and quickly established an unspoken understanding. Following Universe 6's entrance, Universe 11 made its debut. Their entrance was particularly striking, as 2 participants emanated an overwhelming aura of power, Tokpo and Jiren. Even without doing anything, merely standing there was enough to draw everyone's attention. These 2 are incredibly strong, muttered Goku, his words immediately heightening the tension among those present. If Goku acknowledged their strength, their power must be terrifying. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the 2 again, scrutinizing them carefully. Boss, are they really that strong? Yes. Aside from me and Frieza, I doubt anyone else here could take them on. And even among them, that one guy is especially dangerous. Goku didn't hesitate to point out the threat posed by Tokpo and Jiren. While his honesty might dampen morale, it was essential for everyone to understand the stakes and avoid unnecessary confrontations with them. Being eliminated immediately would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. As for picking a fight, who would dare? They all understood the overwhelming strength of their own teams, Goku and Frieza. Despite their issues with Frieza, they had to admit his power was terrifying. His previous golden form alone was intimidating enough, and now he had achieved a more advanced purple golden form. Although Goku suppressed him, it was a testament to Goku's strength rather than Frieza's weakness. If Jiren and Tokpo were comparable to Goku and Frieza, they were forces to avoid at all costs during the chaotic melee. While Universe 7 observed the participants from Universe 11, the other universes also began taking the stage one after another. Eventually, all 8 universes were present. Universe 6. Universe 7. Universe 9. Universe 4. Universe 2. Universe 3. Universe 10. Universe 11. As promised, only these 8 universes, which had been marked for elimination, were participating in this redemption match. The winners would earn a chance at survival, while the losers would be erased according to the original timeline. As the 8 universes assembled, the Grand Priest stepped forward. Now that everyone is here, the tournament shall begin. All non-participants, please move to the spectator stands. Before leaving the arena, Beerus reminded his team, no matter what, you must give it your all. This is not just about your own survival but also the fate of our universe. If you lose, our universe will be erased. This is no game. After giving his instructions, Beerus and Whis returned to the stands. The other gods of destruction and their attendants did the same. With all non-participants now on the viewing platforms, only the 80 contestants remained on the arena. The stage was set. 8 universes, 80 fighters, all ready to battle for survival. Let the Tournament of Power begin. Chapter 257. The Tournament of Power officially begins. With the Grand Priest's command, the Tournament of Power commenced. On the massive arena, 8 factions represented 8 universes. At the sound of the Grand Priest's announcement, all the contestants hesitated momentarily, observing their surroundings. However, Chuan suddenly said, "Let's go. Clearing out some unnecessary weaklings early on will save us a lot of trouble later." "Are we fighting individually?" Carl asked. "It doesn't matter. You can go in pairs if you prefer. After all, there are some strong guys here. However, every universe has its share of weaklings. Taking care of them will suffice for now. If you encounter any formidable opponents, feel free to lead them to me." Chuan had no intention of taking the initiative to fight but rather aimed to observe the powerhouses of each universe. Once he had a general understanding of everyone's strength, he could proceed more confidently in the matches ahead. As for eliminating the weaklings, that task could be left to others. After all, the 7th universe boasted a roster of formidable fighters. Whether it was the Saiyans or members of Frisia's army, even within other universes, their combat power exceeded billions. Among the stars, they were undoubtedly some of the strongest. With such an all-star lineup, unless faced with the most terrifying individuals, they wouldn't be easily eliminated. But just now, Lord Beerus did ask us to work as a team, whispered Audiobook timidly. His demeanor clearly resembled that of someone accustomed to being ignored. After all, he didn't dare speak too loudly here. Surrounded by powerful individuals, even the weakest among them could crush him like an insect. Without the training in the realm of the gods, he might have believed that everyone here, except for Frisia, was unremarkable. But because of that training, he fully understood the terrifying combat prowess of the fighters around him. Their strength was monstrous, far beyond comprehension. He truly didn't dare to raise his voice. Hearing Audiobook's words, the others remained silent. The Saiyans and Son Goku turned their gazes toward Chuan, while Cooler and Bojack stood by Frisia's side. Teamwork holds no meaning for us. Especially now. This is the perfect opportunity for you all to get familiar with combat and seek out interesting opponents. Treat this as a form of training. Fighting is the best way to grow stronger. Of course, avoid provoking the 11th universe. There are 2 particularly terrifying individuals there, with incredibly strong powers. Chuan's words left everyone in shock. Who didn't know how powerful he was? Yet, even he described some as incredibly strong. What kind of monsters could earn such a description? He even warned them not to provoke them. Goodness! The Saiyans present immediately re-evaluated their own strengths. Originally, they thought their abilities, while not the very best, would allow them to stand out in this melee. But now, a single misstep might lead to their downfall. It seems this battle has hidden depths. Let's be cautious. Boss warned us about the 11th universe. We should steer clear of them, the other universes shouldn't pose much trouble. The Saiyans muttered among themselves. Audiobook shrank back even more. If the battle-hardened Saiyans wouldn't touch the 11th universe, then he certainly wouldn't dare. Better to find some weaklings to eliminate and avoid drawing attention to himself. Frisia, however, snorted coldly. Strong. Stronger than the Emperor of the Universe? Chuan turned his gaze to Frisia, his eyes cold and emotionless. Frisia, I hope you refrain from unnecessary actions. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. With that, Chuan ignored Frisia's furious expression and strode off in another direction. Frisia, watching Chuan's back, slammed his tail into the ground, leaving a massive crater. These damn Saiyans. He then led Cooler and Bojack toward another part of the arena. The remaining fighters exchanged glances before also moving toward other universes' territories. By now, most contestants had adjusted their mindsets after observing the initial skirmishes. The real melee was about to begin. Everyone sought their opponents, aiming to eliminate as many as possible. The more opponents eliminated, the higher the chance of victory. Particularly weaker participants, many felt they had no right to stand on this stage. This was a shared sentiment among the fighters. Frisia, Cooler, and Bojack headed to the 10th universe's area, targeting their weaker contestants for elimination. When they arrived, the 10th universe fighters launched an attack. However, their strength was pitifully weak. Before they could even reach Frisia's group, Bojack had kicked one of them off the stage. The first to be eliminated was a red-skinned contestant. Once a contestant was eliminated, they were immediately sent to their universe's spectator stand. The god of destruction of the 10th universe was stunned. One of their fighters was the first to be eliminated. Was this some kind of joke? On the arena, the elimination of one contestant enraged another, a stocky fighter who charged furiously at Bojack. But this one was also weak. Before reaching Bojack, he found himself struck from behind, eliminated in an instant with a single kick. 2 eliminations in mere moments. Too weak. These are the so-called powerhouses from other universes. They wouldn't even count as minor players in the 7th universe. Even the weakest among us would be stronger than these guys. Bojack was clearly dissatisfied. After all, the 7th universe boasted countless strong fighters. Even Bojack and Cooler, while considered fairly strong, were not top tier. Yet the ones he had just eliminated couldn't even be ranked among the weaklings of the 7th universe. Such participants were considered strong in their own universes. If that was the case, how pathetic must their universe be? Initially, Bojack and his group had been somewhat nervous, anticipating the challenge of fighting other universes. The thought alone had been thrilling and nerve-wracking. But these were their opponents. The tension they'd felt melted away completely. Chapter 258. Cooler and Frisia observed Bojack's actions attentively. While Frisia remained calm throughout, displaying an unshaken demeanor, Cooler also let out a sigh of relief. It seems not everyone here is that strong. Some are just trash. If this is the standard of this universe, its strength shouldn't be too impressive, Cooler thought, quickly regaining his confidence. After all, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. The speed at which Frisia and others improved their strength was astonishing, making Cooler feel left in the dust, as if a colossal wave threatened to crush him. Now, encountering weaklings like these was the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations. In a flash, Cooler appeared beside a small green bird. The creature was startled and hurriedly flew up upon noticing Cooler's sudden arrival. Ha ha ha, though the rules of the Tournament of Power forbid flying, beings with wings can freely soar. But you can't fly, can you? The green bird mocked arrogantly as it flew into the air. Cooler, however, folded his arms and stared at the bird emotionlessly. The next second, he leaped high into the air, darted behind the green bird, and swung his tail fiercely, striking the creature. The green bird was sent flying out of the arena. Another contestant from Universe 10 was eliminated. On the spectator seats, Universe 10's god of destruction, Rumshi, was furious. Having 3 contestants eliminated consecutively not only made him feel the danger but also greatly humiliated him. Damn it! Why are the fighters from Universe 7 so strong? Practically a one-hit elimination. Where on earth did Beerus find so many powerful warriors? Experts could immediately discern the disparity upon witnessing the fights. Rumshi was enraged. Even though the tournament was a chaotic elimination battle, losing so many contestants in such a short time made him incredibly anxious. Adding to his frustration was the undeniable strength of Universe 7's fighters. Meanwhile, Beerus sat comfortably on Universe 7's seats, appearing completely at ease. After all, the 10 fighters he had chosen were exceptionally strong. Even the weakest, Alapod, was an impressive warrior. In the elimination stage, unless they encountered someone exceptionally strong, they could easily breeze through. It seems we stand a good chance of advancing, Whis remarked with a smile as he watched the battle unfold on the stage. Of course. After a rigorous selection process, we chose the 10 strongest fighters, all of whom were trained by us. If they didn't perform well, it would have been a waste of our efforts, Beerus replied smugly. Knowing his team was powerful gave him peace of mind, unlike the other gods of destruction, who were visibly tense. Beerus had anticipated such situations and specifically gathered the strongest fighters for intensive training in the realm of destruction. The other universes might not have gone to such lengths, showcasing Beerus's foresight. While Frisia and others targeted Universe 10, Carl found himself surrounded by fighters from Universe 2. The fighters of Universe 2 predominantly took on monstrous forms after encircling Carl. One of them, Pran, launched the first attack. Pran, a towering giant with a brown body radiating power, charged in. However, Carl didn't even exert his full strength. With a single kick, he sent Pran flying out of the arena. Another fighter, Jimith, met the same fate, dealt with in just a few moves. Carl sighed inwardly. These guys are way too weak, he muttered. I originally thought that taking on an entire universe alone might be challenging. But if things get out of hand, I could always lead the enemies to the boss. Is this really the best Universe 2 has to offer? Carl was speechless. The power of these fighters wouldn't even count as decent within Universe 7. Any random weakling from his universe could outperform them. If this represented the peak strength of an entire universe, it made him question reality itself. Still, since he had already stepped in, he didn't hesitate further. Clearing out these small fry first would save trouble later. Elsewhere, beyond Universe 7's team, chaos battles were unfolding among other universes. Cardog from Universe 3 clashed with Nink from Universe 4. Their fight hadn't lasted long when a figure quietly appeared between them. It was Greta. Sorry to interrupt, but with your pitiful strength, who gave you the courage to fight here? Greta said mockingly. If you want to fight, go do it elsewhere. This stage isn't meant for the likes of you. With that, Greta grabbed them both and hurled them out of the arena. The two couldn't even control their bodies as they were thrown like cannonballs. Greta was quite cunning, targeting fighters already engaged in battles. These individuals would naturally expose their strengths and weaknesses, making it easy to determine their capability. On the other hand, those who had yet to act could potentially be wild cards. To avoid unexpected dangers, Greta's strategy was to eliminate fighters already engaged in combat. Chuan, meanwhile, roamed the arena leisurely. He wasn't actively seeking out opponents, as very few could match him on this stage. Even Jiren didn't seem to concern him. As long as no one interfered with him, he wouldn't intervene either. At present, he was focused solely on gathering intelligence. The remaining fighters on the stage were relatively strong. Regardless of who they were. Chuan seemed to be the only one strolling so casually on the battlefield. His calm and composed demeanor naturally caught the attention of others. Both the gods of destruction and angels noticed him. Who is that guy? How can he wander so leisurely in the arena? Isn't he looking for opponents? Moreover, with the chaos everywhere, how can he still be so carefree? The gods of destruction were astonished. Was he confident because of his overwhelming strength, or was he just reckless? Everyone was deeply shocked. The clown god of destruction from Universe 11 stared coldly at Chuan and sneered. That guy's from Universe 7. No wonder he's so infuriating, he fits perfectly with Beerus's universe. However, he's heading straight towards Jiren. Let's see how long he can keep up that active composure once they meet. Chapter 259. Chuan was too unconventional, naturally drawing everyone's attention. Furthermore, knowing that he hailed from the same universe as Beerus only heightened the focus on him. The words of the god of destruction from the first universe further fueled everyone's anticipation. However, elsewhere, Axiana and Castor encountered formidable enemies from the ninth universe. Interestingly, all members of the ninth universe had gathered together rather than dispersing. This demonstrated their cohesion. This is one of the universes that participated in the preliminary rounds. Though not particularly strong, they should not be underestimated. Axiana instantly recognized the three Wolf brothers. In the preliminary rounds, the trio's performance was barely passable, but still fell short in many areas. Yet, in an actual battle, anything could happen. Castor silently nodded. Lazarus, you go and restrain one of them. Once you handle that opponent, come back to assist us. In the meantime, we'll focus on another. The participants of the ninth universe whispered among themselves. Lazarus, a humanoid bat, didn't exude a particularly powerful aura, yet no one could afford to underestimate him. In an instant, Lazarus appeared behind Castor, aiming to entangle him with his abilities. Simultaneously, the rest of the warriors surrounded Axiana, clearly planning a coordinated attack. This is despicable. All of them are ganging up on just two people. From the spectator stand, Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction, disapproving of their numerical advantage tactic. However, the god of destruction from the ninth universe was indifferent. This was already a melee battle, the outcome was all that mattered. A win for their universe was the ultimate goal. The other gods of destruction and angels also paid close attention. Beerus had been too high profile, naturally drawing scrutiny. Everyone wanted to see what kind of warriors he had chosen. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Lazarus managed to entangle Castor with his abilities. Originally, it seemed like a guaranteed victory. However, before he could even react, a burst of brilliant light flashed. Castor had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even though he felt his opponents weren't particularly strong, Castor didn't take any chances in this situation, opting to immediately transform into a Super Saiyan. A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantly. Before Lazarus could react, he was sent flying and fell off the stage. What? How is this possible? How could he be defeated in an instant? What was that? The god of destruction from the ninth universe couldn't believe it. Lazarus wasn't their strongest, but he certainly shouldn't have been eliminated so effortlessly. And by an unknown fighter no less. Beerus chuckled. You wouldn't understand, would you? This is the most powerful race in the seventh universe, known as the warrior race. They live for battle. Whenever there's a fight, they become extremely excited and grow stronger with each battle. Transformation is one of their abilities, allowing their combat power to surpass its original limits. Beerus didn't mind revealing this information. As the battles continued, more details were bound to come to light. Besides, even if he shared this now, there was no way for the information to reach the competitors. So, it didn't matter. When Beerus finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. A warrior race? Living for battle? Growing stronger the more they fight? Transforming to achieve greater combat power? Each revelation made everyone uneasy. Has it begun? Axiana noticed Castor taking action. She had initially considered conserving some strength, as the other competitors on the stage were also formidable. But given the strength of their opponents, it was better to go all out. In the next second, Axiana transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. A terrifying golden aura spread out, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Even on the stage, the energy instantly filled the area. Distant spectators turned their heads in shock. Whose energy is this? It's so strong. After transforming, Axiana instantly appeared before one of the 9th Universe's members. With a single punch, she struck him in the stomach. Her opponent, a large blue figure, looked imposing but was as fragile as paper before Axiana. He was immediately incapacitated. Then, with a single kick, she sent the large figure flying off the stage. This scene left the 9th Universe's members in disbelief. What just happened? How could these two from the 7th Universe be this powerful? It was only 2 of them, yet they were wiping out everyone. This was outrageous. The 3 Wolf brothers were equally stunned. Though they had participated in the preliminary rounds, they never expected their opponents to be this terrifying. Despite their shock, Axiana and Castor showed no signs of stopping. Both transformed into Super Saiyans, their combat power overwhelming. They swiftly eliminated one participant after another. The pace was so fast that even the gods of destruction and angels in the spectator stands couldn't react. In no time, only 3 participants from the 9th Universe remained, the 3 Wolf brothers. What do we do? These guys are incredibly strong. There's no way we can handle them. They're taking everyone out in an instant. The trio panicked. With all the pressure now on their shoulders, they realized that if they too were eliminated, the 9th Universe would face erasure. But Axiana and Castor steadily approached, forcing them to the edge of the stage with nowhere to retreat. Will you jump off yourselves, or should we send you down? You've gone too far. We may die, but we will not surrender. The Red Wolf leapt forward, launching an attack on Castor. This marked the start of the final battle. As members of the Saiyan warrior race, the duo moved swiftly, giving no breathing room. With a few flashes, they reached their opponents and delivered powerful kicks. Finally, the last remaining Grey Wolf was eliminated as both delivered a decisive joint attack. Thus, the 9th Universe was entirely wiped out. Chapter 260. The 9th Universe, has been completely eliminated. In the audience stands, everyone saw it clearly. All 10 participants from the 9th Universe had been eliminated, not a single one remained on the stage. Did this mean the 9th Universe was about to be erased? The spectators held their breath. This was the real climax of the event. Why else would everyone fight so desperately to win the Tournament of Power? Wasn't it all for the survival of their own universe? At this moment, the God of Destruction and Supreme Kai of the 9th Universe also felt as though they were suffocating. The other gods of destruction and Supreme Kais were similarly overwhelmed with an oppressive feeling of impending doom. At that moment, the Grand Priest stepped forward. Since all participants from the 9th Universe have been eliminated, it will now be erased. The Grand Priest's voice echoed through every corner. Not only the audience stands, but even the fighters on the stage heard it clearly. All the contestants instinctively stopped their actions, freezing in place. Is this for real? It's only been 5 minutes since the start, and one universe has already been completely eliminated. Does this mean that universe will be entirely erased? The fighters on the stage felt an unprecedented level of pressure. Even though they had known beforehand that losing would result in the destruction of their entire universe, they had clung to a sliver of hope in their hearts. But now, hearing the Grand Priest's declaration, everyone felt suffocated. As the Grand Priest's words ended, Zeno raised his hand above his head. Very well, let's erase the 9th Universe. With a clench of Zeno's fist, everyone in the 9th Universe was gone in an instant. On the stage, be it the God of Destruction, the Supreme Kai, or the contestants, all had vanished. Except for the angels. It wasn't just on the stage. The entire 9th Universe disappeared in an instant, erased completely. The angel of the ninth universe sighed deeply, her face filled with helplessness. Although angels would not be erased in this event, the ninth universe had been utterly obliterated. Witnessing the disappearance of the ninth universe with their own eyes, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Both contestants and gods of destruction alike felt an enormous weight pressing on their hearts. This was real, it was a matter of life and death. One failure, and it would be their universe next. While everyone was still in shock, the Grand Priest hovered above with his hands clasped behind his back. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Now, I request all participants to be mindful of the passing time. Please continue the tournament." The Grand Priest's words signaled that the tournament of power must go on. This stark reality eradicated any trace of complacency among those present. After all, the ninth universe had disappeared right before their eyes. This unimaginable event had dealt a heavy blow to everyone. Even the gods of destruction. At this moment, they truly panicked. Beerus shouted, "Absolutely, absolutely no losing. If you lose, I'll destroy all of you myself." The expressions on the faces of the seventh universe's participants turned extremely grim. Even those confident in their strength couldn't rule out the possibility of an unexpected defeat. Fortunately, none of them had been eliminated yet. The seventh universe remained at full strength on the stage. On the other side, the four universes exempt from participating in the tournament also displayed expressions of disbelief and, faintly, relief. To think, an entire universe could be wiped out so easily. This is terrifying. We're lucky our universes didn't have to participate, it's like dodging a bullet. Watching the battles on the stage, these four universes' gods of destruction didn't think they would necessarily win if they had been involved. It was too dangerous. And far too unpredictable. The ninth universe wasn't even considered weak, yet it had been eliminated so quickly, only 5 minutes into the match. Their total erasure left a profound impact. That was an entire vast universe. To be erased so decisively, it was incomprehensible to think about. The god of destruction from the fifth universe glanced at the audience. How many warriors from other universes are still on the stage? It seems every universe has lost a few contestants. No, wait. The seventh universe hasn't lost a single contestant. At this moment, they realized something. While other universes had suffered eliminations to varying degrees, the seventh universe remained completely intact. They were still at full strength. These four gods of destruction couldn't help but glance at Beerus. It seems the 10th universe also hasn't lost anyone. Hiss. This revelation made them gasp again. In such chaotic circumstances, having no eliminations was extraordinary. How strong must they be? 2 universes, and not a single elimination among their participants. That was incredible. Unbelievable. The 7th universe and the 11th universe both haven't lost anyone. Jiren is in the 11th universe, right? With this statement, the other gods of destruction began to understand. After all, Jiren was a monster of unimaginable strength. His power rivaled that of a god of destruction. If not for his disinterest in becoming one, he would have already assumed that position. His strength was unfathomable. It seems the championship will come down to the 7th universe and the 11th universe. But the 11th universe likely has a higher chance of winning. The gods of destruction speculated, but none could say for sure. After all, the chaotic battles made it hard to determine who had the upper hand. Based on what they knew, Jiren seemed the strongest. If no one could defeat him, the championship was as good as decided. The four gods of destruction watched with bated breath. On the stage, everyone felt an unparalleled level of pressure. None of them wanted to be eliminated, nor did they want to be erased. After witnessing the 9th universe's tragic fate, no one wanted to share the same end. Chuan slowly walked toward the area where the 11th universe's fighters were gathered. At this moment, the powerful warriors of the 11th universe were unleashing devastating attacks, relentlessly targeting their opponents. Tokpo and Jiren were no exceptions. Chuan's appearance caused the battlefield to fall silent for several seconds. After all, her demeanor was far too peculiar. She strolled leisurely amidst the chaos. How confident and arrogant must one be to act like this? The fighters of the 11th universe paused their actions, turning to look at Chuan. Chapter 261. So arrogant. To dare stroll casually on the stage, does he think his strength is already unparalleled? In Universe 11, a rabbit wearing the same uniform as Tokpo spoke coldly, scanning Chuan up and down with a piercing gaze. Apart from Jiren, no one else dared to be so brazen. The rest of Universe 11's members were similarly shocked. However, Tokpo remarked, "Don't underestimate him. His power is incredibly strong, he is the strongest fighter in Universe 7. Oh. This statement immediately stirred excitement among the others. The strongest in an entire universe. In that case, let me test him out. The rabbit's face lit up with enthusiasm. Without waiting for anyone else to make a move, he rushed toward Chuan with incredible speed. However, faced with the rabbit's oncoming attack, Chuan remained indifferent. With a few subtle shifts, he effortlessly dodged every strike, exuding an air of utter ease. Not bad. I thought you were all talk, but it seems you do have some skill. Surprised that his attacks were so easily evaded, the rabbit felt astonished. Even though he knew Chuan was Universe 7's strongest fighter, the strongest individuals from other universes weren't necessarily all that powerful. In the end, it all boiled down to strength. Yet at this moment, Tokpo interjected from the side, "Don't let your guard down. He isn't even in his strongest form yet. He has a transformation." A transformation? The rabbit was stunned. He actually has a transformation. Even though the earlier attacks had only been probing strikes, the fact that Chuan evaded them with such ease demonstrated his impressive strength. And this wasn't even his full power. Shocked, the rabbit also felt slightly annoyed. Chuan's attitude toward him was overly dismissive. That relaxed demeanor gave him the distinct impression that he was being looked down upon. To make matters worse, Chuan hadn't even deemed it necessary to go all out against him. Wasn't that outright contempt? "Hey, kid. Show me your full strength, or I'll eliminate you right here and now." The rabbit's face darkened as he spoke. Chuan glanced at him. "You're too weak to warrant my full power. However, whether you can eliminate me is one thing, you'll be lucky if you aren't eliminated yourself." These words instantly enraged the rabbit. His speed surged as he darted around the arena. To the untrained eye, it was nearly impossible to spot his movements. Moving at extreme speed, the rabbit weaved around Chuan, almost as if to mock him. However, he didn't attack. "Ha ha ha. Weak as you are, you dare boast about eliminating me? Go ahead, catch me if you can. You can't even keep up with my speed, yet you think you can eliminate me?" In the spectator seats, many fighters from various universes watched intently. Both Chuan and Universe 11 were the highlights of this tournament of power, drawing everyone's attention. Especially now, as they clashed head-on. It was impossible not to notice them. Although Chuan hadn't transformed, his base form retained the power of a Super Saiyan 5 thanks to his rigorous training. His strength was evident. These achievements were the result of relentless practice. Regarding the rabbit's provocation, Chuan glanced around briefly before vanishing. Each time, he accurately closed in on the rabbit, maintaining a 1-meter distance. No matter where the rabbit reappeared, Chuan would always be nearby. This scene left Universe 11's fighters utterly shocked. They were well aware of the rabbit's incredible speed. Yet, the rabbit had been surpassed in his own area of expertise. Not only that, but Chuan could precisely track his movements. It was as though the rabbit was being toyed with in the very domain he prided himself on. "Is this your so-called strength? A bit weak." Chuan's calm voice rang out as he delivered a powerful punch. The rabbit, unable to react in time, was struck down instantly. Suddenly, a figure charged in. It was Tokpo. Although the rabbit wasn't particularly strong, he was still a key player in Universe 11 and couldn't be eliminated so easily. Tokpo's intervention successfully blocked Chuan. Chuan had intended to finish the rabbit off since they were already fighting. He wouldn't have shown any mercy. However, Tokpo's appearance disrupted his plans. "Another one, huh?" Chuan grew slightly more serious. He knew Tokpo's strength was formidable. As a candidate for God of Destruction, Tokpo had already mastered the power of destruction. Any carelessness could lead to a devastating loss, even for Chuan. Boom! Tokpo launched a heavy punch. Chuan swiftly raised both hands to block. He didn't retreat even a step. In the next instant, he kicked upward, forcing Tokpo back and creating some distance between them. Immediately after, Chuan charged forward. His speed was incredible. In no time, the two fighters were locked in a brutal, blow-for-blow battle, their attacks causing widespread destruction. The rabbit, barely escaping the clash, was left wide-eyed in shock. He hadn't expected the fighter from Universe 7 to be so powerful. He's fighting Tokpo to a standstill. This guy is unbelievably strong. No wonder he's so confident. Only now did they realize why Chuan had been so composed. Judging by the power he displayed, it was terrifyingly immense. Moreover, as Tokpo had mentioned earlier, Chuan could still transform. Once transformed, his strength would increase exponentially. Just how powerful could he become? It was beyond imagination. Elsewhere, Jiren had initially observed Chuan briefly. But after seeing Tokpo step in, he decided not to intervene. As the strongest in Universe 11, Jiren felt that Tokpo could handle the situation without any mishaps. Jiren shifted his focus back to eliminating weaker opponents. If not dealt with now, they could become a nuisance in the later stages of the tournament. Even on the chaotic stage, many fighters continued to watch the battle unfold. After all, when the strongest clashed, it was a spectacle that no one wanted to miss. Chapter 262. Tokpo's attacks were ferocious, each punch heavier than the last. His barrage resembled a machine gun, firing off countless punches in mere seconds. For a moment, Chuan could only defend passively. However, though Tokpo's attacks appeared fierce, their actual damage was not as devastating as expected. After enduring the initial onslaught, Chuan spotted a flaw in his opponent's technique and decisively landed a heavy punch on Tokpo's face. Boom! Tokpo was sent flying on the spot. Chuan leaped into the air, gathering a surge of purple energy. Without hesitation, he unleashed it. The terrifying attack lit up the arena. Rumble! A massive crater appeared on the arena floor. This was the stage of the Tournament of Power. To create such a crater here was a testament to the sheer power of the attack. A nearby rabbit-like fighter gaped in shock. What kind of destructive power is this? Who is this guy? Why does the 7th universe have such a terrifying fighter? Could this guy be on the same level as Jiren? His astonishment was understandable. Based on Chuan's display, he was undoubtedly extraordinary. Before he could process this fully, the rabbit-like fighter suddenly felt an oppressive weight, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious predator. Mechanically, he turned his head. Somehow, without his noticing, a figure had appeared right beside him. Startled, he immediately tried to flee to another part of the arena. But despite his speed, it was nothing compared to Chuan's. Not only did Chuan's speed surpass his, but wherever the rabbit-like fighter fled, Chuan was there, effortlessly cornering him. In a few blinks, Chuan reappeared beside the rabbit. As the rabbit scrambled to escape, Chuan unleashed a terrifying energy wave, striking the rabbit and sending him flying out of the arena. The elimination was clean and swift, leaving no chance for the rabbit to be rescued by his teammates. The spectators collectively gasped. No one had expected someone from the 11th universe to be eliminated. This is unbelievable. Someone from the 11th universe has been eliminated. The stands erupted. All the gods of destruction and their attendants instinctively turned their attention to Chuan's battle stage. While other areas of the arena were filled with minor skirmishes, the 11th universe's area was clearly the main event. The 11th universe. Known as the strongest among the universes, home to the formidable gods of destruction, it was not just Jiren who was powerful, most of their fighters were extraordinarily strong. Yet now, someone from the 11th universe had been eliminated. This was utterly unexpected. Not long ago, people had been praising the 11th universe for not losing a single fighter. And now, one of them had been taken out during a fight, caught off guard and eliminated outright. This was a significant blow. Chuan had no intention of fighting honorably in one-on-one duels. His earlier wandering across the arena had been for gathering information, details about other fighters that could be useful. As for himself, he didn't mind. Except for a few specific individuals who warranted some caution, the rest were not worth his attention. Besides, when Chuan made his move, he would never hold back. If he could eliminate someone, he would do so without hesitation. The more fighters he removed now, the easier the subsequent battles would become. Whether he offended others or not. He didn't care at all. Chuan's decisive actions left everyone stunned. The 11th universe fighters were especially shocked. At this moment, Tokpo climbed out of the crater, his expression incredibly grim. During their fight, not only had his opponent overwhelmed him, but his teammate had also been eliminated. This was not just a defeat, it was a humiliation. You've enraged me. Although your strength is impressive, this is as far as you go. I originally thought you had the power to remain in the arena, but now, you can join the spectators. Tokpo roared, and a terrifying purple aura engulfed him. A destruction energy surged and radiated from his body, rising like a storm. This scene drew everyone's attention. In the stands, many spectators couldn't help but stand up. This overwhelming destruction energy. Could it be? Yes, it's the power of destruction. The revelation left everyone in disbelief. Destruction energy was a power only gods of destruction could wield. To master this energy signified the potential to become a god of destruction. Now, someone in the arena had mastered the power of destruction, which was astonishing. Especially for the gods of destruction. While the angels were merely intrigued, given their vast knowledge and experience, they had seen similar occurrences before, albeit rarely. It wasn't shocking enough to faze them. However, for those directly involved, like the eliminated fighter and the gods of destruction and supreme Kais from the affected universes, this development was nothing short of earth-shattering. Someone wielding the power of destruction was a terrifying prospect. How could anyone else compete against such power? It was only now that they realized the gap in strength between fighters was so vast. If they were still in the arena, they wouldn't even dare to approach this individual. Elsewhere in the arena, upon sensing the terrifying rise of destruction energy, all other fighters involuntarily froze. They turned their gazes toward the source of the power. Frisia glanced over, his eyes revealing a trace of surprise. Oh ho ho ho. Interesting, truly fascinating. To think another universe would have such a powerful fighter. This aura is so similar to that Saiyan, Chuan. Apart from him, there's someone else who has mastered the power of destruction. This is going to be a fierce clash. How exciting. Frisia and Frost had formed a tacit understanding within the arena. They were operating as a duo, with Bojack and Cooler as part of their group. However, while Bojack was slightly weaker, Cooler's strength surpassed Frost's. Within this four-man team, Frost often took the lead during confrontations. Currently, they were in the 7th universe's vicinity. Frisia had already cleared out a number of weaker opponents, but his attention was now drawn to the Saiyan from the 11th universe. It seemed he had found a new target. How he despised Saiyans. While he wouldn't dare challenge the Saiyans of the 7th universe, Saiyans from other universes were fair game. Frisia was more than ready to take them on. Chapter 263. Damn Saiyans. Frisia led a group of 4 as they gradually arrived in Universe 6, surrounding the Saiyans step by step. Oh ho ho ho. Saiyans. Caulifla, Kaba, and the others looked serious. Although no one had made a move yet, the terrifying aura emanating from Frisia and his group made it impossible to ignore the danger. Are these, Universe 7's contestants? But even though we've fought against Universe 7 before, we've at least gotten to know each other. They wouldn't go so far as to hunt us down, would they? Kaba asked while glaring at Frisia. Frisia placed his hands on his hips, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it's instinct, but whenever I see Saiyans, an uncontrollable rage wells up inside me. Even though I have no grudges against the Saiyans of your universe, just seeing you strutting around irritates me. Hearing this, the Saiyans of Universe 6 understood that a battle was inevitable. Caulifla adjusted her stance, clenching her fists tightly. In that case, let me show you what I've got. Frisia raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. In the next moment, Caulifla let out a furious roar. Her originally black hair instantly turned golden, and an intense, terrifying aura surrounded her. When Frisia saw Caulifla transform into a Super Saiyan, he laughed. Oh, I see. So you've turned into a Super Saiyan. As expected of the Saiyan warrior race. Even in your universe, you can still transform into Super Saiyans. But, unfortunately, at this stage, such a thing doesn't scare me anymore. A mere Super Saiyan was nothing in front of Frisia. Let alone his current strength, even in the past, he could easily crush such a form. Besides, he didn't even need to make a move himself. Any one of his companions beside him could easily handle it. However, Caulifla wasn't discouraged. From the beginning, she had been paying close attention to other Saiyans in the arena, so she naturally knew that in Universe 7, the Saiyan transformation was an exceptionally powerful ability. Heh heh heh, Caulifla chuckled. It's true, your guys over there have been transforming non-stop, but don't lump me in with them. With that, Caulifla charged forward. She rushed straight at Frisia. Her courage was undeniable. However, although Caulifla was fast, as she was about to reach Frisia, he suddenly lifted a massive stone slab, blocking her path. Boom! Caulifla didn't stop, she broke straight through the stone slab, heading directly for Frisia. This caught Frisia off guard, and she landed a punch squarely on his face. Frisia staggered back a step, then hurled a large stone slab at Caulifla, striking her and halting her movement. But Frisia didn't stop there. Raising both hands above his head, he gathered numerous rocks and hurled them forward in a barrage. Rumble! The rocks smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Frisia was immensely pleased. A Super Saiyan? How pathetic. This is nothing more than a building block game for me. However, before he could relish his victory, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Caulifla. Although the others noticed her, it was too late to warn Frisia. Caulifla fired an energy wave at Frisia's back. Don't get cocky. Let me play with you some more. The energy wave struck Frisia directly, blasting him into the distance. Red energy flickered on the stage as Frisia, who had taken the full force of the energy wave, slowly got back on his feet. His appearance was now disheveled, and a massive trail was carved into the ground. As Frisia stood up, his expression became more severe and determined. It seems, you really are different from other Saiyans. You're much stronger than the Saiyans I fought in the past. Once Frisia stood, it was clear he was ready to get serious. The others instinctively stepped back, especially Cooler and the others, who now felt an overwhelming pressure. Even in the stands, Beerus and the others were exhilarated. Although Frisia had joined Universe 7's team, he was still the Emperor of the Universe. It was rare for him to act obediently, let alone avoid scheming in the background. Now, Frisia seemed genuinely angered, and the upcoming fight promised to be entertaining. It looks like things are about to get interesting. Too bad, Kampa might lose a fighter. On the other side, Kampa protested indignantly. Damn it, what are you saying? Caulifla isn't weak. The fight hasn't even started yet. How can you be sure she'll lose? You don't understand. When you realize Frisia's true strength, you'll understand just how difficult he is to deal with. He's the second strongest under my command. Kampa. Hearing Beerus's words, Kampa was dumbfounded. He didn't think Caulifla would be easily defeated, but upon hearing Beerus's statement, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Second strongest. Seriously? That's like dropping a trump card out of nowhere. The Saiyans had already given Kampa a fresh perspective before, but now, learning from Beerus that those Saiyans weren't even the strongest. And that this opponent Caulifla was facing was the second strongest. How could this even be a fight? Kampa was instantly worried. After all, his roster of trump cards was limited, and Caulifla was one of his strongest players. If she were eliminated, their team's defeat would be imminent. On the stage. As Frisia spoke, the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous smile. This smile, however, exuded menace. Not bad, not bad. You really are stronger than the other Saiyans. In that case, let me show you my full power. Hearing this, everyone from Universe 6 froze in shock. Full power? Could it be that he, too, could transform? That he hadn't been fighting at full strength? Chapter 264. Frisia spread his arms wide, his entire body exerting force. With a loud roar, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted around him. In an instant, golden flames surrounded him, and his body began to change. His original white and purple form transformed into gold and purple. Golden Frisia has arrived. At this moment, not only did he exude an overwhelming sense of oppression, but his smile also became even more confident. Golden Frisia. That's my chosen name. After transforming into Golden Frisia, almost instantly, nearly everyone turned their attention to him. After all, that horrifying aura was impossible to ignore. The Saiyans of Universe 6 were facing off against Cooler and his forces, ready to engage at any moment. Meanwhile, some weaker opportunists were hoping to take advantage of the chaos, causing sporadic skirmishes. But with the appearance of Golden Frisia, everyone unanimously halted their actions. Even though they were deeply shocked, none dared to act recklessly. Instead, they silently supported Caulifla. Golden Frisia charged forward, throwing a punch directly at Caulifla. Now transformed, Golden Frisia's power was unmatched. He was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Super Saiyan, and his punch immediately shattered the ground. Caulifla was startled. What? What kind of destructive power is this? The speed was astonishing, and the destructive force was incredible. A single hit could rob her of her ability to fight. Caulifla leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Frisia's attack. However, panic started to creep into her heart. Yet, Caulifla's speed was no match for Frisia's pursuit. She was struck several times in quick succession and was eventually slammed into the ground. Frisia was thoroughly enjoying himself. The feeling of beating up Saiyans, it's simply addictive. Frisia was savoring the moment. It was important to remember that in Universe 7, Frisia had been humiliated countless times. Chuan had shown him the vast gap in their power, and even recently, in the realm of the gods, he had experienced utter despair. All that pent-up frustration erupted in this moment. For the first time in a long while, Frisia felt liberated. Meanwhile, Caulifla had no chance to fight back. She was completely overwhelmed. Caulifla's dire situation did not escape the notice of others, especially Kale from Universe 6. She broke free from her opponent, ignoring Bojack and his crew's menacing stares, and charged straight toward Caulifla. Kale wanted to rescue Caulifla. But before she could reach her, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. "Your opponent is me." It was Cooler. Though Cooler's power wasn't on the same level as Frisia's, he wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt Frisia's battle. Otherwise, they would all face severe consequences later. Cooler hadn't even transformed into his strongest form yet. But even in his current state, he was more than capable of handling most opponents. Against a mere Saiyan, Cooler was completely in control. Kale's expression grew grim as she stared at the opponent before her. "Get out of my way, don't you dare interfere. This isn't up to you. Don't disrupt their fight. Your opponent is me." Cooler suddenly transformed, adopting his silver form. His body became surrounded by white flames, as if coated in silver. His aura surged exponentially. Cooler charged forward, engaging Kale in battle. Elsewhere, Caulifla managed to barely escape Frisia. But by now, Caulifla had expended a great deal of energy. Though she was strong, compared to Golden Frisia, she was completely outmatched. Caulifla glared at Golden Frisia, her expression twisted in anger. "Don't underestimate me. Don't look down on Lady Caulifla, Universe Success #1 warrior," she shouted, gasping for breath. Her declaration made Frisia chuckle. "#1 warrior? Ha! If you're #1, then Universe 6 is doomed." Frisia's mocking words enraged Caulifla, who immediately attacked him in fury. "I'll make you regret what you said." Although her anger boosted her combat power slightly, she was still no match for Frisia. However, every time Frisia attempted to land a decisive blow, an invisible force would interfere, causing him to miss. "What's going on? Who's meddling in my fight? If I catch you, I'll crush every bone in your body." At this critical moment, someone was disrupting his rhythm. Frisia was furious. And in his rage, he took several heavy blows from Caulifla. Even so, Frisia endured the attacks. Even against the relentless energy waves, he simply crossed his arms and endured them with ease. Then, with a push of his hands, he dispersed the terrifying energy. Golden Frisia grabbed Caulifla's arm, preparing to throw her out of the ring. As much as he enjoyed humiliating Saiyans, this was still a tournament stage, and carelessness could lead to unexpected defeat. "You're too weak. Even as a Super Saiyan, your power is laughable. So much for being the #1 warrior. You're just a joke. You'd better stay on the sidelines where you belong." Just as he was about to toss Caulifla out, another attack suddenly came his way. This time, Frisia had been cautious and noticed it in time. Blocking the attack, Frisia finally saw who was behind it. It was another fighter from Universe 6. This enraged him further. What is Cooler even doing? How could he let someone else onto my battlefield? This is an insult. But when he turned his head, he saw that Cooler and his allies were indeed engaged in combat, held up by Kaba. Chapter 265. A bunch of trash. Frisia sneered disdainfully as he flung Caulifla and Kale away. The two quickly stabilized themselves mid-air. Caulifla looked at Kale and scolded, "Why did you get involved?" Sorry." Kale stammered apologetically. Meanwhile, Kaba shook off a few attacks and regrouped with Caulifla and Kale. Cooler and his group awkwardly approached Frisia. Despite their initial advantage of 3 against 2, one of the Saiyans had suddenly vanished, even disrupting Frisia's movements. They couldn't explain this at all. Frisia, however, didn't bother to dwell on it. A Saiyan was a Saiyan, whether it was one or two, they were all going to be beaten. Zap. 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 Frisia walked slowly toward the gathered Scions from Universe 6, tilting his head as he addressed Caulifla. To be honest, compared to you, her attacks were far more effective. In other words, this Scion here is probably stronger than you. Frisia's words instantly shocked everyone. Kale is stronger? Why hadn't they noticed this before? How could they have spent so much time together without realizing that Kale had been hiding such immense power? Caulifla and Kaba stared at her in astonishment. Kale, flustered, quickly waved her hands, and no, that's impossible. I don't have such power. Earlier, it was just a fluke. Frisia didn't care about Kale's denial. To him, all Scions were just punching bags for venting his frustration. It doesn't matter. Strong or weak, none of you can compare to me. So, which one of you is going to fight me? Or will all of you come at me together? Frisia smirked maliciously, his overwhelming presence suffocating the Scions. As for Cooler's group, they remained silent, not daring to say a word. Having already botched things earlier, they wouldn't risk angering Frisia by meddling again. Though injured, Caulifla's fighting spirit burned brightly. She refused to back down. Don't underestimate me. I'll fight you one-on-one. With that, she charged toward Frisia. The two clashed once more. Though the battle seemed intense, it was clear that Frisia had the upper hand. From the sidelines, Kaba and Kale, as spectators, could see everything clearly. This is bad. Caulifla's losing ground. What should we do? If we step in, she'll definitely be furious. The two hesitated, their eyes darting between the ongoing fight and their surroundings. After all, the entire arena was in chaos, with combat breaking out everywhere. A one-on-one battle was a rarity in this situation, but there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't suddenly interfere. Caulifla, on the defensive, struggled to approach Frisia. She was relentlessly pursued by his red energy blasts, unable to escape, let alone close the distance. Watching Caulifla's perilous state, Kale clenched her fists, her face filled with worry. Kaba glanced at Caulifla, then at Kale. Kale, are you hiding your power? Hearing Kaba's question, Kale hesitated before responding softly, I follow my sister with unwavering loyalty. Her position must remain unshaken, so. Kale slowly revealed the reason for suppressing her strength. But now that Kaba understood she truly had been holding back, his frustration boiled over. Kale. This isn't the time for that. This is a life-and-death battle. If we don't give it everything we've got, none of us will have a future. Kaba transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Frisia, knowing full well he was no match. But he couldn't stand by and watch Caulifla be toyed with. They couldn't afford to lose. Having witnessed the fate of their eliminated comrades, they understood that if they all fell, their universe would be erased. However, Cooler intercepted Kaba before he could reach Frisia. Your opponent is me. Don't even think about interrupting their fight. The two clashed, but this time Cooler was done holding back. With Frisia in his golden form, there was no reason for him to continue hiding his strength. As their battle raged, Cooler's power began to rise. His silver form gradually transitioned to a mix of silver and gold. Though he couldn't fully achieve Frisia's golden transformation, his hybrid form was still exceptionally powerful. Cooler quickly gained the upper hand, forcing Kaba into a defensive position. Elsewhere, Frisia mercilessly overwhelmed Caulifla. The disparity in their strength was too vast. Seeing their dire situations, Kale struggled internally. My sister, she'll never lose to anyone. If anyone dares threaten her, I'll destroy them myself. Kale's final words erupted into a roar. Veins bulged on her face, and a terrifying aura exploded from her body. Her hair began to change. In that moment, she transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, Kale's transformation was unlike any other. Surrounded by a green aura, her hair didn't turn golden but instead became emerald green. The terrifying energy she unleashed shocked everyone. Fighters across the arena stopped mid-battle, turning to stare at Kale in disbelief. Is this Kale's hidden power? Kaba muttered, awestruck by the immense strength he could now sense. Kale, Caulifla, momentarily distracted, was similarly stunned. Frisia, recovering from his surprise, scoffed dismissively. Humph. I've already said, I won't be intimidated by a Super Saiyan. But before he could finish, a figure moved at lightning speed and grabbed his head. Before Frisia could react, he was slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Chapter 266. Boom! The collision was extremely intense, leaving everyone stunned. The immensely powerful Kale, after pinning Frisia down, began pummeling him wildly on the ground. The earth cracked open with countless fissures under the sheer destructive force, the tremor spreading far and wide. The ferocity of the scene left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, Golden Frisia had no way to resist. He was completely overpowered and unable to fight back. After a round of savage blows, Kale grabbed Frisia by the tail and swung him around, smashing him back and forth. Each collision felt as if it made everyone's hearts skip a beat. The terrifying destructive force made everyone forget that this was still a tournament arena. In the spectator seats, someone noticed the unfolding battle and remarked in shock. Frisia's combat prowess had already amazed them, but no one could have imagined that he would be so easily overpowered like this. Is that a warrior from Universe 6? Truly incredible. That guy earlier unleashed such terrifying energy, yet he was crushed instantly. As expected, every universe has its share of immensely powerful beings. Kampa, watching Kale's outburst, felt elated. After all, having such a strong individual meant Universe 6 wouldn't be eliminated. He smugly taunted Beerus in the Universe 7 spectator seats. It seems someone from your universe is about to get eliminated. This is just the beginning. The real fight hasn't even started yet. Why so hasty? Don't tell me this is your trump card. I'd love to see them all get eliminated. That would be the end for you. Beerus, despite Golden Frisia's current beating, remained nonchalant. After all, he knew this wasn't Frisia's full strength. Once Frisia was pushed to his limits, there would undoubtedly be a thrilling battle. The real show was just beginning. Beerus fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Back on the arena. After taking a severe beating, Golden Frisia managed to break free from Kale. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he hadn't completely lost his composure. He scrutinized Kale from head to toe. By now, Kale's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her hair had turned green, her entire body was enveloped in a sky-blue aura, and her pupils had turned white. Her oppressive presence was overwhelming. Heh! As expected of Saiyans, always full of surprises with their transformations. There are so many variations I can hardly keep track anymore. From the original yellow to all sorts of colors, every transformation seems to bring a brand new state. I wonder, how does your transformation compare to Chuan's? If it were Chuan, Frisia would undoubtedly unleash his full power, and sometimes even retreat. But against other Saiyans, he would never take a step back. His aura began to grow stronger, but he refrained from assuming his purple-gold form. After all, using his ultimate form against an ordinary Saiyan would be beneath him. Just as he was about to make a move, Kale suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, she landed a punch, and the two clashed once more. This time, however, Frisia found himself completely outmatched, unable to retaliate. Most of the time, he was on the defensive, taking hit after hit. Meanwhile, Kale's energy grew stronger and more terrifying with each passing moment. The force of her attacks intensified. Frisia, who was locked in battle with her, felt this change most acutely. Damn it! What's going on with her? Her power keeps increasing, and it's still rising. Could it be that she has some kind of monstrous energy within her? As the one directly facing her, Frisia felt the brunt of it and realized that his golden form alone wasn't enough to contend with her. He had no choice but to transform into his purple-gold form. Kale's transformation had indeed shocked everyone. In the stands, Vedosa's expression changed slightly. This isn't good. It seems this is the first time Miss Kale has unleashed her full power. If she continues to release such overwhelming energy, she might lose control of herself. If that happens, the match won't be able to proceed. As if to confirm Vedosa's words, Kale's energy continued to surge. Her entire body was now radiating green light, and the arena trembled under her immense power. While still in combat, Kale suddenly threw Frisia aside. At this moment, Kale clutched her head and began pounding it furiously. Her power was so overwhelming that she completely lost control. Frisia was momentarily stunned. He had been preparing to unleash his more powerful form, but before he could, Kale's immense energy overwhelmed her. See? What's the use of having immense power if you can't control it? No matter how strong you are, power that isn't under your control isn't truly yours. Frisia understood this all too well. He had once suffered the same fate, his power was so overwhelming that he couldn't control it. He had to seal it away, compressing his strength into several transformations. It wasn't until he learned to master his immense power that he no longer needed such seals or transformations. Kale went from clutching her head in madness to smashing it into the ground. The entire arena was left with a massive crater. But even that didn't stop her. Her immense power spread uncontrollably. Kale let out a deafening roar, and the terrifying energy burst forth, enveloping the entire arena. The weaker fighters on the stage were caught off guard and instantly blown off the platform. But it wasn't over yet. Kale, having completely lost her sanity, began attacking wherever the crowd was densest. Anyone in her path was taken down. In an instant, 2 fighters from Universe 4 were eliminated. Now, Kale was charging toward the formation of Universe 11. Chuan felt the terrifying energy heading his way. Turning to look, he immediately used instant transmission to vanish from the spot. This aura and power, combined with Kale's state, made it clear to him, this was the legendary Super Saiyan. Such individuals were the most troublesome. Not only did they possess immense power, but they grew stronger the longer they fought. The way they became stronger during battle was unlike that of ordinary Saiyans. The power of a legendary Saiyan seemed almost infinite. Aside from being difficult to control, their strength was truly unparalleled. Chapter 267. It's over. On the spectator stands, the god of destruction of the 9th universe slumped powerlessly to the ground. With the elimination of the last 2 contestants, the entire 9th universe was disqualified. As the 2 eliminated contestants returned to the audience seats, the Grand Priest waved his hand, and the 9th universe disappeared completely. This marked the 2nd universe to vanish after the 9th universe. With its elimination, the other gods of destruction became visibly anxious, not wanting to share the same fate. Cries of desperation echoed across the stands. The god of destruction from the 3rd universe yelled at his contestants. Fuse. Hurry up and fuse before it's too late. Not content with mere shouting, he even crawled out of his robotic body, revealing that he was not actually a robot but was merely controlling one from within. On the arena. Papanir of the 3rd universe, hearing his god of destruction's words, prepared to unleash his full power. However, the strength of the 3rd universe primarily relied on technology rather than raw combat power. Facing Kale, who was charging straight at him, Papanir sneered, "Let me show you, primitive creature, what true scientific power looks like." He dared not hesitate, knowing Kale's incredible speed. Kale had stormed through the competition, blasting everyone in her path out of the ring. Papanir fused with 3 of his modified warriors, and amidst a dazzling flash of light, a massive figure appeared in the arena. This was Papanir's fused form. Not only had he grown larger, but his combat strength had also significantly increased. Ha ha ha. You're finished now. In his newly fused state, Papanir felt invincible. He believed his newfound strength would be enough to stop Kale. But before he could revel in his power for long, Kale rushed forward at lightning speed and kicked him out of the arena in one swift motion. He couldn't even put up a fight before being eliminated. The entire 3rd universe's contestants were wiped out without exception. 3rd universe, eliminated. A cold, detached voice echoed across the arena. Everyone who heard the Grand Priest's declaration shuddered involuntarily. In mere minutes, yet another universe had been eliminated. The speed of these eliminations was shocking. After finishing off the 3rd universe, Kale didn't stop. Her next target was the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. However, along the way, weaker universes attempted to block her path. She dealt with them effortlessly. Soon, Kale set her sights on the contestants of the 8th universe. The fighters of the 8th universe were filled with fear and unease. Their opponent was far too strong, leaving destruction in her wake with no chance to resist. Caulifla, watching Kale's performance, showed a mix of surprise and joy. Kale's been hiding her true power all along. Not bad, Kale. I don't know why you kept your strength hidden. Was it out of consideration for me? Ha ha ha. If my subordinate is this strong, of course, I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be? Caulifla's reaction left Kaba momentarily stunned. Kale had kept her power hidden precisely because she cared about Caulifla's feelings, yet Caulifla was not only unbothered but thrilled. Relieved, Kaba joined Caulifla in cheering Kale on. Go, Kale, go. Throw everyone out of the ring, and we'll win. The fighters of the 8th universe were not particularly strong. Many had already been eliminated during the chaotic battles at the start of the tournament. Now, with Kale targeting them, they stood no chance. In no time, Kale effortlessly threw the remaining 8th universe contestants out of the arena. Another universe was eliminated. From the moment Kale began her rampage, she had indiscriminately attacked everyone in her path, swiftly eliminating several universes. These universes didn't even have a chance to resist. The 10th universe's warrior, Obni, was also at his limit. After such prolonged combat, his stamina was nearly depleted. Now facing the overwhelmingly powerful Kale, he knew his fate was sealed. As the last remaining fighter of the 10th universe, Obni understood that his elimination would mean the end of his universe. Lord Gaosu, it has been an honor to represent the 10th universe in this tournament. Had I not learned from your teachings of a broad and open mind, I wouldn't have been able to accept the destruction of my universe so calmly. The spectators were stunned by Obni's words. With a loud cry, Obni charged directly at Kale. But already at his breaking point and facing Kale's overwhelming power, his fate was inevitable. With a single kick, Kale sent him flying out of the arena. The 10th universe was annihilated. 10th universe, eliminated. In such a short time, 4 universes have been erased. This is brutal. Everyone was in disbelief. They realized that the complete elimination of a universe meant its total disappearance, along with all the countless lives it contained. No one dared to imagine the scale of such destruction. After finishing off the 10th universe, Caulifla approached Kale from behind. Just as she was about to speak, Kale instinctively knocked her away. Kale's expression had turned terrifyingly fierce, her face twisted with rage. Her increasing power had completely consumed her rationality. Caulifla was left momentarily stunned. Kale. The 6th universe's fighters froze in shock, unable to believe that Kale had lost all control. She was no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. Caulifla tried to stop Kale, but Kale was already charging toward the rest of the arena, acting like a relentless destroyer. Anyone in her path was treated as an enemy. Seeing this, Chuan understood immediately. Kale's transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan had completely stripped her of self-control, making her akin to a female Broly. Her power was indeed immense, but she was now a ticking time bomb, clearing the arena of weaker contestants at incredible speed. If she stays any longer, she'll probably make it straight to the finals. Chapter 268. The destructive power of the legendary Saiyan was simply overwhelming. What started as a chaotic free-for-all was completely turned around by the arrival of a female version of Broly. Her presence swept through the battlefield like a tidal wave. Chuan felt this saved him a lot of time and energy. This was like using torpedoes to fish in a pond, every blast guaranteed a hit. However, while the small fry have been cleared, the ones coming up next won't be as easy to deal with. Chuan turned his gaze toward the Pride Troopers of Universe 11. With the other weaker fighters eliminated, the Pride Troopers now had time to regroup. Other than Jiren, Toppo's strength was passable, while the rest were significantly weaker but still suitable for honing skills. Of course, that didn't apply to him. At that moment, Kale, who had been rampaging forward, attempted to charge at the Pride Troopers but was abruptly intercepted by a figure. This figure radiated purple energy flames, was entirely covered in a purple-gold aura, and had terrifying purple lightning crackling around it, purple-gold Frisia. Filthy Saiyan. You annoying creature. Fight properly and stop running around like a headless chicken. Your opponent is me. Frisia was deeply frustrated. When he transformed into his golden form earlier, he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even counterattack. The humiliation enraged him. Especially being looked down upon by others, this was something the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, had never experienced before. Now, he had unleashed his purple-gold form. Chuan, take care of the rest of the small fry for me. I'm going to fight this one-on-one. Frisia suddenly addressed Chuan. If anyone could handle this task, it had to be him. Although Frisia loathed admitting it, some truths couldn't be denied. If he couldn't defeat Chuan, he could at least take down this loathsome Saiyan in front of him, right? Chuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't expected the proud Frisia to make such a request, but he didn't refuse. He nodded slightly from a distance. Fine, go all out. No one will interfere in your battle. Good. This is a fight between us. Purple-gold Frisia slowly approached Kale. With every step he took, the violent energy emanating from him grew more terrifying. The power of this form was initially intended to defeat Chuan. However, Chuan's rapid growth and strength had already left Frisia far behind. Beating Mu Chuan was no longer realistic, but against other Saiyans, they were still no match for him. Kale, having lost her rationality, didn't care about any of this. Anything in her path was destined for destruction. The two collided instantly, igniting the battle. Both fighters unleashed devastating force with every blow. Each strike was accompanied by frightening energy blasts, causing cracks to spread across the arena. The edges of the stage crumbled under the destructive shockwaves. The Pride troopers from Universe 11 gathered in the distance, watching the intense battle unfold. They were visibly displeased, they were being completely ignored. These fools think so little of the Pride troopers. It's time to show them how powerful we are. Apart from Jiren, the rest of the Pride troopers began moving toward the fight. But before they could close in, figures from Universe 7 appeared to block their path. With the weaker fighters already eliminated by Kale, the remaining warriors from Universe 7 were now free to act. None of them had been eliminated yet, making them the center of attention. Universe 7 versus Universe 11. Each side picked their opponents, and the fighters of Universe 11 were so strong that the warriors of Universe 7 were forced to unleash their full power. The Saiyans, in particular, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The sight of their long golden hair caught everyone's attention. On the spectator stands, the Xeno Kings were overjoyed. This was the kind of excitement they wanted. Good, good, good. This is fantastic. This is exactly what we want. The battle on the stage reached its peak intensity. Meanwhile, Cooler and Bojack engaged the fighters from Universe 6. Hit demonstrated his incredible strength, going head-to-head with Cooler, while Bojack fought the others in a chaotic melee. With the weaker fighters out of the way, only the strongest remained, making the battlefield even more chaotic yet utterly captivating. Every corner of the arena seemed to be filled with dazzling action. Of course, two figures on the stage had yet to make a move, Mu Chuan and Jiren. Jiren scanned the battlefield, noticing that everyone else was engaged in combat. Realizing he was the only one standing idle, he started walking toward Frieza and Kale, where the most intense energy clashed. If he could eliminate the strongest fighters there, this tournament would effectively be over. However, before he could reach them, Mu Chuan appeared in his path. You shall not pass. Boom. The moment Mu Chuan spoke, Jiren dashed forward, throwing a punch that landed squarely on him. Jiren was as direct as ever, no words, just action. Mu Chuan raised his hands to block, but the sheer force of the punch pushed him far back. Moments earlier, he had briefly fought Tokpo while still in his base form, which was already comparable to a Super Saiyan 5 strength. Transforming hadn't been necessary, until now. Facing Jiren, however, he was immediately forced on the defensive. Fortunately, Mu Chuan's power wasn't weak. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying off the stage. So this is the strongest boss of the Tournament of Power. This power is truly terrifying. If it weren't for my training, I'd be in serious trouble. For the first time, Mu Chuan experienced Jiren's overwhelming strength. After regaining his footing, he began walking forward slowly. With each step, his hair began to change, and a terrifying destructive aura surrounded him. His hair resembled a Super Saiyan 3's but radiated a purple glow. Purple energy flames enveloped him, and purple lightning crackled around his body. Perfect Ultra Instinct. The moment Mu Chuan entered this form, even Jiren paused for a moment. The transformation was so profound that it seemed like an entirely different person stood before him. Let's begin. This is a fight between us. Chapter 269. Mu Chuan's brand new form debuted, and the moment he appeared, everyone on the arena dimmed in comparison. He became the undisputed focal point. The aura of destruction surrounding him was terrifying, with a layer of fierce energy encircling him, interwoven with streaks of purple lightning that flickered intensely. Every step he took caused the ground beneath him to shatter. In the stands, the few remaining gods of destruction exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is the power of destruction. If Tokpo could utilize the power of destruction, it was understandable. After all, he was considered a candidate for a god of destruction, so it wasn't entirely unreasonable for him to grasp some of its concepts. But this. Mu Chuan not only unleashed the power of destruction but also integrated it into himself, wielding it in a way unique to him. How could this not shock everyone? Incredible, truly incredible. A mere mortal not only comprehended the power of destruction but also learned to utilize it. Now, he even applies it in ways tailored to his own nature. This guy is simply a genius. Even the proud god of destruction Quitella couldn't help but marvel. Despite his usual critical nature, he couldn't find any flaws in Chuan. Achieving such a level was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, he was just a mortal. Comparing the two, Quatella felt that even Jiren might be in danger. Although he trusted Jiren's strength, encountering someone as indescribable as Chuan undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Of course, Jiren remained the one Quatella firmly believed in. He's too strong, unbelievably strong. Calling him a god of destruction wouldn't be an exaggeration. Exactly. This guy has completely transcended the realm of mortals. On this arena, it's almost as if he's suppressing everyone else. No one might be able to match him. It's terrifying. The gods of destruction from universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 were utterly stunned and somewhat relieved. If their universes had truly participated in the tournament of power, they would have been eradicated without question. There would have been no chance for negotiation. They were fully aware of the limits of their own universes. Even if they were slightly stronger than average, they were nowhere near the level they were witnessing. At this moment, the power displayed by those still remaining in the arena left their scalps tingling with fear. Especially Chuan, Jiren, and the newly transformed Golden Frieza. Meanwhile, Zeno was so excited that he leaped into the air. Yay! Yay! This is amazing! Just like this. The tournament of power had reached a boiling point, with battles on the arena becoming increasingly intense. The Saiyans, in particular, were a sight to behold. Every time a Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan, the visual impact was dazzling. This was something Zeno found particularly thrilling. It seems Lord Zeno is quite pleased. The Grand Priest observed Zeno's excitement with a rare trace of amusement on his otherwise expressionless face. He then shifted his gaze back to the arena. The Saiyans were indeed impressive. If they managed to emerge victorious, perhaps exceptions could be made to reward them appropriately. Beerus, why does your fighter possess the power of destruction? Kampa suddenly demanded. Although it wasn't entirely impossible for mortals to wield the power of destruction, mastering it to this extent indicated a profound understanding. It seemed unlikely this could be achieved through personal enlightenment alone. Beerus smirked smugly. That's because Chuan is exceptionally talented. Do you know he completely grasped it after seeing me use it just once? After that, he perfected it all on his own. Now that's what I call a genius. And besides, what's so strange about this? Tokpo is a candidate for a god of destruction, and so is Chuan. When I retire, he'll take my place. Beerus spoke proudly, without any hint of concealment. Having such a genius in Universe 7 filled him with immense pride. It also proved his keen eye for talent, choosing such a gifted individual from the vast sea of mortals, someone who not only stood out in his universe but also shone among all universes. This brought him great satisfaction. The other gods of destruction sneered at Beerus's arrogance, but they didn't refute him. No matter how exaggerated his words might be, the truth was evident. A highly gifted mortal, relying solely on his own comprehension, had not only mastered the power of destruction but wielded it to its fullest potential. Moreover, he adapted it to his own characteristics. It was impossible not to admire this. Kampa, however, grumbled unhappily, what luck. On the arena. Chuan's sheer presence was overwhelming, making everyone pause involuntarily, their faces filled with disbelief. Kaba gasped, Is this some kind of Saiyan transformation? Oh my god, this is just too ridiculous. Such immense power, who could possibly withstand this? Even Kale in her berserk state wouldn't be able to. Kaba had never encountered such terrifying power before. In fact, the only time he had sensed such a force was from a god of destruction. And now, he felt it from a mere competitor. How could this not be shocking? Others felt the same way. Caulifla took a step back. Can we really win this? Even if Kale transformed into that state, she still wouldn't stand a chance against such a monster. Does this mean our universe is doomed? She was unwilling to accept it, but given the overall situation on the arena, it was clear that Universe 6 was the weakest. Universes 1 and 7, on the other hand, were evenly matched. As things stood now, Caulifla couldn't help but feel utterly defeated. The members of Universe 7 had already experienced Chuan's power. While they had seen it before, witnessing it again was still shocking. However, compared to others, they found it easier to accept. When he fought me, he was still holding back. This guy is on the same level as Jiren. Tokpo glanced at Mu Chuan from a distance, instantly realizing that Mu Chuan's power was far beyond what he could contend with. Fortunately, he hadn't gone all out back then, or else he might have been eliminated. Jiren, too, stared at the transformed Mu Chuan. Even he felt a slight pressure, astonished that such a being existed in another universe. Gradually, an orange-red aura began to emanate from Jiren. The fiery energy encircled him, and the ground beneath his feet started to crack. One fissure after another spread. The overwhelming power caused the arena to begin crumbling. Chapter 270. You're right, this belongs to the battle between us. For once, Jiren gave a direct response. As his voice echoed, his figure had already vanished. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind Mu Chuan, delivering a fierce elbow strike toward him. However, it seemed Mu Chuan had anticipated this. He caught Jiren's elbow strike with both hands and countered with a swift kick. Jiren blocked the kick with his leg. The two engaged in an intense collision, each exchange causing varying degrees of damage to the arena. Adding to this, their incredible speed made it difficult to follow their movements. They dashed back and forth across the arena. Since flying into the air wasn't an option, they could only rely on high-speed movement to battle within the confines of the arena. The area of their battle became a forbidden zone for the others. No one dared to approach it even slightly. If they got too close, a single careless mistake could send them flying, or worse, knock them out instantly. Thus, no one dared to get near. The two fighters were ferocious. Boom! The sound of their clashes was like thunder. This made everyone watching the battle from the stands focus intently. It was truly a display of raw power and a feast for the eyes. While they fought, the others weren't significantly affected. All the Saiyans, except Goku, had now transformed into their Super Saiyan 3 forms, fully unleashing their combat potential at this moment. Yet even so, when facing Tokpo, Carl and the others found themselves utterly overpowered. This won't do, this guy is too strong. Why does Universe 10 have so many strong fighters? Each of them is incredibly powerful. Just relying on Super Saiyan 3 is completely ineffective in taking them down. The others are the same. Despite being at a disadvantage, Carl, the brains of the Saiyans, closely monitored the movements of everyone on the battlefield. He realized that all the Saiyans were now in a passive state. The opponents were not only strong but also coordinated in their teamwork, making them even harder to deal with. If they couldn't quickly figure out a way to break out of this situation, they would be eliminated. Super Saiyan 3 isn't enough. Realizing he had no choice but to go all out, Carl transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 on the spot. The primal power of the Saiyan race erupted. A red aura surrounded him, and his wild, primal appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. The fighters from Universe 6 were once again shocked. They hadn't expected the Saiyans from Universe 7 to transform so freely, with each transformation being so unique. What's more, with each transformation, their power increased explosively. This was terrifying. If it were just one Saiyan, it might be understandable. But nearly every Saiyan in Universe 7 had mastered these transformations. Carl's transformation sent a signal to Greta and the others, who also unleashed their strongest combat power. Another transformation. The three fighters now stood like three pillars in the middle of Universe 11's team, their terrifying aura spreading everywhere. The situation slightly balanced out, no longer as one-sided as before. However, while their strength had indeed increased, it wasn't enough to gain an overwhelming advantage. After all, Universe 11's fighters were naturally powerful, and their teamwork was impeccable. So, for Universe 7, there was no instant reversal. As they struggled to figure out how to deal with their opponents. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed. The sound of destruction echoed across the arena. Everyone paused momentarily, turning their heads in unison to see what was happening. It turned out that Jiren and Mu Chuan were recklessly destroying the arena. Their battle was so fierce that it had escalated from physical combat to a clash of energy waves. Each exchange not only brought an unimaginable visual spectacle but also shattered the arena beneath them into floating fragments. Even so, their battle showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it grew even more intense. The two of them fought as if they were inexhaustible, their power increasing steadily. If one observed carefully, it was evident that their fighting was relentless. Their energy continued to grow, like two bottomless pits, unfathomable in depth. Two monsters. They've destroyed the arena, and yet these two haven't even shown their full strength. Their power is still rising. Are they bottomless pits? Terrifying. These were the thoughts running through everyone's minds. The two fighters had already unleashed terrifying power, yet they appeared to be fighting effortlessly. Even now, they hadn't reached their limits. It was impossible to predict when their fight would end. But the other fighters couldn't afford to be distracted. Their focus remained on the battles before them, as defeating their opponents was the only way to secure a brief respite. In Universe 6, most fighters had already been eliminated. Now, only Kale, Caulifla, Kaba, and Hit remained. As for Frost, he had long been thrown out of the arena by Hit. A traitor like him had no place in this battle. Bojack had also been knocked out early. Even Cooler, who was barely holding on, wasn't faring much better. If not for his cleverness, he would have been eliminated by Hit long ago. Though Universe 6 still had a few fighters left, their strength was among the weakest of the remaining universes. This was especially evident as Kale's power began to wane. It seemed elimination was inevitable. From the stands, Kampa was visibly tense. He had every reason to be anxious. With only 4 fighters left, their performance lagged significantly behind the others. Forget about top-tier combat power. Even reaching a middle-tier level would be impressive. Even Hit, their ace assassin, seemed unimpressive, unable to make a decisive impact. He couldn't even get close to those two monsters. This was clear for all to see. Judging from the current situation, Universe 6 was little more than cannon fodder. Their elimination was only a matter of time, while the final victor would undoubtedly come from Universe 7 or Universe 11. Damn it! Kale has unleashed so much power, yet it's still not enough to win. Her strength is great, but without control, it's still too weak. It can't cause any real damage. It seems, there's no hope left. Kampa was beginning to accept their fate. But just then, a brilliant light flashed, immediately drawing his attention. Chapter 271. Everyone, look at the sky. A furious roar echoed across the arena. It was Carl's voice. Regardless of whether they were Saiyans or not, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the sky at that moment. Above them, a dazzling bright light resembling a full moon hung in the sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. A full moon. While the others were still baffled, the Saiyans of Universe 7 almost simultaneously experienced a strange phenomenon. Their hearts began pounding wildly, the sound echoing like thunder. Thump, thump, thump. What's going on? Why does it seem like they're undergoing some kind of transformation? The spectators were utterly perplexed. Although they, too, had noticed the full moon in the sky, it had no effect on them. Even the Saiyans from Universe 6 remained unaffected by the sight of the full moon. But as for Universe 7 Saiyans, almost instantly, their bodies began to swell and expand. This development utterly shocked everyone. Transformation. These guys just don't know when to stop. Is this their ultimate trump card? The members of Universe 11's Pride Troopers looked on with disdain, unimpressed. In their view, any attempts at last-minute transformations were meaningless before overwhelming power. In the stands, Beerus suddenly stood up. Good move. These guys are pretty clever, using this unique Saiyan ability to boost their strength at such a critical moment. But, even if they transform into great apes, the power increase doesn't seem all that significant. Not necessarily, Whis replied with a serene smile. Now that they've all reached Super Saiyan 3, transforming into great apes and awakening their bloodlines might allow them to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Whis's words caused Beerus to suddenly realize the strategy. So that's the plan. It wasn't about simply enhancing their power as great apes, it was an attempt to break through their limits. It wasn't a bad idea at all. Among the Saiyans present, there were still several who hadn't managed to reach Super Saiyan 4. If they succeeded in achieving this transformation, their strength would increase to a whole new level. Such a flashy spectacle. The god of destruction of Universe 11 sneered dismissively, no matter how many transformations they go through, the weak are still weak. They'll never be able to rival my Pride Troopers. Beerus ignored him completely. As the Saiyans continued to stare at the full moon, they began transforming into colossal great apes. However, thanks to years of training, even as lower-class warriors, they retained their consciousness after the transformation. And so, after transforming into great apes, their bodies emitted a brilliant golden glow. The golden great ape reappears. Their massive forms and radiant golden light were almost blinding. However, this state didn't last long. As the golden great apes began to shrink, the Saiyans reappeared, this time as mighty warriors radiating pure ferocity. Super Saiyan 4. 4 Saiyans simultaneously reached Super Saiyan 4. Except for Son Goku. Their combat strength surged. At that moment, the newly transformed Saiyans launched into battle against the Pride Troopers once more. The clash of power against power finally gave Universe 7 some leverage. Although Son Goku hadn't been eliminated, he was completely suppressed throughout the fight. His combat power was among the weakest, and for now, he could barely manage to transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for why he hadn't transformed into a great ape, it was because his tail had long since been removed due to an injury sustained during his training. Therefore, he couldn't follow the same transformation path as the others. But after enduring countless blows, Goku's rhythm began to change slightly. Even though his combat strength wasn't overwhelming, his opponents could no longer land a single hit on him. Gradually, he even closed his eyes, as if everything was entirely within his control. Every attack was effortlessly dodged. Initially, his battle had been unremarkable. After all, with so many fierce fights occurring, no one paid attention to him. However, since Goku was part of Universe 7, Beerus eventually noticed his actions. When Beerus observed Goku's state, he was stunned, his expression tinged with disbelief. Even Beerus hadn't fully mastered that technique. And now, he saw it in Goku. Goku was the weakest in Universe 7. If not for Chuan vouching for him, Beerus wouldn't have chosen him at all. But Beerus never expected. This guy, was he about to master that technique? Is it that move? It seems like it, but he hasn't fully mastered it. It's just the barest hint. Even so, that's incredible talent. Did he comprehend it on his own, or did he pick it up during the earlier battle between the gods of destruction? Beerus's heart was filled with questions. He couldn't determine how Goku had managed it, but as long as he grasped that technique, his strength would undoubtedly grow immensely. At that moment, Goku seemed to enter a transcendent state of selflessness. No attack could touch him, no matter how strong or well aimed. He moved entirely on instinct, effortlessly dodging every blow. Throughout the arena, Goku's combat strength wasn't remarkable. At the start, he had been fighting just to avoid elimination. Even when he wanted to counterattack, his power was limited. Surviving this long had already been a stroke of luck. When his strength couldn't match his opponent's, countless memories flashed through his mind. Especially Beerus's battle, it had given him profound inspiration. He recalled past training sessions he'd abandoned as his strength grew, but now he was forced to revisit them. This rekindled awareness resulted in his current performance. As he grew increasingly proficient, the golden glow surrounding him began to shift to white. Even his pupils started turning a pale hue. Kinsai, observing Goku's transformation, couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell is going on with Universe 7? Why can every single one of them transform? And why do their transformations make them so ridiculously strong? Just look at the guy fighting Jiren, his transformation alone made him a match for Jiren. Could this guy be the same? This is outrageous. They've been hiding their strength all along. This is insane. What's with Universe 7? Can all their power really come from transformations? Damn it. Transform all you want. I'll still throw you out of the arena. The honor of the Pride Troopers is at stake. Chapter 272. Kinsai's voice echoed across the arena. As if it triggered a chemical reaction, all the members of the Pride Troopers looked serious, instantly unleashing their most powerful abilities. A terrifying aura spread through the air. The power within Tokpo surged to its peak. As the captain of the Pride Troopers, the honor of his team could not be tarnished in his hands. If you dare challenge the Pride Troopers, then let me show you what true power is. In an instant, Tokpo was enveloped in a purple-red aura, and his eyes turned crimson. Seeing Tokpo's transformation, Carl's expression changed dramatically. He had initially thought that with all of them transforming into Super Saiyan 4, their chances of victory would significantly increase. But who would have thought? This guy's strength had increased even further. Axiana remarked, "This aura, it's somewhat similar to the boss's power, but it's not quite the same. Could this also be the power of destruction? I'm a candidate for God of Destruction. Don't underestimate me." Tokpo clashed his fists together, and a terrifying destructive force emanated from them. The sheer magnitude of this power was overwhelming, its presence crystal clear to all. Everyone wore a grave expression. For Super Saiyan 4s, one absolute defense warrior, Alapad, and one Ultra Instinct Son Goku, 6 people surrounded Tokpo. Alapod, you handle Tokpo. Use your defensive rebound to hold him back. We'll deal with the others as quickly as possible. Alapod nodded. At this moment, his heart was filled with tension. After all, facing such a terrifying opponent, anyone would be nervous. But for the sake of Universe 7. No matter how difficult it is, they had to try. Moreover, as long as the others could quickly eliminate the Pride Troopers members, there would still be a sliver of hope. The battle erupted in an instant. Alapod charged forward first, using his defensive rebound ability to directly confront Tokpo. Every time Tokpo unleashed his destructive force, Alapod unhesitatingly blocked it. The first time, he barely managed, but by the second, even Alapod was sent flying. However, Tokpo wasn't in great shape either. What? My power of destruction was actually rebounded? What kind of ability is this? Tokpo's face was full of shock. He was a candidate for God of Destruction, mastering the power of destruction, which only gods could control. Yet, it could still be rebounded. What kind of being is this guy? From the spectators' seats. All the gods of destruction stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, they all turned to look at Beerus. What the hell have you done? Why can he even reflect the power of destruction? You wouldn't understand, Beerus replied smugly. It's his natural talent. As long as the attack is within his endurance range, he can reflect it. To break through his defense, you'd need absolute power to overwhelm it. Beerus didn't hold back this time. After all, even if he didn't explain, repeated tests would reveal the truth eventually. After hearing Beerus' words, everyone fell into contemplation. If this was the case, then the talent wasn't too surprising. If the user wasn't strong enough, they couldn't reflect stronger forces, meaning it all came down to individual strength. The clown god of destruction had been somewhat worried, but after hearing Beerus' explanation, he relaxed completely. After all, Tokpo wouldn't disappoint. Sure enough. On the arena, after 2 exchanges, Tokpo was already prepared. In his opinion, there was no such thing as absolute defense. No matter how strong the defense, it could always be pierced by a sharp enough spear. Tokpo thrust his palms forward, and terrifying crimson energy gathered within them. Destruction. A dazzling beam of light shot out, directly targeting Alapod. With a deafening roar, the ground was scarred with deep marks. Alapod was sent flying on the spot. At this moment, Tokpo pressed his advantage, intending to throw Alapod out of the arena entirely. After all, while Alapod's defense was remarkable, it was far less effective against the Pride Troopers' other members. But just as Tokpo was about to strike, a figure enveloped in a white aura appeared and kicked him away. It was Son Goku. Having defeated Kate, Son Goku rushed to Alapod's aid. At this point, more than 60% of his hair had turned white, and even his pupils were glowing with a faint white light. His aura wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but his entire demeanor exuded a sense of natural perfection. All the gods of destruction and angels were stunned. What was going on with Universe 7? So many monsters. Chuan couldn't help but sigh. With Jiren as a benchmark, he was already considered the ultimate boss. Now, Universe 7 had an absolute defense Alapod, and even someone who had mastered Ultra Instinct. How were these guys increasing their strength so quickly, as if it were as easy as eating or drinking water? The clown god of destruction's face grew increasingly grim as he watched the Pride Troopers members being thrown out one by one. Now, only 2 were left. Tokpo and Jiren. And these 2 were undoubtedly the strongest. However, based on the current situation, Universe 7's chances of winning seemed much higher. Up until now, they hadn't lost a single member. Damn it! Where did Beerus find these guys? They're so powerful, and each has their own unique talents. Is this our defeat? The clown god of destruction glanced at the arena. It wasn't surprising he felt this way. The Pride Troopers' coordinated combat had already been disrupted. On top of that, Jiren, their ace, was now being pinned down. It was clear that their cards had been revealed, while Universe 7 had yet to suffer any losses. How could they win? Although there were still participants from Universe 6 on the stage, they were also being suppressed by Frisia, with no room for resistance. The battle seemed to be one-sided. The Grand Zeno was jumping in his seat, clapping and cheering in excitement. This tournament of power was incredibly thrilling, with each fighter showcasing unique powers and talents. It was a spectacle to behold. Especially now, with every fighter on the stage engaging in intense, close combat battles. Seeing Grand Zeno's satisfaction, the Grand Priest nodded in approval. Even though many universes had already been destroyed, as long as Grand Zeno was pleased, nothing else mattered. As everyone reflected on this, an unexpected turn occurred on the arena. Enjoying the story? Please support me on Patreon. I've been consistently delivering 300 total chapters every month, and I truly need your support to keep it going. Read additional chapters and help me continue this journey. Patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thank you so much, every bit of support means a lot to me. Check out my other translations. 1. Dragon Ball, collaborating with Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. 2. Extraordinary Comprehension, I establish an immortal villain family. 3. Fantasy Lord, starting with daily information. 4. Golden List Live, I really can't hide anymore. 5. Gundam, changing the world even with a mass-produced unit. 6. Naruto, creating immortal techniques at 6, shocking Uncle Snake. 7. Naruto, I confronted the 5 Kage before the system arrived. 8. Naruto, I, Uchiha, just want to die. 9. Simultaneous transmigration, from Japanese anime to American comics. 10. Starting from prototype to immortality. 11. Start in Dragon Ball GT, Super Saiyan 5 defeats the God of Destruction. 12. Naruto, I, Uchiha, possess heaven-defying comprehension. 13. DC and Marvel, this guy is crazy. Chapter 273. The rest of the Pride Troopers had been eliminated. Now, only 2 remained on the arena, and their situation was precarious. Topo looked at the 7th universe fighters surrounding him. In his opinion, no one here was a match for him, at least not among the ones he had already fought. Yet, the sheer number of opponents put him at a disadvantage. Destruction. Destruction. One violet particle after another gathered around him, and his body emanated a brilliant purple glow. The destruction energy he wielded became even more formidable. Although he had been able to use destruction energy before, it had not yet reached the level of a god. But now, he was fully unleashing his power, completely disregarding the energy expenditure, exploding with everything he had. His eyes turned crimson, and his entire body was engulfed in a blazing purple aura. This was the threshold of godhood, the full power of a god of destruction candidate. Destroy everything. Destruction energy gathered in his hands, forming an increasingly massive sphere. The destructive force it contained was so intense that, if not for his control, it would have exploded long ago. The Saiyan warriors quickly dodged away. Seeing the terrifying destruction energy, all of them felt a chill down their spines. Could they even handle this? Moments ago, they thought it wouldn't be a problem. Now, they realized this power was utterly beyond their capacity to resist. Too strong. Even if all of us combined our strength, we couldn't deal with this guy. He's terrifying. Did you notice? When his body is surrounded by that purple light, his presence becomes undetectable, as if he's vanished. I've heard this is the realm of the gods. Once you reach it, your energy can no longer be sensed. And don't forget, he's mastered destruction energy, the same kind of power our leader wields. Greta looked serious. Even as a Super Saiyan 4 warrior, he felt powerless against such a fearsome force. They couldn't even match him in a single move. Even if everyone joined forces, they would struggle to contend with him. On the other side, Chuan also sensed the overwhelming destruction energy. Even without looking, he knew it was Topo. This is bad. With their strength, they can't possibly handle Topo. Boom! As he was distracted, Jiren landed a fierce elbow strike to his abdomen, sending him flying. To be distracted while fighting me? You're underestimating me too much. Jiren was furious. The fact that someone could stand against him was already unbelievable. Now, that same person dared to let his guard down during their fight? This was blatant disrespect. Fueled by anger, Jiren's power surged further, his body shrouded in an orange-red aura. His oppressive presence dominated the arena. However, Chuan wasn't overly affected. He was indeed distracted by Topo's overwhelming power, primarily worried that his allies couldn't contain him. So, while fending off Jiren, Chuan began subtly shifting their battlefield. If he could draw their fight closer to the others, it might disrupt Topo's rhythm, providing an opportunity for his allies to capitalize on. This tactic did have some effect. Topo's rhythm was disrupted. Although he was on the verge of exploding with power, the unexpected interference threw him off. Even though he had reached the godly realm, he was still no match for the two monsters on the opposing side. This created an opening for Carl and the others. Now's our chance. Led by Goku, everyone charged in unison. Goku's state was peculiar, his combat power wasn't particularly high, but it was effective in critical moments. The others also unleashed their full strength. It was a burst of potential. In an instant, countless flashes of light erupted. All the fighters converged around Tokpo. For a moment, all eyes were on that spot. Even Frieza and the others paused their battles, as the sheer destructive force made it impossible to fight effectively. When the dazzling lights finally faded, the arena was in ruins. However, everyone was stunned. All those who had been in the light center were gone from the arena, they had all been transported to the spectator stands. Not only the fighters from the 7th universe but Tokpo as well. Could it be, they used a mutual destruction strategy, taking themselves and their enemy out at the same time? Frieza voiced his speculation. And indeed, that was the case. Tokpo was too powerful. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't match him. The Super Saiyan 4, impressive as it was, amounted to nothing in this arena. Despite their numerical advantage, achieving victory against Tokpo was incredibly difficult. Thus, their only choice was to take him down in one decisive move, even if it meant mutual destruction. Fortunately, there were still fighters left in the arena. In the spectator stands, Tokpo realized he had been transported there. His aura had long since faded, and he now felt only frustration. "I'm sorry, Vermaud. I couldn't lead the Pride Troopers to victory." Tokpo acknowledged his defeat. There was nothing more he could do now. The clown god of destruction waved it off. He had anticipated this outcome from the beginning. Even though Tokpo, the captain of the Pride Troopers, was eliminated, there was still one final hope. Whether or not they would succeed, no one could say. The remaining Pride Troopers gathered around to comfort Tokpo. Tokpo's mutual destruction strategy was unexpected, but despite the intense battle, the fight in the arena was far from over. Especially for Frieza and the others. At this moment, Kale was already exhausted. Even Caulifla and Kaba were no match for Frieza. Seeing so many fighters eliminated while his side's battle remained unresolved, Frieza was visibly displeased. "It seems I've been too merciful. It's time to send you off the stage. Enough playing around. You wretched Saiyans, your only mistake is being Saiyans in the first place. Too weak." With a single kick, Frieza sent Kaba flying out of the arena. Chapter 274. Kaba. Caulifla was furious, yet at this moment, not only could she not lend a hand, she was struggling to take care of herself. Kale was also gravely injured. Having used a wildly destructive power, her strength was now rapidly diminishing, and her body was nearing its limits. Victory had already tilted against them. However, just as Frieza was dealing with the rest of Universa Success warriors and Caulifla prepared for one last desperate stand, 2 green earrings fell from her pocket. These were the Pot-era earrings belonging to the Supreme Kai. Before participating in the Tournament of Power, Caulifla, thinking the Supreme Kai's pair of earrings looked valuable and noticing how precious the Supreme Kai seemed to consider them, had swiped them. When she picked up the earrings, Kampa, watching from the stands, froze in realization. Glancing at the Supreme Kai beside him, he saw that the Pot-era earrings on the Kai's ears were gone. "Where are your earrings?" Universa Success Supreme Kai was dumbfounded. He hadn't even noticed that his earrings were missing. Could it be? His gaze shifted to the arena, and sure enough, he saw Caulifla holding a pair of Pot-era earrings. Weren't those his? At that moment, Kampa and the Supreme Kai exchanged a glance, each seeing a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Although the fighters in the ring were overwhelmingly strong, monsters, even, the Pot-era earrings could change everything. Perhaps there was still a chance. After a brief moment of thought, Kampa yelled toward the ring. "Hey! Caulifla! Put one earring on yourself and the other on Kale." As Kampa shouted, Vados immediately interjected, "Aren't the Pot-era earrings considered tools? Wouldn't that be against the rules?" "It doesn't matter. At this rate, our universe doesn't stand a chance anyway. Might as well take a gamble." Kampa had completely given up on decorum. Since there was no chance of winning otherwise, why not take the risk? Hearing Kampa's outburst, Beerus instantly caught on to what he was planning and furiously called him out. "That's cheating, Kampa. Watch out, or Zeno might disqualify you. Doesn't matter. We're doomed either way. If there's even a sliver of hope by gambling, it's worth a try. Kampa was utterly shameless now. With the tournament down to only 3 universes remaining, it was essentially a 1 in 3 chance. Victory or defeat now depended on luck. On the battlefield, Caulifla heard Kampa's words. Though she was skeptical, after all, the earrings seemed valuable, since the god of destruction had instructed her to use them, she decided to comply. On the other side, Frisia naturally overheard Kampa's shout but paid it no mind. At this moment, he lacked the energy to concern himself with Caulifla and Kale, as his focus remained on eliminating other fighters. After all, nearly all of Universe 6 had been eliminated by him, and every elimination brought him immense satisfaction. It felt as though he were the master of their fates. I am the evil Frisia. Eliminating a few individuals is only natural. Frisia was incredibly proud, completely unaware that his rivals were undergoing a transformative change. Even though Kale had displayed immense power, she hadn't managed to threaten him. It was all brute force. The despicable Saiyans are always like this. Precisely because of this, he felt no worry. But just as he reveled in his triumph, Beerus's voice boomed from the stands. You idiot, Frisia. Stop them from fusing, or you'll be in big trouble. Hearing Beerus's warning, Frisia froze. If he could provoke Beerus's concern, it meant the enemy's strength might actually be a problem. But, fusion? Frisia slowly turned his head and saw Caulifla and Kale each putting on one of the earrings. A dazzling light erupted. Where there had been 2 individuals, the light subsided, leaving only one figure. It was Caulifla and Kale's fusion, a brand new female warrior. Her hair remained green, but she had regained her rationality. Unlike before, she was no longer a mindless berserker relying solely on brute strength. Her power had grown stronger, and she maintained control. The new warrior clenched her fists lightly, feeling her body brim with power. Meanwhile, Kale's consciousness gradually recovered. With the fusion amplifying their strength, her berserk state subsided, and she regained clarity. The new warrior softly said, "Since we're the fusion of Caulifla and Kale, call me Kefla." Seeing this astonishing turn of events, Frisia was dumbfounded. They fused. And after the fusion, this Scion's strength far surpassed what it had been moments ago. Even Frisia could sense a faint threat now. What's going on? Fusion. Is this the Scion's trump card? Damn it. No wonder I hate Scions, they're always pulling stunts like this. But no matter what form you take, I'll beat you to a pulp and toss you out of the ring. I'll make you feel despair. Even sensing Kefla's strength, Golden Frisia refused to believe he would lose. He unleashed his overwhelming power, striding toward his opponent step by step. The developments in the ring caught the attention of everyone in the stands. This was too much excitement. Not only was the fight constantly shifting, but now there was fusion involved as well. Universe 11's Pride troopers, curious and intrigued, were amazed by the strength of their opponents from other universes. They realized how ignorant they had been to assume they were unmatched. If they had to face these warriors, even their teamwork might not guarantee victory. The Grand Priest looked at the ring, then at Zeno. Since the Pot-era earrings technically counted as tools, they were originally prohibited. Using them should lead to immediate disqualification and punishment. But seeing how excited Zeno was and how the battle had reached its peak intensity, the Grand Priest decided to say nothing further. He awaited the final showdown. Chapter 275. It's done. On the viewing platform, Kampa grew extremely excited. Previously, the power displayed by Kale was already incredibly strong, but due to its overwhelming magnitude, she couldn't easily control it. But now, after their fusion, a completely new female warrior was born. This might be an opportunity. Vados also seemed slightly surprised. Although it was accidental, this has resulted in the birth of an incredibly powerful warrior. Kale's energy combined with Caulifla's combat talent, the advantages of both individuals can be fully utilized. This could produce unexpected results. On the arena, Kefla felt an endless surge of power coursing through her body. With such immense strength, combined with combat instincts and a clear mind, her overall power increased exponentially. Kefla jumped twice in place, testing her newfound power. Come on, let's have a brand new fight. Right now, there's only one warrior left on this arena. If you lose, the 6th universe will be erased. I will fight you with everything I've got. Prepare yourself. Kefla raised her hands, gathering a massive amount of energy. The energy waves turned red and blasted toward Frisia. Frisia, unwilling to back down, pointed a finger. His destructive ray collided with the energy wave, canceling each other out. Seizing the opportunity, Kefla dashed forward and threw a powerful punch toward Frisia. However, to her surprise, Frisia's speed was even faster, and he effortlessly dodged her attack. His massive fist then swung back at her. Bang! A loud sound echoed as his punch landed. Kefla staggered back several steps, breathing heavily as she caught her breath. That was close. If I hadn't relied on my battle instincts, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that punch. He's fighting seriously. Seeing the destructive power wielded by Frisia, Kefla realized her own strength was far from sufficient. Whether she could deal with this formidable opponent was still an unknown. Kefla took a moment to adjust her mindset. I was careless earlier. But, the real fight starts now. Stop bluffing. Golden Frisia sneered arrogantly. Whenever he faced Saiyans, his emotions always seemed to boil over, perhaps due to the many defeats he had suffered at their hands. Frisia sprinted forward, and in the next moment, he appeared right beside Kefla, delivering a brutal elbow strike aimed at her. Kefla quickly dodged and even used her hands to grab Frisia's arm, throwing him into the distance. Immediately after, she leaped high into the air, attempting a powerful downward kick. However, before her foot could connect, Frisia's tail wrapped around her leg. With a sudden 360-degree spin, he smashed Kefla hard onto the ground. The two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the arena floor. Their battle even delved into the deeper layers of the arena itself. The arena in the world of Void was inherently sturdy, but in the face of such monstrous strength, it crumbled like tofu. The intensity of their battle was evident. The fight dragged on for a long time. But everyone watching could feel the ferocity of the combat. Each clash released terrifying bursts of energy that scattered in every direction. Everyone wore serious expressions. The people of the Sixth Universe were especially concerned. They knew, deep down, that no matter how strong Kefla's combat abilities were, she couldn't possibly match the monsters fighting on the other battlefield. For now, even victory here seemed uncertain. The next second, however, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a hint of shock. They've emerged. Sure enough, after an intense and prolonged battle, Frisia and Kefla leaped out of the ruins of the arena. Both fighters were battered and bruised. Frisia, overall, seemed to be in better condition. Aside from a slightly chaotic aura, he didn't appear too severely injured. On the other hand, Kefla. Her aura was not only chaotic, but her entire body was in disarray. Gasping for air, it was evident that she could no longer hold out. So this is the end. It seems there's no hope left. Kampa muttered to himself. He hadn't harbored much hope to begin with, but the fusion of caulifla and kale had given him a glimmer of optimism. Yet reality was harsh. There was no room for miracles. Everyone in the Sixth Universe now understood their impending fate. Since Kefla was defeated, it meant that the entire Sixth Universe would be eliminated. The Sixth Universe was doomed to its inevitable destiny. Erasure. Even Beerus, who had always been at odds with Kampa, remained silent at this moment. Normally, his personality would prompt him to taunt Kampa during such situations. But now, he uncharacteristically held his tongue. After all, this was the last warrior of the Sixth Universe. If they were eliminated, the outcome would be devastatingly clear. Back on the arena. Blood dripped from the corner of Kefla's mouth as she gasped for air. We've been utterly defeated. Even fusion wasn't enough to beat you. No matter what we do, we can't win against your universe. It's hopeless. It seems our erasure is inevitable. Heh heh heh, you're indeed a strong Saiyan. The Emperor of your universe, Frisia, acknowledges you. To date, you're the second strongest Saiyan this great king has ever encountered. Frisia, ever arrogant, rarely acknowledged warriors. Even figures like Goku and Vegeta had never truly earned his recognition. They were just a bunch of low-level warriors, after all. But Kefla, despite being a fusion warrior, had displayed astonishing combat talent and strength. This was something Frisia had to admit. Saiyans were born with a natural instinct for battle, truly deserving the title of a warrior race. Kefla froze for a moment. She had never expected to receive praise from her opponent on the brink of elimination. Feeling slightly surprised, she smiled. In that case, it's time to decide the winner. Gladly. The two gathered their remaining strength and launched powerful attacks at each other. Frisia was pushed back several steps but managed to stabilize himself. Kefla, however, couldn't withstand such immense power and was blasted out of the arena, falling off completely. Thus, the sixth universe was entirely eliminated. After falling off the stage, Kefla's fusion dissolved, separating back into Caulifla and Kale, who appeared together on the viewing platform. Chapter 276. Sai. So, this is the extent of their abilities. This is the power of Universe 6. When Kefla was eliminated from the ring, Kampa couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Making it this far had already been quite a surprise for him, considering the other universes were no pushovers. Yet they managed to secure third place. One could say they were extremely lucky. But ultimately, they did not claim the final victory. Kampa quickly accepted the fate of Universe 6's defeat. I've always relied on your care, Vados. Lord Kampa. When a universe is erased, its angel does not disappear along with it. However, the god of destruction, as a being tied to their universe, vanishes along with it. Kampa looked at Caulifla and Kale, who had returned to the spectator seats, and did not blame them. After all, Universe 6's strength was as it was, and the two of them had already unleashed unprecedented power. Achieving this result was already commendable. Well done, Caulifla and Kale. The two were stunned, completely unprepared for Lord Kampa to actually praise them. Kale lowered her head and said in a heavy tone, but we've already lost. Everyone in Universe 6 has been eliminated. Our fate now is. It doesn't matter. Kampa interrupted her promptly, continuing, you've already done an excellent job. Not only did you showcase your full strength, but you also displayed the spirit of Universe 6. Even if you couldn't win, it's not your fault. It's just that the monsters in other universes are too strong. There's nothing to be done about that. After saying this, Kampa turned to face Beerus, taking a deep breath. His gaze revealed emotions too complicated to express. Beerus. This doesn't mean I've lost to you. Don't get it wrong, you damn idiot brother. You'd better win and survive. As soon as Kampa finished speaking, his figure began to blur, as did everyone on Universe 6 spectator platform. They were being erased. Before anyone could even react, the entire Universe 6 was erased. Even Beerus was caught off guard, unable to say goodbye in time. You fool. Kampa. I will carry on with your share and survive. Tears welled up in Beerus' eyes. Despite often mocking Kampa, they were ultimately brothers. Their squabbles never reached the level of irreconcilable hatred. Now, watching his brother being erased, Beerus' heart was filled with indescribable sorrow, but he was powerless to stop it. Still, he would carry on Kampa's share and survive. For once, Beerus stood up, looking at Chuan, who was fighting in the arena. His expression was serious as he shouted, Chuan. You must win this match. As long as you win, any condition is negotiable. Frisia, the same goes for you. Everyone in the arena heard Beerus shout. Belmod, the god of destruction, smirked but did not stop him. After all, only one fighter remained on his side, but Jiren's strength was reassuring enough. This was why he had no worries. Big talk, thinking you can still win. What a joke. The final victory belongs to Universe 11. No one can take the championship from us. In the ring, Chuan was momentarily startled by Beerus' words. He glanced at the spectator seats, realizing that only two universes remained. Universe 11 and Universe 7. Universe 6 had just been erased. That immediately clarified why Beerus had shouted. The erasure of Universe 6 must have triggered something in him. Moreover, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, was Beerus' biological brother. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't surprising that Beerus would say such things. Alright then. Since I aim to take first place anyway, it's time to give it my all. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his confrontation with Jiren. Frisia. What are you doing? You, stay out of this, you wretched Saiyan. Don't underestimate me, the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Chuan. Chuan was utterly baffled by Frisia's sudden action. What on earth was this guy up to? Was he planning to team up? But his approach didn't seem like it at all. Even though you've grown stronger, even now, my new form might not be enough to match you. But, other than me, no one can take you down. Right now, this guy is my opponent. You stay out of it. Frisia declared confidently, utterly disregarding Mu Chuan's opinion. To him, the idea of teaming up was an insult to his pride as the Emperor of the Universe. Even though he knew he wasn't the strongest in the arena, he still wanted to demonstrate his unparalleled might. Otherwise, he'd be looked down upon. Before Mu Chuan could respond, Frisia had already rushed off to fight Jiren. This scene left everyone stunned. What's with Frisia? Castor asked in confusion. Lord Frisia likely doesn't want to be underestimated. After all, his pride is immense, Bojack replied slowly. Throughout the entire tournament of power, Frisia's combat power had been formidable, yet he hadn't had many standout moments. In fact, he was often suppressed. Now, facing what he saw as his rival, he wanted to display his true strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Mu Chuan, he wouldn't admit defeat. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, they realized Frisia wasn't purely evil. Although he remained the Emperor of the Universe, he carried his unique charm. While the crowd was silent, the battle in the ring had already begun. Frisia's ultimate showdown with Jiren. Mu Chuan quietly observed from the sidelines. He didn't recklessly join in. Since Frisia had said so, he decided to watch for now. Even though using attrition tactics feels a bit unfair. But we have more people left, so why not? Mu Chuan didn't see anything dishonorable in this approach. With survival on the line, even group attacks would be justifiable. Chapter 277. It's useless. I admit, your strength is enough to rank among the best in the universe, but the gap between you and me is still insurmountable. Why not just surrender already? Even amidst the battle, Jiren found the time to attempt persuading Frisia. After all, he genuinely felt the tremendous power emanating from Frisia, power that even he found somewhat troublesome to handle. If he could convince Frisia to voluntarily withdraw, that would certainly be the most ideal outcome. Unfortunately, he was facing none other than the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. How could someone like him possibly be convinced by mere words? Are you joking? Who do you think you are? How could I, the great king, admit defeat without a fight? Boom! Terrifying energy surged from Frisia's body, breaking through all limits. His previously purple-gold form now began to shed its black specks. The extreme darkness of his new form instantly captured everyone's attention. This power was overwhelmingly terrifying. This is... Mu Chuan's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Frisia to actually comprehend his own black gold form amidst such a fierce battle. This was a sign of Frisia's rise. It must be said that Frisia was exceptionally gifted, calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Once he became serious, he could unleash terrifying levels of power. However, he had always been under too little pressure, which made him complacent. But when pressured, he could explode with unfathomable potential. It had to be said, this was truly terrifying. Interesting, if I don't step up my game, I feel like this guy might surpass me. And if that happens, it'll be an absolute disaster. Once he surpasses me, there's no way he'll stay low-key. These thoughts ran through Mu Chuan's mind. Though he had been pushing Frisia all along, he also didn't want to be overtaken. Otherwise, it would certainly leave him feeling uncomfortable for a while. Not that he would be killed. But seeing someone else flaunt their power in front of him. That was definitely unacceptable. Jiren, sensing Frisia's terrifying power, was momentarily stunned. Why did everyone in this universe have the ability to suddenly power up? Was this some sort of universal trait? Moreover, every time they powered up, their colors changed, like chameleons, truly bizarre. However, Jiren also felt the growing threat. His expression turned serious as his body was enveloped in a glowing orange-red aura. His strength surged dramatically, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked, forming two massive craters. Crack! Swish! Jiren suddenly lunged forward. He delivered a heavy punch to Frisia's head, catching him off guard. Frisia, unable to react in time to Jiren's blinding speed, was sent flying backward. Regaining control mid-flight, Frisia steadied himself and, planting his feet firmly on the ground, charged forward once again. The two clashed violently, fist against fist. Each collision created devastating shockwaves, and the arena began to crumble under the pressure of their battle. The once solid platform was reduced to chunks, as though it had been sliced apart like tofu. Their battle moved at breakneck speed, leaving destruction in its wake. Though the arena shattered, it did not completely disintegrate, allowing them to use its fragments as footholds. It's useless, you are no match for me. Your power is indeed formidable, but my strength surpasses yours. Jiren spoke as he drove another punch into Frisia's abdomen. Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood. Even in his purple-gold form, he was at best a 30-70 split against Jiren, not an even match at all. Yet, despite this disparity, Frisia's hands tightly gripped Jiren's arms. Heh. I must admit, you're indeed very strong, probably the strongest I've ever encountered, aside from that Saiyan monkey Chuan. But in the end, I win. A sly grin spread across Frisia's face. Suddenly, his entire body began radiating a blinding purple light. The light not only enveloped him but also ensnared Jiren. In an instant, an overwhelming power erupted. Jiren's expression changed drastically. If he still couldn't figure out what Frisia intended, he'd truly be a fool. Let go. You madman. How dare you fight like this? Are you insane? Jiren pounded his fists against Frisia, attempting to force him to release his grip. But Frisia, having made up his mind, held on tightly. The terrifying energy engulfed both of them completely. Everyone watching was utterly dumbfounded. At this critical moment, the slightest misstep could determine the outcome. What exactly was Frisia trying to do? Damn it! That guy's playing dirty. The clown god of destruction shot to his feet in anger, clearly worried. If Jiren was taken out, Universe 11 would face elimination. This was a matter of life and death. The rest of the Pride troopers were equally tense. With only one fighter left, they couldn't afford to lose. This can't be happening. Are we really going to lose? That guy is so despicable, resorting to self-destruction at a time like this. Doesn't he care about his own survival? No, if everyone loses, the universe will be erased. Survival would be meaningless. The expressions of those from Universe 11 grew increasingly grim, their hearts filled with anxiety. The glowing light obscured the figures of both fighters, making it impossible to see what was happening. This left them deeply uneasy. Even Beerus had risen from his seat, his expression serious. Everyone appeared incredibly tense. No one had expected Frisia to make such a decisive choice. It was simply unbelievable. At the same time, they couldn't fathom how Frisia could go to such extremes. Frisia. I can't believe that guy would go this far, even resorting to self-destruction. It's rare to see the great king act this way. Karl couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Despite the deep-seated animosity between Frisia and the Saiyans, witnessing his current actions commanded respect. Decisive, fearless, ruthless. He truly lived up to the title of Emperor of the Universe. Chapter 278. Frisia. Chuan watched Frisia's performance. Though he had some speculations in mind, witnessing the scene before him still stirred many emotions within him. Frisia had changed. Whether for better or worse was unclear, but he was undeniably different from before. Of course. Chuan merely sighed at this realization. His expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze forward. He did not believe that Jiren would be defeated so easily in one go. That guy was incredibly strong. As Chuan expected, when the light gradually dissipated, two figures appeared before their eyes. However, both were in an extremely battered state. Yet, their conditions were distinguishable at a glance. Though Jiren appeared disheveled, his figure remained upright, one hand holding an utterly limp Frisia. In that instant, it was clear who was stronger. At this moment, Frisia was completely drained of energy. After all, in the previous instant, he had unleashed every ounce of his power. Were they not in the null realm, such a release of energy at the center of any universe could have caused a catastrophic explosion. So, he still lost in the end. Though Chuan had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as he witnessed it unfold. But Frisia had done his best. The spectators erupted into a cacophony of noise. None of them had expected such a result. The terrifying power Frisia unleashed earlier had been overwhelming. If that level of power had been utilized at the start of the Tournament of Power, most universes might have been obliterated entirely. Yet, despite such a fearsome attack, Jiren had endured it head-on. Just the thought of it sent shivers down everyone's spines. Too strong, that guy is just too strong. To emerge almost unscathed against Frisia's terrifying self-destruction, suffering only minor injuries, is he a monster? Unbelievable. How could such an existence even be possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined there was such a terrifying being. Even the power Frisia unleashed earlier had left them trembling with fear. But now, even such a monstrous force failed to bring down the opponent. Could anyone possibly rival such an existence? A sense of despair began to seep through the crowd. The warriors from Universe 11 collectively exhaled in relief. Even they had felt the danger earlier, a testament to how terrifying that energy had been. But fortunately, it was all over now. Looks like Jiren has won. That guy may have been despicable, but for him to unleash such overwhelming power, it's clear he had some skill. His strength was indeed formidable. But against Jiren, he ultimately stood no chance. The warriors of Universe 11 relaxed completely upon witnessing the outcome. As long as Jiren was unharmed, their chances of victory remained high. They all sat back down simultaneously. On the arena, Jiren looked at the powerless Frisia in his grasp. He wasn't angry but rather impressed, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent. Even Jiren had to take him seriously. Had he not unleashed his full power in time to resist, he might have been the one in trouble. You are a truly strong fighter, but unfortunately, I am stronger. Jiren flung Frisia out of the ring. The next moment, Frisia reappeared in the spectator stands. This marked his official elimination. Even Golden Frisia stood no chance against the terrifying might of Jiren. Jiren turned to face Chuan, stretching his muscles. The cracking sounds echoed as he spoke. It's our turn now. Now that all the nuisances have been eliminated, it's just the two of us left on the arena. Who will claim the ultimate victory? Show me your full strength. In this final decisive battle, I want to see the most powerful you. I know your power is far greater than what you've shown so far, as I can sense an immense force within you. Unleash it upon me. As Jiren approached, he spoke, his power surging rapidly. In an instant, his energy skyrocketed to terrifying levels, surging straight into the heavens. From the spectator stands, everyone heard Jiren's words, especially those from Universe 11. They were all stunned when they realized what he meant. That guy. He had hidden power. What's going on? Does that guy possess boundless strength? Why is he still hiding power even at this stage? Is he some sort of monster? Impossible. No matter how much power he hides, he can't compare to Jiren. Jiren is as strong as a god of destruction. The Pride troopers were shocked. Hearing Jiren speak of hidden power had caught them off guard. After all, the oppressive strength Chuan displayed from the start had been overwhelming. Even Frisia was no match. This alone showed how intimidating he was. But even so, he still hadn't revealed his full power. That was simply absurd. Things are getting more interesting, the Grand Priest murmured to himself, his interest suddenly piqued. Even he hadn't expected the tournament of power to become so enthralling. Not to mention the Grand Priest, even Zeno was jumping on the chair, indicating just how thrilling this battle was. Earlier, Beerus had been tense, but now, a rare smile appeared on his face. No one understood Chuan's strength better than him. This was a power developed under his guidance. Chuan, go ahead, unleash your true strength and let everyone witness your greatness. As if to confirm Beerus's words, the aura around Chuan began to intensify. His hair gradually shortened, and the purple aura enveloping him grew denser. Violet lightning crackled ferociously. His eyes turned purple, with a streak of lightning flashing through his pupils. This transformation sent chills down the spines of those watching. It was as if an immense terror emanated from him. In mere moments, Chuan completed his transformation effortlessly. He had already mastered this form, making the transformation seamless. Ultra Instinct, Transcendence. Chapter 279. As you wish. As soon as the Ultra Instinct, Transcendence form was revealed, it left everyone utterly speechless. The sheer destructive aura surrounding it was so terrifying that anyone unaware might mistake him for a god of destruction. But he was nothing more than a mere mortal. This single mortal had mastered such a terrifying destructive power and could even wield it freely. He truly seemed like a god of destruction. Wasn't this way too exaggerated? What's going on? Why does this guy possess such terrifying destructive power? Even Tokpo, a candidate for the god of destruction, couldn't unleash such a force. On what grounds? Not only is he utilizing destructive power, but he has also transformed himself into such a state. No, wait, it's not just destructive power. He can flexibly wield it, which naturally brought about this transformation. The clown god of destruction was utterly panicked. This was the first time he'd witnessed such a bizarre scene, and the shock it brought him was immense. That was a power exclusive to the gods of destruction, and yet a mere mortal could wield it so skillfully. Did this mean he was almost equivalent to a god of destruction? Even Jiren, for all his strength, was only considered on par with a god of destruction, but never equal. Yet this guy from the 11th universe. The state he exhibited now was unprecedented. Incredible. Simply incredible. To think a mortal could wield destructive power. This is amazing. Grand Zeno clapped in excitement, clearly thrilled beyond measure. After all, this wasn't something just anyone could achieve. Tokpo, at most, only had a superficial grasp of destructive power, and even then, his combat prowess was already terrifying. So what of Mu Chuan now? Jiren was equally shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he could sense the terrifying power hidden within Mu Chuan. It was unmistakable. I never expected such immense power to exist within you. Excellent. This is the first time I've encountered an opponent like you. Let us determine the victor here and now. Jiren took a step forward before charging fiercely at Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan had been waiting for this moment. His fist shot out straight toward Jiren, the speed astounding. Yet, relying on his battle instincts, Jiren evaded in a flash, retaliating with a punch of his own. The two clashed, their fists colliding head-on. Boom! The violent collision unleashed terrifying energy. The arena cracked slightly under the impact. Mu Chuan's other hand struck again, aiming at Jiren's face. It was another ferocious punch. Jiren reacted quickly but failed to anticipate that Mu Chuan's real attack wasn't a punch, it was a strike to his lower body. A swift upward kick sent Jiren flying into the sky. Mu Chuan instantly teleported behind him, clasped his fists together, and hammered downward. Boom! A massive crater appeared in the arena. Whoosh! Despite such a terrifying blow, Jiren emerged unscathed and charged forward once more. The two began an aerial skirmish. At this moment, both fought blow for blow, countering each other's moves. Yet, as the battle progressed, their attacks began to change. Now, they traded blows recklessly, almost as if they abandoned all defense, engaging in a brutal exchange of injuries. The sheer ferocity of this fight was overwhelming, leaving everyone in stunned silence. None of the spectators could comprehend why these two were so ruthless. Hiss. Their battle is terrifying. They're fighting without regard for injuries, unleashing relentless attacks. Don't they fear collapsing from exhaustion? The audience was filled with disbelief. The ferocity of their attacks, landing squarely on each other, hinted at unimaginable injuries. Yet they endured it all. What was their plan? Whis suddenly remarked, "No, they're trying to avoid prolonged combat. That would prevent them from fully unleashing their power. Given such drawn-out fighting, who knows when it would end? Instead, this injury-for-injury battle will decide who collapses first. Whoever endures will win." This. Everyone fell silent, overwhelmed by the intensity of what they were witnessing. This was far beyond a mere martial arts competition. However, though worried, the Saiyans in the crowd couldn't hide their glimmers of excitement. None knew better than they that Saiyans thrived in battle, growing stronger the more dire the situation. Every injury brought them terrifying growth. The closer to despair, the more overwhelming their unleashed power. At this moment, perhaps the breakthrough was imminent. Kale silently pondered, "Mu Chuan, can you break through your limits this time? In this dire situation, will you achieve the impossible? It's been far too long since someone forced Mu Chuan to unleash his full power. Not even Frisia could. If there's ever been a worthy adversary, it's this one. Perhaps he will push Mu Chuan to an unimaginable level." No one understood better than him how much Mu Chuan yearned for a truly balanced fight. For someone who always stood leagues above everyone else, there had never been anyone who could even graze his full strength. For Saiyans, that was a tragedy. Without a proper opponent to battle, without someone to force them into extreme combat, their growth would always remain limited. But now, this could be the best opportunity yet. Boom! The two exchanged blows again, their fists slamming into each other's faces. Blood spurted from their mouths on impact. Even so, their battle raged on. Blow after blow landed on their battered bodies. At this point, neither could be described as anything but bloodied and bruised. Their breathing grew erratic. Yet even in such a state, the pace of their battle showed no signs of slowing. Instead, it intensified further. Mu Chuan gathered energy for a key blast, terrifying destructive power swirling around his hands as he hurled it forward. Jiren, undaunted, deflected the key blasts with one hand while charging another energy blast with the other, throwing it back at Mu Chuan. The two continued their frenzied exchange, paying no heed to the arena's boundaries. Their overwhelming ferocity left the entire arena devastated. Only 1/5 of the platform remained intact, with fragments of the arena floating around them. Chapter 280. Still not enough. Mu Chuan murmured softly as he casually launched another terrifying energy wave. The energy wave shot out at lightning speed. Jiren swiftly dodged. The terrifying energy wave pierced through the last remaining portion of the arena with ease. Before Jiren could react, Mu Chuan teleported beside him. With a swift hand blade, he slashed downward, aiming at Jiren's neck. The speed was so astonishing that Jiren had no time to react, taking the hit head-on. This scene shocked everyone in the audience. Could this be the decisive blow? Was the match over? Just as they entertained these thoughts, the battle showed no signs of ending. Jiren, despite barely steadying himself after the blow, turned and delivered a powerful punch to Mu Chuan's face. Mu Chuan did not back down either. With a devastating counterpunch, he sent Jiren flying across the arena. Without hesitation, Mu Chuan charged forward, launching a powerful kick with all his strength. This kick seemed to radiate terrifying purple lightning, enveloping Mu Chuan's legs completely. Boom! Jiren, along with half of the remaining arena, was sent flying. The clash of this immense power startled everyone in the audience. A single kick had shattered half the arena. How terrifying must his destructive power be? Such strength was beyond imagination. That's terrifying, a kick like that would kill an ordinary person on the spot. No wonder, he truly is one of the universe's top beings. Everyone was utterly shocked. Even the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 were trembling in fear. Imagining themselves in Jiren's place, they realized none of them would survive such a kick. It would mean instant death. This realization made the gap between them painfully clear. However, this also filled them with deep concern. Was Jiren alright? The audience searched the arena for Jiren's whereabouts. After taking such a devastating kick, Jiren had indeed suffered a heavy blow. For a moment, he seemed utterly dazed. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Grabbing onto a floating rock, he barely prevented himself from falling off the stage. At this moment, using all his strength, Jiren leapt back onto the arena. That was close. You are strong. I didn't expect you to display such terrifying power at this moment. But this ends here. My next attack will be my strongest. If you can withstand it, then victory is yours. But if not... Jiren did not finish his sentence. His energy was already surging once again. Slowly, he clasped his hands together, and a terrifying aura began to emanate. Energy gradually gathered between his hands. Mu Chuan did not back down either. This time, however, he made no large movements. He simply raised one hand slightly, condensing a purple energy sphere at his fingertip. Over time, the sphere began to expand. Seeing this, Frisia's pupils contracted. An intense shock welled up within her. Is that, my death ball? That wretched Saiyan was actually using her signature technique at such a critical moment. Was he doing this to let her feel somewhat involved? That wretched Saiyan. Frisia thought bitterly. But deep down, she felt a hint of gratification. After all, despite her best efforts, she had failed to inflict any damage on the opponent. Yet, Mu Chuan could do so effortlessly. Clearly, this Saiyan's power far exceeded her own. Now, by incorporating her technique, he seemed to acknowledge her existence in a unique way. The energy waves in both their hands grew stronger, eventually engulfing the entire arena. Orange-red and purple energy waves clashed violently. In an instant, dazzling lights filled the arena, the colors covering everything in sight. The two energies refused to give an inch, pushing against each other with terrifying force. It seemed like a stalemate with no winner in sight. This intense deadlock lasted for a full minute. But just as everyone believed the fight was even, the tide suddenly turned. The purple energy surged forward, gaining ground rapidly. In an instant, it enveloped the orange-red energy, swallowing it entirely. The orange-red energy shrank to a tiny fragment. This sight left everyone in utter shock. Could it be, Jiren was about to lose? No one had anticipated that Mu Chuan's power would be this overwhelming. It was as if his strength had suddenly ascended to a new level. Did he have no limits? In truth, it wasn't as simple as they imagined. Chuan had indeed reached his limit. At this moment, he was giving everything he had. His ultra instinct, transcendence had been pushed to its utmost peak, achieving a power beyond imagination. Yet even so, the battle had merely reached a stalemate. However, in a single moment, Chuan unleashed all his remaining potential. He was determined to exhaust every ounce of his strength. He was forcing himself to break through his limits. Only by doing so could he reach a whole new realm. As he pushed himself to his absolute maximum, his form began to change. His hair, still purple, darkened in shade. Purple lightning swirled around him, growing denser. At the same time, his body underwent further transformations. Similar to a Super Saiyan 4, faint fur began to appear on his skin, this time, in a deep purple hue. The new form exuded an aura of malevolence, and his power soared to unprecedented heights. In an instant, his terrifying power broke through the deadlock, enveloping Jiren completely. Jiren didn't even have time to react. He was engulfed by the devastating death ball. He struggled to resist, but the energy's overwhelming destructive force left him helpless. In the end, he was annihilated on the spot. The arena was completely obliterated. Nothing remained except for the small patch beneath Chuan's feet. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared at Chuan's new form in stunned disbelief. They glanced at the now vanished arena, as if the world itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 281. What is this? This form, it's completely different from before. Beerus was utterly astonished when he saw Chuan's current state. He could sense that it was entirely unlike the transformations he had guided previously. The power was stronger and deeper, less wild, yet far more restrained. While his appearance still exuded a ferocious aura, it carried a completely different feeling. It wasn't just Beerus, anyone who laid eyes on Chuan was equally shocked. Throughout the entire tournament of power, he had already transformed countless times, each time becoming stronger. Was this some kind of limitless transformation? This form of his, Whis suddenly spoke, his tone laced with shock. He could sense it clearly, the destruction energy had fully merged into Chuan's body. This was no longer just power. It wasn't a standalone force anymore. Something new had been created. It could be called Super Saiyan 6. The destruction energy has integrated into his body, breaking the original balance. This power now belongs entirely to him, even resonating with his Saiyan bloodline. After Whis explained this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Destructive energy merged into his body. Was such a thing even possible? Even Whis found it hard to believe. He had never seen anything like this before. Even for a god of destruction, achieving such a level was extremely difficult, let alone for a mortal. The mere thought was incredible. The clown god of destruction stared blankly at Chuan, disbelief etched across his face. But soon, a smile of admiration spread across his lips. As expected of someone who could defeat Jiren, to reach this level is truly remarkable. Ultimately, Beerus is just too lucky. To have such a powerful mortal in his universe, this is extraordinary. If he were to inherit the position of god of destruction one day, he'd undoubtedly become the strongest of all gods of destruction. The clown god of destruction's words were not mere flattery but sincere admiration. The Pride troopers, still reeling from Jiren's defeat, were even more stunned upon hearing the clown god of destruction's remarks. Meanwhile, the figures of Universe 11's members began to blur, they had lost. Victory belonged solely to Universe 7. Everyone finally snapped back to reality. However, their reactions were muted. After all, they had already come to terms with their fate during the earlier moments of the battle. Even Jiren had been defeated. Erasure was now an undeniable reality. Though victory was worth celebrating, watching one universe after another be erased left everyone deeply shaken. As Universe 11 was erased before their very eyes, the members of Universe 7 stood silently, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. One universe after another, erased. Not just individual beings, but entire universes, including their powerful gods of destruction and supreme Kais, vanished in an instant. It feels surreal. Alapod rarely spoke, but his words struck a chord. Witnessing the erasure of entire universes was undeniably shocking. A universe wasn't just a single entity, it represented countless lives, including formidable gods of destruction and Kais. And yet, all of it was erased with the snap of a finger. The others silently agreed with his sentiment. Amid everyone's deep thoughts, Chuan stood on the stage, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him. He hadn't expected such a transformation to occur by sheer chance. The terrifying destruction energy enveloped him, his domineering aura and immense power forcing him to recognize this new form. It seemed he had mastered yet another transformation. But how did this transformation come about? He wasn't sure. Given time, he could slowly analyze and study it. Chuan glanced around, a faint smile curling at his lips. We've won. We are the champions. At this moment, the previously somber crowd erupted in excitement. While they had felt a sense of loss watching other universes vanish, the ultimate victory was theirs. They had survived. We are the champions. We are the champions. Everyone cheered in unison. Reflecting on the battle, they realized how perilous it had been. Though they had thought themselves powerful, they had faced immense resistance from the other universes. Especially Universe 11, they were truly formidable. Without Chuan's final surge of power, the outcome would have been uncertain. Even Frisia, as proud as he was, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Not bad. I must admit, Saiyans truly are a warrior race, growing stronger the more they fight. But next time, it'll be my turn to shine. Despite the significant gap in power, Frisia never gave up. He didn't believe himself inferior to the Saiyans. As a prodigy, all he needed was time, then immense power would be within his grasp. We finally won. Carl and Greta exchanged a glance. Moments ago, their hearts had been on edge. Although they had faith in Chuan, Jiren's overwhelming strength had left them feeling hopeless. Thankfully, it was all over now. Their universe had emerged victorious. From afar, Goku gazed at Chuan. Though he had always known of Chuan's strength, only now did he realize how indescribably powerful he truly was. I have to train harder, someday, I'll be as strong as you all. It won't take long. Goku's unwavering resolve remained. He was a battle maniac, driven by the pursuit of strength and the thrill of fighting powerful opponents. Having glimpsed a broader world, his ambitions only grew. Beerus dusted off his pants, standing up with a satisfied smile. It's finally over. As expected, we're the champions. But Beerus-sama, you were clearly nervous just now. Whis' casual remark made Beerus freeze momentarily. He quickly turned away, pretending not to hear. After all, he had been nervous. At the decisive moment, losing would have been disastrous. Chapter 282. The Tournament of Power has officially ended. Congratulations to the 7th universe for winning. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed throughout the Null Realm. Survivors from the 7th universe, as well as those from the other 4 remaining universes, all heard the announcement. Everyone silently awaited what would come next. The brutal battle had finally concluded, and now it was time for the victors to claim their reward. The last remaining fighter can make a wish, right? Suddenly, as the Grand Priest declared the 7th universe victorious, Chuan's voice broke the silence. His words interrupted everyone's thoughts, and all eyes turned to him. After all, it was indeed mentioned at the beginning that the last survivor would be granted a wish. But now, curiosity filled the air. What kind of wish would Chuan make? What do you think he will wish for? I have no idea. All this time, he's been pursuing power. Perhaps he'll wish for something related to further strengthening himself. Considering his current strength, any enhancement could make him unimaginably terrifying. Others nodded in agreement, thinking this was indeed a plausible direction. Everyone was deeply curious. The Grand Priest, hearing Chuan's question, was momentarily stunned. That is correct. So, what is your wish? My wish is to restore the erased universes. Chuan didn't have any other wish in mind. To him, this was just a battle, there was no need to sacrifice the lives of entire universes for it. Even from his perspective, such a practice was inhumane. Perhaps, in the eyes of the gods, these lives were insignificant. But when considering the countless lives erased, Chuan felt it was his responsibility. If he had the chance to change it, he would willingly use this wish for that purpose. As soon as he said this, everyone present froze. What? Did he just say he wants to restore all the erased universes? Does that mean, he plans to revive everyone from those destroyed universes? The shock among the crowd was palpable. This was a chance to make a wish to Zeno himself. As long as it wasn't overly outrageous. Almost any wish could be granted. Yet, Chuan was using this precious opportunity to restore the erased universes. Everyone found this choice utterly incomprehensible. Some even doubted whether such a wish was possible. After all, it wasn't just one or two universes, they were talking about 7 entire universes. Erasing them was simple, a mere snap of the fingers. But restoring them? That wasn't as straightforward as it sounded. Amid the collective astonishment, all eyes turned to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest quickly regained his composure. Are you sure you don't want to use this wish for yourself? It's unnecessary. Whether it's increasing my strength or fulfilling other desires, I can achieve them step by step myself. Do you think my wish is achievable? The Grand Priest smiled and replied, of course. There's no wish the Super Shenron cannot grant. Hearing the Grand Priest's confirmation, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was possible. The sacrifices of those universes wouldn't be in vain, as they could be restored. If it had been the Dragon Balls from Earth or Namek, such a wish might have been impossible to grant. After all, these were entire universes. Once the Grand Priest agreed, he summoned the Super Shenron. The colossal golden dragon coiled around everyone, its immense form stretching beyond the limits of perception. The dazzling golden scales radiated overwhelming power. This was the Super Shenron. The fighters of the 7th universe looked up in awe. Its sheer size was unimaginable, far larger than any planet, appearing to occupy the entirety of a universe. Its vastness defied comprehension. Super Shenron, restore the 7 universes that were erased. The Grand Priest spoke calmly in the divine language. Once he finished, the Super Shenron's eyes glowed with mysterious light. In an instant, the previously empty spectator seats were filled with countless figures, warriors from the erased universes, now revived. In that moment, the once desolate null realm became lively again. As the wish was fulfilled, the Super Shenron transformed into radiant light and vanished. The Grand Priest said, "Your wish has been granted." Chuan nodded silently, observing the restored crowd around him. This confirmed that the Super Shenron could indeed fulfill such a wish. Those who had been revived looked dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, they distinctly remembered being erased. Yet now, not only did they retain their memories, but they had also been fully restored. Looking around, they saw themselves once again in the spectator stands. What's going on? I remember being erased, said one of the warriors from the Pride Troopers, the runners-up in the tournament. Despite their strong performance, they couldn't escape erasure. But their memories were clear, they had been destroyed. Looking around, however, they noticed other previously erased fighters were also present. What's happening? We've been revived. Kampa touched his body, astonished. As a god of destruction, he quickly pieced together the truth but still couldn't understand why they had been revived. Vados smiled and said, "Welcome back, Lord Kampa. What happened to us?" In short, the 7th universe used their final wish to revive all the erased universes. Hearing this, Kampa was stunned. He couldn't believe that someone would use such a precious wish to revive the other universes. This wish could have realized any desire, no matter how difficult, as long as it wasn't beyond the Super Shenron's power. And yet, someone had chosen to use this priceless opportunity to bring back the erased universes. It was an incredible gesture. Everyone was speechless. Now, understanding the situation, all eyes turned to the sole figure on the stage. Or rather, what remained of the stage, a fragment of floating debris resembling a small star. This lone figure attracted everyone's gaze, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Being brought back to life was a tremendous gift. Whether they were warriors or gods of destruction, they couldn't help but feel thankful. This was their second chance at life. Even Jiren, typically stoic and emotionless, allowed a faint smile to appear. As expected of the one who defeated me. Chapter 283. All the warriors followed the angels and gods of destruction back to their respective universes, but such evenly matched opponents would always take the opportunity to extend invitations to each other. After all, opportunities like this were incredibly rare. However, just as the warriors of Universe 7 were about to return, the voice of the Grand Priest suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. People of Universe 7. Everyone was startled upon hearing the Grand Priest's voice and turned to look at him in unison. Even Beerus and Whis were puzzled. What was the Grand Priest up to? Neither of them spoke. Since the Grand Priest had called them to stop, it naturally meant there was something very important to be addressed. There was no need for them to ask, as the Grand Priest would naturally explain. Mu Chuan, due to your outstanding performance in the Tournament of Power, Lord Omni King greatly admires you and believes you have immense potential. Lord Omni King wishes to invite you to train in his palace for some time. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, everyone present was utterly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Inviting Mu Chuan to train in the Omni King's palace? The Omni King was such a mysterious being, one who could destroy an entire universe with a mere whim. The palace where such an existence resided must be a place rarely seen by anyone. And now, he was invited to train there. Could this mean he might even receive guidance? Everyone was utterly astonished. No one had expected the Omni King to make such a request. Even Beerus was taken aback. He subtly nudged Mu Chuan before he could respond, signaling him to reply quickly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mu Chuan was indeed momentarily stunned. Logically, no matter how powerful he appeared to be, to the Grand Priest and the Omni King, he should still be like an ordinary mortal, entirely insignificant. Yet unexpectedly, he received an invitation. It was indeed an opportunity. He couldn't act as casually as Goku in the original story, forming a close bond with the Omni King. Such recklessness could easily lead to his demise. Who knew if a single mistake could result in being erased completely? Now, since he was invited, he felt he could not afford to let this chance slip away. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to stay in the Omni King's palace. With great gratitude to Lord Omni King for his kindness, I am willing. This response didn't surprise anyone present. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Even if there was no guidance from the Omni King, receiving guidance from the Grand Priest would be an immeasurable benefit. Everyone could only feel envious. The boss is truly incredible. No matter where he goes, opportunities like this seem to fall into his lap. But given our current strength and realm, even if we stayed by the Omni King's side, there might not be much to gain, Greta commented. Though Greta was incredibly envious, he understood his own strength. Even if he were allowed to stay in the Omni King's palace, the improvements he could achieve would be very limited. On the contrary, returning to Universe 7 would provide him with greater growth potential. It was an unavoidable reality. Their own strength and realms were too low, limiting their growth potential. Unless one day they reached Mu Chuan's level. No one felt jealousy, they only offered their blessings. Even Beerus couldn't help but feel envious. This was an opportunity others couldn't dream of, and yet it fell right into Mu Chuan's lap. How lucky. But, he does deserve it. After all, for a mere mortal to bring his power to this level, if he receives further guidance, he will go even further. By then, he might surpass the 12 universes entirely. Beerus, lost in thought, couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. Afterward, Mu Chuan bid a formal farewell to everyone. After all, he had no idea how long he would remain here, there was even a possibility they might never meet again. It was all an unknown. However, the Saiyan legacy as a collective would only continue to grow stronger. Watching the others leave, Mu Chuan followed the Grand Priest to the Omni King's palace. The palace was located in a mysterious dimension, not belonging to any particular universe, yet its surroundings allowed one to see all 12 universes. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. As expected, the Omni King and the Grand Priest, beings who stood above all universes, were on a completely different level. It's said that long ago, there were countless universes, but all of them were destroyed by the Omni King. Now, only the last 12 remain. These 12 universes are both strong and weak. But if all universes were destroyed, would there be any left? It feels as though the Omni King and the Grand Priest not only transcend all universes but also exist on an entirely different, unknown dimension and plane. If there were only a few universes, they wouldn't be so indifferent or so dismissive of them. Mu Chuan silently speculated in his heart. He didn't know whether his guesses were correct, but he believed that as his strength grew, he would naturally come to understand everything. However, all of this was predicated on the fact that he had to become stronger. For now, he couldn't even surpass a single universe, let alone comprehend the levels of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Mu Chuan, from now on, you will train here in the palace. If Lord Omni King feels bored, he might come to see you. If you encounter any problems during your training, you can look at the crystals around you. They may contain the answers you seek. As the Grand Priest spoke, countless crystals appeared nearby. The closest one to Mu Chuan emitted a faint glow, as if responding to the Grand Priest's words. Mu Chuan looked puzzled. Are these crystals communication devices? No, they are not. They can connect to the past and the present and even display everything within the vast universe. Particularly regarding the analysis of power, you may find the answers you're looking for through these. Chuan immediately understood the Grand Priest's meaning. This was akin to the power of gods in the heavenly realm, where they could observe the mortal world. But here, the level was far higher, it allowed one to oversee all the universes and even peer into the past. Did this mean certain truths could be slowly unraveled through these crystals? Realizing this, Chuan felt utterly amazed. If he were granted such abilities, wouldn't he, in effect, transcend all universes? Even gods of destruction and angels couldn't achieve this. The Grand Priest, having said his piece, seemed unconcerned with Chuan's shock. Gradually, his figure disappeared as if he were never there. Chapter 284. The Margins of Universe 7. On a certain planet, a deafening explosion shook the ground, and several figures instantly appeared in the sky. These individuals exuded a wild and violent aura, dressed in battle armor. They were the remaining survivors of the Saiyan race, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. By a stroke of luck, they did not perish along with planet Vegeta when it was destroyed. However, due to Frisia's interference, the three of them never joined Frisia's army and had been wandering on the fringes of the universe ever since. Using their scouters, they had gathered fragmented information about the current state of the universe. Although incomplete, the data made it clear that with their current strength, exposing themselves would be extremely dangerous. After all, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. That said, after years of exploration, they had also discovered that a few Saiyans had survived on another planet. However, those Saiyans appeared to have close ties with Frisia, making Vegeta and the others reluctant to reveal themselves. Instead, they had been silently working to increase their combat power. Currently, the three had grown significantly stronger. Vegeta, combat power of 200,000. Nappa, combat power of 90,000. Raditz, combat power of 15,000. This meant they had surpassed the limits of the Saiyan race as it existed on planet Vegeta. Even Raditz, a low-class warrior with the weakest talent, had exceeded a combat power of 10,000 through sheer, brutal fighting. But from their perspective, this was far from enough. Especially since their scouters had revealed that Frisia's combat power had already exceeded 1 billion, a fact that drove them to despair. Otherwise, with Vegeta's pride, he would never have stayed in hiding for so long. Vegeta, why don't we just find a high-level civilization and settle down? Nappa hesitated before suggesting. With our current strength, we simply can't contend with Frisia. He's an invincible existence to us. Even now, though we've surpassed our former limits and even broken the boundaries of Saiyan power, we still can't face Frisia head-on. This, Nappa trailed off, his voice uncertain. Over the years, while their strength had grown, their knowledge of Frisia's terrifying power only deepened their despair. Even as members of the Saiyan warrior race, there was no way they could take on a cosmic emperor like Frisia. The more they learned, the more hopeless they felt. Raditz, standing to the side, nodded silently. As the weakest in the group and a low-class warrior, he had little say in their discussions. His strength might make him the weakest in their small group, but on other planets, he was already considered top-tier. Wherever he went, he could live a comfortable life. Given his cautious personality, he had no desire to seek revenge against Frisia, as it was a hopeless endeavor. He had thought about raising this issue many times but didn't dare to speak up due to his low status in the group. Nappa, at least, was an elite warrior and had some degree of respect. However, hearing Nappa's suggestion, Vegeta's face immediately darkened. You fool! What are you saying? Vegeta roared. Frisia destroyed the entirety of planet Vegeta. All the Saiyans were wiped out. How could you even think of forgetting such a grudge? Vegeta's face was filled with rage and frustration. Though they currently lacked the strength to defeat Frisia, losing the courage to try would mean they were no longer worthy of being Saiyans. Frisia might be incredibly strong, but we have our own advantage. We are Saiyans, the warrior race. The more we fight, the stronger we become. As long as we don't give up, there will eventually come a day when we surpass that bastard. What's more, Vegeta paused, his tone suddenly resolute. I've thought it through. The three of us alone can't possibly take down Frisia. Nappa asked hesitantly, then where are we supposed to find help? The universe is vast, and while there are other species with combat potential, their strength is too weak to even qualify as cannon fodder. Are you suggesting we seek out the Saiyans on Earth? Over the years, their scouters had detected information about Earth through Frisia's army. However, Earth was a place they were unwilling to set foot in. Although it was home to Saiyans, the Saiyans there had grown much stronger and had formed close ties with Frisia's forces. Worse still, those Saiyans were former criminals, making them fundamentally different from Vegeta and his group. If they dared to approach Earth, they might end up as prisoners. Naturally, Vegeta dismissed the idea. "Do you have a death wish?" Vegeta glared at Nappa. "That's not a place we can go. If we go there, we might never return. Survival would already be a problem. When we're stronger, we can negotiate with them. For now, we'll have to find another way." But suddenly, Vegeta turned to look at Raditz, and a thought flashed in his mind. That's it. Before planet Vegeta was destroyed, any Saiyans detected with low potential were sent to other planets. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, many of these Saiyans had not yet returned. They might be our hope. Vegeta's mind raced as he spoke. After all, Raditz was also a low-class warrior but had remained on planet Vegeta due to Bardock's intervention. However, there were many low-class warriors who had been sent to other primitive planets. Although some of them eventually returned to planet Vegeta, a significant number never made it back. Low-class warriors were sent to relatively backward planets, where all sorts of accidents could occur. Additionally, when the recall order was issued, it was mainly small teams on missions that returned. Many individuals were left behind. If they could find these Saiyans, their team would grow larger and stronger. With more warriors, they could expand their territory and fight farther and harder. The more they fought, the stronger they would become. Eventually, they would have a chance to challenge Frisia's level of power. Hearing Vegeta's plan, Nappa and Raditz's eyes lit up. Raditz, in particular, was thrilled. As the weakest member of the group, he had the lowest status. But if they found other low-class warriors, he could finally hold some authority. With his current combat power, even some elite warriors who neglected training might not be able to match him. This was an excellent opportunity to elevate his position. Unsurprisingly, all three agreed on the plan. Chapter 285. Beep, beep, beep. Detected Saiyan presence on planet M416. On a high-level civilization planet, Vegeta and his team had seized control of the planet. Using its advanced technology, they developed a detector, not a power-level scouter, but a device that could detect Saiyan bloodlines. This creation had taken them an entire year. Now, as the detector was put to use for the first time, it immediately locked onto a target. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. This was an incredible breakthrough. Alright, the three of us will act separately. With our current power levels, we can handle things alone without much trouble, Vegeta instructed while preparing. At this moment, they were boarding their respective spaceships, ensuring no room for error in this mission. The other two nodded in agreement. Given their current power levels, dealing with lower-tier warriors would be a breeze. In the past year, their strength had grown significantly. Vegeta had officially surpassed a power level of 500,000. Nappa had reached 230,000. Raditz had climbed to 70,000. This substantial growth gave them immense confidence. As long as they avoided Frisia's forces or the Saiyans on Earth, they could easily escape any situation. This confidence was their foundation for venturing freely across the universe. Raditz, boarding his spaceship, felt a wave of elation. Finally, he could escape the dominance of Vegeta and Nappa. With his current power level, he would be a supreme being among other Saiyans. Saiyans had a common flaw: while they grew stronger through battles, they were also notoriously arrogant. Once their power reached a certain threshold, they often became complacent and lazy in their training. This flaw had long hindered Saiyans from reaching their true potential. The three had only achieved their current strength due to the relentless pressure from Frisia's forces. While Vegeta continued to train diligently, Nappa and Raditz had gradually begun to slack off. After all, their current strength surpassed that of King Vegeta from the past. This comparison naturally dampened their motivation for further growth. With 3 bursts of flame, the spaceships launched into the vastness of space. Raditz stared at the dark expanse of space outside his window, eventually settling into hibernation mode. 1 month. It'll take 1 month to reach the destination. I can't wait to meet this Saiyan. I hope they won't disappoint me, he murmured. A month passed quietly. Raditz arrived at the destination planet. As he opened the spaceship hatch, he was greeted by a desolate landscape. As expected of a low-tier planet. There's no sign of advanced technology. But, the power levels here are decent, Raditz noted, lightly tapping his detector. The screen displayed numerous scattered numbers. Adjusting the detector's direction, a singular reading emerged. 764, 632, 841, 1070. Although this planet is classified as low tier, its inhabitants' power levels barely meet the universal average. However, I still can't determine who the strongest is. A Saiyan, under normal circumstances, should be far stronger than this. Given this planet's high gravity and the presence of strong individuals, the Saiyan here should logically be the strongest. As Raditz flew and searched, his detector suddenly flickered, settling on a relatively high reading. Got it. 1611. This might be the strongest individual on this planet. Let's see if they're a Saiyan. Raditz quickly flew toward the source. His presence had already attracted attention. However, the overwhelming aura he exuded deterred most from approaching him. Deep within a mountain range, a rugged man with a tail looked up at the sky. His hair was jet black but wild and untamed. He wore only tattered trousers, making him look almost like a savage. An intruder, he muttered. As Raditz approached, he noticed the man and couldn't suppress his excitement. This was the first Saiyan he had found. He's definitely a Saiyan. To think I'd be the one to find him first. Lost Saiyan, heed my call. Return to the Saiyan race and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Saiyan, the man questioned. That's right. We belong to a mighty race known as the Saiyans. We're a warrior race, renowned for growing stronger through battle. Raditz declared, revealing his tail as proof of their shared heritage. This gesture resonated with the rugged Saiyan. Despite the vague memories of his implanted knowledge, seeing Raditz awakened a sense of kinship. On this primitive planet, advanced space travel was impossible. Furthermore, he had never encountered anyone of his kind. Humans existed here, but none with tails like his. Now, seeing Raditz, he felt an inexplicable connection. The Saiyan race, he muttered. After learning more about the universe, he immediately decided to leave. He had long since reached the pinnacle of strength on this planet, but it wasn't enough. He yearned to see the vastness of the universe. With his decision made, Raditz beamed with satisfaction. You've made a wise choice. Thus, Vegeta's group gained another Saiyan. Across the universe, scattered Saiyans were being gathered. Although their power levels weren't impressive, the strongest barely surpassing the threshold of elite warriors at 3,000, they represented hope. After all, with effort, Saiyans rarely encountered true limits. Over the years, the Saiyan group grew larger and stronger. Even Vegeta's power had reached terrifying new heights. However, he had reached a bottleneck. Despite his relentless training, his progress was negligible. This realization led him to a crucial decision: it was time to unite all Saiyans. Chapter 286. Boom! The seventh universe's Earth. Today witnessed an unprecedented scene. One spaceship after another descended upon the planet, a spectacle so astonishing that it left people utterly dumbfounded. Although Earth had been developing rapidly in recent years, with even outer space gradually coming into focus, this was the first time so many spaceships had appeared at once. Are those aliens? So many aliens descending at once, could it be they've heard of Earth's reputation and come from afar? Many ordinary people curiously observed the scene from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Yet, the sudden arrival of so many spaceships piqued their curiosity. One by one, the spaceship doors opened. One figure after another emerged. Each individual was tall, imposing, and radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. So, this is Earth. The first to step out was Nappa, whose battle power had reached over 1 million after years of combat. He was now considered one of the strongest Saiyans, second only to Vegeta. Vegeta, surrounded like a star in the center of the galaxy, moved forward. This was his first time seeing Earth. At a glance, he didn't spot any particularly powerful individuals. Earth, the location of another group of Saiyans, and they seem to have a deep connection with Frisia. If we can unify all Saiyans, perhaps one day we might even exact revenge. However, where have these Saiyans gone? The moment the Saiyans appeared on Earth, they were already under surveillance. In fact, not only were they monitored the moment they entered Earth's atmosphere, but even when Vegeta's small group began searching for other Saiyans, Chuan had been observing everything. Not long ago, Chuan had even specifically sent a message to Karl. Though Chuan had been training in Zeno's palace, thanks to the Grand Priest's permission, he could freely travel between universes and was sometimes assigned specific tasks. It was through this authority that he noticed Vegeta's movements. However, given his current strength, he wasn't particularly concerned. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he issued a subtle warning. At this moment, several Saiyans stood atop the lookout, observing the events below. Just as the boss said, a group of Saiyans has landed. This scene feels both familiar and strange. It's been so long since something like this happened. It's like we've returned to the days before planet Vegeta was destroyed, back when Saiyans were still full of ambition. But now, everything is different. The one leading them must be the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, as the boss mentioned, right? In the past, we'd have had to bow when we saw him. But now, things are completely different. Let's go meet them. We'll bring Son Goku along too. Carl beckoned the others to join him. By now, their mindsets had changed entirely. They were seasoned individuals who had witnessed grander events. Moreover, based on the techniques they now possessed, they could easily gauge the strength of the arriving Saiyans through their energy. Still, what surprised them was the sheer number of surviving Saiyans, so many gathered together. This was truly unexpected. Everyone knew planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Who would have thought such a grand scene could still occur? Over 100 Saiyans in total. Vegeta and his group had initially planned to act cautiously. After all, their scouters had detected many strong individuals on Earth. With the assistance of the Kami, Earth had long become a hub for martial arts, with countless individuals boasting battle power exceeding 1,000. Among them were numerous formidable martial artists. This made the Saiyans wary. The planet seemed far from ordinary. However, just as they were about to make their move, several figures appeared before them. These individuals also wore battle armor, but theirs was far more advanced, exuding a high-tech aura. Even without releasing their energy, their overwhelming presence sent chills down everyone's spines. Upon closer inspection. Tails. They had tails too. Vegeta's pupils shrank. He quickly realized that this group of sudden arrivals must be the Saiyans living on Earth. The prince hasn't even sought you out, and you've already come knocking. Interesting. Vegeta crossed his arms and slowly scanned the group. Behind him, his comrades activated their scouters. The scouters showed the newcomers' battle power as only a few hundred. Only a few hundred battle power? These are the surviving Saiyans. Could there be some mistake? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had always heard Vegeta describe this group of surviving Saiyans as incredibly powerful. But now, how could their battle power be only a few hundred? Vegeta was equally stunned. He quickly picked up his scouter, and upon seeing the results, he was at a loss for words. This didn't make sense. How could this be? These individuals had previously displayed terrifying strength. Remote surveillance had long revealed their interactions with Frisia's army. The power they exhibited was enough to make Frisia wary. How could they now show such low battle power? Something was definitely wrong. As Vegeta and his group hesitated, caught off guard by the situation, Greta found it amusing. Observing the outdated method of using scouters to gauge strength, he chuckled. How nostalgic. Old-fashioned scouters. It seems they know something, but their knowledge is incomplete. Should we intervene? Greta asked Carl, his tone playful. After all, he had already assessed their strength using his own techniques. The strongest among them was Vegeta, while the others were hardly worth mentioning. Even Vegeta couldn't compare to Son Goku from the Tournament of Power years ago. The gap was simply too vast. Different platforms naturally lead to different growth trajectories. Their perspectives had been limited. No need. If we act, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides, we have someone who's a true martial arts enthusiast, let him handle it. Carl's words were self-explanatory. He was referring to Son Goku, the battle-loving Saiyan. Even after the Tournament of Power, Goku frequently sought out opponents to fight, regardless of danger. It was a constant source of both amusement and frustration. Even fellow Saiyans found it hard to keep up with his enthusiasm. Chapter 287. Cough cough. Let me introduce myself. I am Vegeta, son of the former King Vegeta of planet Vegeta. I wonder if you still remember me. Planet Vegeta was ultimately destroyed by that despicable Frisia. To seek revenge, the king summoned all the surviving Saiyans to form this mighty team. Over the years, we've worked tirelessly to improve our combat strength. Now, upon learning that there are more Saiyans here on this distant Earth, we've come to recruit you all to join us and seek vengeance together. When the time comes, we'll rebuild our home together. Vegeta spoke with great conviction, and the Saiyans behind him were visibly stirred. After all, this had been their goal for so long. However, they failed to notice the strange expressions on Karl and the others standing before them. Setting aside the matter of avenging themselves against Frieza, did they seriously think they could achieve that with this ragtag group of weaklings? What a joke. Even the Frieza of the past wasn't someone they could easily deal with, let alone after the Tournament of Power. Who knew how terrifying Frieza had become by now? Revenge? More like delivering themselves to their deaths. Furthermore, Earth had essentially become the Saiyans' new home. Not to mention, many of them had been prisoners on planet Vegeta, treated as outcasts. They had no real sense of belonging to their old home. As for rebuilding their home, that was pure nonsense. Because of this, no matter how passionately Vegeta spoke, everyone remained indifferent. As Vegeta continued, he finally noticed something was off, especially the peculiar expressions on the faces of the group before him. Why did it seem like they were trying not to laugh? Don't you want revenge? Vegeta asked Karl and the others in a serious tone. Karl waved his hand dismissively. No, we don't. Vegeta. We were once prisoners of the Saiyans, locked away in a dark, sunless dungeon. If not for a twist of fate, we might have been destroyed along with the rest of planet Vegeta. Revenge? On whom, exactly? Should we seek revenge on your father, the former King Vegeta? Karl looked at Vegeta with a smirk. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, and the Saiyans behind him were equally dumbfounded. What the hell? Was it really that bad? If they were to seek revenge, all the Saiyans couldn't help but look at Vegeta. After all, these former prisoners had every reason to direct their anger at King Vegeta. And as the saying goes, the son pays for the father's sins. At this moment, no one said a word. The atmosphere grew awkward. Greta nearly burst out laughing. The expressions of the Saiyans opposite them, combined with Vegeta's face, were simply too comical. Although they had been prisoners and endured mistreatment, they had long since moved past it. After all, they now had better lives. Naturally, they didn't care anymore. But the others didn't know that. Cough cough. Vegeta cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and quickly said, I deeply apologize for that. After all, I was just a child back then and had no control over my father's actions. However, Frieza's harm to the Saiyans was real. Even now, the Saiyan race remains oppressed. Don't you want to see the glory of the Saiyans rise again and spread across the universe? No, Greta said coldly, suppressing a smirk. Earth is our home now. Besides, let's be honest, based on your group's strength, forget about taking revenge on Frieza. Any random subordinate of his could annihilate you all. Greta didn't want to be harsh, but he also didn't want the Saiyans to make foolish decisions. Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned. He never expected these seemingly weak Saiyans to say something so demoralizing. Wasn't this giving Frieza's side more credit while underestimating their own? They were Saiyans, a proud warrior race, after all. Don't be in denial. Frieza is no longer who he used to be. If you're still thinking of him as the same being who destroyed planets in the past, you're gravely mistaken. The Frieza of today could crush his former self with a single hand. Greta's words shocked everyone present. After all, the oppressive power of Frieza had always loomed over them. Moreover, Vegeta had always told the Saiyans that Frieza's power level was in the billions. But hearing this now. Good grief. The current Frieza could easily crush a being with billions of power level. What kind of monster was this? Are you joking with me? Vegeta's face darkened, refusing to believe it. Greta shrugged. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But as fellow Saiyans, I naturally don't want to see you throwing your lives away. How about this? We'll send someone from our side. If you can defeat them, I'll tell you everything I know about Frieza. Deal? Vegeta hesitated for a moment. He hadn't come here just to recruit Saiyans but also to gather more information about Frieza. This proposal suited his needs. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was he overthinking it? Vegeta shook his head, brushing aside his doubts. Fine. Let's each send someone to the ring for a match. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Raditz stepped forward. Vegeta, let me handle this. Vegeta looked at Raditz, slightly puzzled. After all, Raditz was one of the strongest in their group. Was he playing his trump card right away? Raditz, however, kept his eyes fixed on Goku, never looking away. From the moment he arrived on Earth, especially upon seeing Goku, memories he had long buried began to resurface. This was why he stepped forward. Kakarot, come out. Don't hide behind the others. Stand tall and face me like a true Saiyan. Raditz pointed at Goku, his tone commanding. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Could it be? Was Goku's original name Kakarot? Goku was equally surprised. After all, he had long lost his memory and retained no recollection of his past. His memories were tied to his life on Earth. And now? This guy seemed to know him. What are you talking about? My name is Son Goku, not Kakarot. You must have the wrong person. Chapter 288. You must be joking. Raditz felt like Goku was playing some kind of international prank on him. Your appearance and hair are exactly like our father Bardock's. He also had your hair color and looks. There's no way I'm mistaken. Kakarot. My brother. This sudden revelation left everyone present stunned. No one could have expected that these two were actually biological brothers. Unbelievable. Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity, as these two didn't seem particularly alike. Goku stood there, bewildered. Karl, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression. He knew Goku's past, having lost his memory after suffering a head injury. As a result, Goku had completely forgotten all information about being a Saiyan. If not for them discovering him, Goku's potential might have remained buried. On planet Vegeta, low-class warriors were typically assigned to conquer planets with lower power levels. Goku was one of them. However, Raditz's current combat power suggested that he wasn't necessarily a low-class warrior. This made sense, although they were brothers, their fates were vastly different. At this moment, Vegeta also had an epiphany. After all, as Raditz's squad leader, he had known Raditz had a younger brother. But that younger brother was merely a low-class warrior. To encounter him here. This was indeed unexpected. I never thought you'd run into your brother. In that case, you can take the lead, Vegeta said. Raditz, seeing Goku's utterly clueless expression, was furious inside. Judging by your face, you've completely forgotten everything. What happened to you? You don't even remember your own name. Although I am a Saiyan, when I was very young, I accidentally hit my head and forgot everything. Now I only have one name, Son Goku. Hearing this, Raditz instantly understood the situation. I see. In that case, let's settle this with our fists. Raditz's tall figure erupted with an immensely powerful aura, and a white light engulfed his body. As if to showcase his formidable strength, he held nothing back, unleashing his energy to its peak. The other Saiyan scouters kept beeping, locking onto Raditz's maximum combat power. 78,000 combat power. Raditz is indeed strong. He's improved again in such a short time. All the Saiyans were stunned. This level of power exceeded the understanding of most Saiyans. Even Vegeta was quite satisfied. With such strength, Raditz could traverse the universe at will and live comfortably on any planet. Dealing with these wild Saiyans here should be a piece of cake, right? Vegeta wore a confident expression. Karl and the others, too, assessed Raditz's power by sensing his aura. A flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes. The strongest Saiyans in the past barely broke the 10,000 combat power mark, and that was the Saiyan King. Who would have thought that now, Saiyans had developed to such an extent that even a random individual could reach tens of thousands in combat power? Not bad, Karl praised. Axiana nodded silently. If not for their leader, they wouldn't have achieved their current combat power. Whether they could match this current level of power was uncertain. Thus, they didn't look down on their opponents. However, combat power in the tens of thousands was far too weak for them now. It wasn't even close to Goku's current level, let alone Earth's other warriors. But Goku would not underestimate his opponent. He always gave his all in a fight. That's some decent strength. But if that's all, then I'll make my move. Goku clenched his fists, and in an instant, a terrifying aura also erupted from him. However, he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan right away. That would be too unfair. Even so, his combat power was astonishing. The scouters warned by the distant onlookers began to explode one by one. Boom! 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 This is bad, the scouters have maxed out. What? Maxed out? Vegeta was shocked. Their scouters were of various models, with the most common ones able to measure up to 1 million combat power. But now, they claimed the scouters maxed out. Did this mean the low-class warrior before them had surpassed 1 million combat power? What kind of joke was this? Within the Saiyan army, only Vegeta himself had reached this level, and that was after intense training. Even now, he was stuck at a bottleneck. And he was the Saiyan prince. Facing Vegeta's skepticism, the surrounding Saiyans confirmed, yes, it maxed out. The scouter exploded when it hit 1 million combat power. And the number was still rising. At that moment, everyone was stunned. No one expected that a low-class warrior, sent off as a child, could now achieve such power. Could he be the strongest among these Saiyans? Vegeta scrutinized Goku from head to toe. Only now did he take him seriously. The other Saiyans no longer dared to show any disdain. This terrifying combat power had forced them to face reality. Bring out the most advanced scouter. I want to see just how high his combat power has reached, Vegeta ordered. A Saiyan pulled out a more advanced scouter, which began beeping continuously as the number climbed higher and higher. The Saiyan was completely stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The number had reached an unbelievably exaggerated level. Even he found it hard to believe. 5 million combat power. When the Saiyan finally spoke, everyone froze. 5 million combat power? What kind of joke was this? Even Vegeta himself only had 3 million combat power after years of grueling training, and he was barely at that level. But this low-class warrior had 5 million combat power. Was the device malfunctioning? Vegeta didn't believe it and activated his own scouter again. However, the results were consistent. At that moment, his confidence shattered completely. Chapter 289. No, impossible. How could a mere low-class warrior reach such heights? Vegeta's expression was grim, as though he had been dealt a heavy blow. And indeed, he had been struck deeply. After all, he wasn't just an elite warrior but also the Saiyan prince. Despite his years of relentless effort, his current battle power was only 3 million. Yet, Raditz' younger brother, just a low-class warrior, now had a battle power that surpassed his. How could he remain calm in the face of this? At this moment, Raditz still wasn't aware of Goku's true battle power. He assumed it was just a regular energy surge since he lacked the ability to sense energy. Moreover, he hadn't even activated his scouter. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, is this all you've got? Then let your elder brother teach you how to fight. Whoosh! Raditz charged forward first, throwing a punch. In his mind, this was already an extremely fast attack, one that ordinary opponents wouldn't be able to evade. However, to his astonishment, Goku dodged it effortlessly, by merely tilting his head slightly. This immediately filled Raditz with disbelief. I didn't expect your luck to be this good, but this ends here. He followed up with a flurry of fierce attacks. Against anyone else, even the Saiyan standing behind him, such moves would have been overwhelming. But Goku was no longer the same as before. After participating in the Tournament of Power, he had been training relentlessly, yielding significant results. And this was only his base form. As Raditz's rapid strikes failed to land, he began to sense that something was off. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Why? Why can you dodge every one of my attacks? Raditz asked, his face full of confusion. Because. Bang! You're too weak. Goku delivered a merciless punch to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz spat out blood on the spot, his vision blurring as he began to see double. Kakarot's figure seemed to split into multiple images. His mind was in utter turmoil. He couldn't believe it, but just one punch had rendered him immobile. His vision was now so distorted that he could barely see clearly. The figures of everyone around him seemed to overlap, and he even imagined that they were all smirking at him mockingly, breaking his spirit even further. Staggering backwards several steps, Raditz eventually collapsed beside Vegeta. Useless. Vegeta muttered under his breath before grabbing Raditz and throwing him behind him. In truth, even if Vegeta were to step in, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. But Raditz had acted like a clown, charging forward without properly assessing the opponent's strength, a mistake Vegeta would not forgive. At this moment, all the Saiyans present wore grim expressions. At first, they had prided themselves on their incredible battle power, capable of conquering any planet with ease. But the scene before them shattered their illusions. Against a single opponent, they had no one capable of putting up a fight. The terrifying 5 million battle power weighed on them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating them. How did you train to achieve this? Vegeta asked. Me? Goku pointed to himself, puzzled by Vegeta's question. How else? Through battles, of course. With so many powerful Saiyans around him, Goku's strength had naturally grown rapidly. With so many role models and so many thrilling battles, it was hard not to improve. As Saiyans, a warrior race, the only way to grow stronger is through battle. Only by facing death can you grasp the true essence of power. Goku shared his insights. This belief had always been at the core of his training philosophy, and it was a creed that all Saiyans adhered to. Every training session was a life-or-death struggle, with no holding back. Most sessions ended with severe injuries. Fortunately, Earth's advanced technology, even without senzu beans, provided ample recovery options. This created an ideal training environment for them, and Goku firmly believed in it. Hearing this, Vegeta's face turned green. After all, he had faced death countless times during his battles across the universe, yet his battle power had barely reached 3 million. Damned fool. Don't think that having 5 million battle power makes you invincible. Let me test you myself. Unwilling to retreat in disgrace, Vegeta stepped forward, his body emanating terrifying energy. White flames of energy surrounded him, and his battle power broke through 3 million, reaching 3 million. But compared to Goku's 5 million, it was still far too weak. As Vegeta launched a punch, Goku responded without hesitation. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact. Vegeta couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and was sent flying. But Goku didn't stop there. As he swiftly closed in, golden light enveloped his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. After rigorous training under the guidance of figures like Karl, Goku had long abandoned his carefree nature. Against an enemy, he would go all out. Even though he didn't think Vegeta was as strong as he had imagined, defeating him in his base form would have taken some effort. But as a Super Saiyan, everything changed. Seeing Goku's transformation, Karl and the others burst into laughter. Goku is ruthless. Even though Vegeta's battle power isn't close to his, and he could win in his base form, he still went Super Saiyan. Isn't that overkill? He's the Saiyan Prince, after all. I wonder how he'll feel after losing to a mere low-class warrior. The group was filled with curiosity. Though they had once lived on planet Vegeta, they felt no sense of belonging to it. In fact, they found it rather alien. After years under Chuan's guidance, they had long discarded the Saiyan ranking system. Elite warrior or low-class warrior, it didn't matter. As long as one worked hard, they could become incredibly powerful. Just like them. Chapter 290. However, Karl and the others were not fully aware that if they had relied solely on their natural talents, they would still be far from reaching this level. After all, they had once used the Dragon Balls to enhance their innate potential. Without that, they could never have achieved their current progress. But they had long forgotten about this. Thus, it was natural for them not to harbor such thoughts. Vegeta's eyes widened as a yellow flash of light streaked past him. He couldn't even see what had happened. The next moment, he was being tossed around like a rubber ball. Even the others, no matter how strong they were, couldn't clearly see what was happening. Son Goku's speed was simply too fast. Vegeta had no chance to fight back. When Son Goku finally grew tired of toying with him, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. His eyes were lifeless, and even when he saw the transformed figure of Son Goku before him, he couldn't muster the slightest will to fight. It was as though his soul had been ripped from his body. He had arrived on this planet full of confidence, intending to subjugate the Saiyans here. But he never expected his own power to be so inadequate. They couldn't even handle someone casually sent out by the enemy. What was there left to do? The pride of the Saiyan Prince had been utterly shattered. This can't be, how could this happen? What kind of freak is this? And what was that golden flash just now? A pure-blooded Saiyan's hair would never be that color. Could it be, the legendary Super Saiyan? At this moment, Vegeta suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock and disbelief. A pure-blooded Saiyan's hair was always black. If it changed color, there could only be one explanation. They had become the legendary Super Saiyan. Could it be, could all of you? Vegeta finally began to realize something, staring not only at Son Goku but also at Karl and the others. Karl and Greta slowly stepped forward. The show was over, and it was time to get down to business. The other Saiyans watched Karl and the group approach with a mixture of suspicion and fear. Even though only Son Goku had fought, the calm demeanor of Karl and his group suggested they were not to be trifled with. And after what Son Goku had demonstrated, they couldn't shake the feeling that their scouters might not be working properly. The combat power of these individuals was clearly far beyond what the scouters had shown. What does it mean to be a Saiyan? To be honest, your numbers are impressive. You've begun to rekindle the glory of the Saiyan race. But you're still far too weak. Let me show you what it truly means to be a Saiyan. You've never truly seen the broader sky, so you assume the little piece you see is the whole world. Karl roared his final words, and then his body began to emit a powerful golden aura. His hair gradually turned golden as well. When they saw Karl's transformation, Vegeta's expression changed yet again. The other Saiyans were equally stunned, overwhelmed by the terrifying power radiating from him. They didn't even need their scouters to sense the immense combat power. This was strength beyond their imagination. What's going on? What kind of power is this? We're all Saiyans, so why is there such a huge gap? My God, I don't even dare turn on my scouter. If I did, it would definitely explode. This power is too terrifying. It feels like the entire planet is trembling. No way. These guys didn't seem that strong earlier. How did their power suddenly skyrocket? Can they control their combat power at will? Everyone was utterly shocked. This was a technique they had never encountered in their travels across the universe. Not only could these people transform, but they could also seemingly raise their combat power at will. It was absolutely absurd. But it wasn't over yet. After Karl transformed into a Super Saiyan, the others followed suit, one after another. When the entire group radiated golden light, the Saiyan soldiers under Vegeta's command were completely dumbfounded. Everyone could transform into this state. Had these Saiyans mutated? Otherwise, how could they all uniformly transform into Super Saiyans? According to legend, Super Saiyans were supposed to be 1 in a million occurrences. And now, here were so many of them. How could this not be shocking? This is impossible. Vegeta roared in anger. The legendary Super Saiyan is supposed to be 1 in a million. How could all of you transform? Especially you low-class warriors, there's no way you could become Super Saiyans. After shouting, Vegeta quickly activated his scouter, desperate to see just how powerful these individuals had become. But as he watched the numbers on the scouter climb rapidly, his jaw dropped in disbelief. The combat power had already surpassed 10 million, and it kept rising at an astonishing speed. 10 million, 11 million, 15 million, 30 million. Boom! As Vegeta stared in shock at the rising numbers, his scouter suddenly exploded. It couldn't handle the overwhelming power. In the end, he managed to glimpse a combat power of over 50 million before the scouter was destroyed. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Son Goku's initial combat power of 5 million had already been hard for him to accept, as it was 2 million higher than his own, leaving him unable to resist. But now, these people's combat power was dozens of times greater than his. There was no doubt, they had truly transformed into Super Saiyans. And not just one or two, but an entire group of Super Saiyans. The Saiyans behind Vegeta didn't dare make a single move. They had finally realized they had picked the wrong fight. Not just a tough opponent, but an indestructible one. Still, they found some solace in the fact that their adversaries were also Saiyans. Surely they wouldn't annihilate their own kind, right? Everyone held on to a sliver of hope. Karl stepped forward, facing all the Saiyans, and said slowly, "Well. Do you now understand what it means to be a Saiyan? Your strength is far too weak. There are countless beings in the universe far stronger than you, yet you remain arrogant and self-satisfied. Should you encounter such beings, you'd have long since been sent to the underworld." Karl didn't hold back in his criticism, and no one dared to refute him. Faced with such overwhelming power, who would dare move a muscle? Chapter 291. No matter how much Vegeta refused to believe it, the truth was laid bare before him, leaving no room for doubt. The rows of bright golden hair and the terrifying yellow aura, they were unmistakably Super Saiyans. How can there be so many Super Saiyans? Vegeta murmured in disbelief, his eyes dull and lifeless. Beside him, Nappa was similarly stunned, his proud heart utterly shattered. Now, all that was left was helplessness. If the three of them were in such a state, there was no need to mention the other Saiyans. However, Carl and the others weren't planning to let them go so easily. Exchanging glances, they all nodded slightly. Their auras surged once more. This time, they transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It's just Super Saiyan, nothing more. Earlier, we were only at the first stage of Super Saiyan. Now, we're at the second stage. When a Saiyan transforms into the first stage of Super Saiyan, their normal combat power is increased by 50 times. The second stage of Super Saiyan amplifies combat power by 100 times. Carl spoke slowly, as if explaining to all the Saiyans present. He deliberately took his time, as if giving them a lesson. Facing so many Saiyans, when Carl learned about them from the boss, he had no intention of letting these people go. If they were allowed to wander aimlessly in the universe, what would happen if they ended up perishing? It was better to recruit them as soon as possible. And to successfully recruit them, their pride and confidence needed to be completely crushed, followed by a display of overwhelming power. After all, Saiyans were always arrogant, even these ones were no exception. Thus, knowing the Saiyans' pride, Carl decided to first showcase his power. As Carl explained, all the Saiyans present were dumbfounded. The power boost of a Super Saiyan was that terrifying. Most of the Saiyans present had considerable combat power, much stronger than the Saiyans on planet Vegeta had been. A combat power of over 10,000 was fairly common. If they could receive a 50-fold boost, their combat power would reach at least several 100,000, a number they didn't even dare to dream of. But what if? As everyone stood in a daze, Carl's voice rang out once more. Transforming into a Super Saiyan isn't as complicated as you think. If you work hard, it's entirely possible. We were once classified as low-class warriors, not much different from you. In fact, we were once prisoners. But now, we have this incredible power. So why can't you? Carl's words immediately shook the group of Saiyans to their core. Especially when they saw Vegeta and the others quickly defeated, they realized even more clearly that stubborn resistance was meaningless. The opponent was far too strong. From the beginning, the other side hadn't gone all out. It was as if they were playing with them, yet they had already crushed their strongest fighting force. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying Frieza must be. Oh, by the way. You think Frieza is incredibly powerful, don't you? Well, he is. Even now, he could kill us with one hand. But, even he cannot match our boss. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. What had they just heard? Frieza was even stronger than they had imagined, capable of easily crushing these terrifying Super Saiyans. But such a powerful Frieza couldn't defeat their boss. Just how strong was their boss? It was beyond imagination. Vegeta abruptly stood up. Impossible. What nonsense are you spouting? I won't deny your strength, it's terrifying. But to say that Frieza could crush you with one hand and yet still lose to your boss. Carl had no interest in explaining further. Sometimes, explanations were futile. Only through direct experience could one truly understand the power. Carl glanced at Greta, who nodded slightly in understanding. Greta loved nothing more than opportunities to show off. Taking a step forward, Greta clenched his fists slightly, and a terrifying aura immediately emanated from him. Everyone felt an immense pressure, far more terrifying than the power displayed by all the Saiyans earlier. Greta's hair began to grow longer, quickly reaching his waist. His aura became even sharper, and his face underwent subtle changes. This exaggerated transformation left all the Saiyans stunned. What's going on? Is this still a Super Saiyan? My god, this power is overwhelming, I can barely breathe just standing near him. This is incredible, too terrifying. It's unbelievably powerful. Everyone felt insignificant before this overwhelming power, as fragile as porcelain dolls that could shatter at the slightest touch. Crack. Raditz slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Greta's new form. His expression became somewhat dazed. This form resembled his own in some ways. However, Greta's was golden, and the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly powerful, especially the energy contained within. None of the Saiyans present dared to activate their scouters. They felt that if they did, the scouters would instantly explode. They weren't willing to take that risk. Do you feel it? This is the power of the third stage of Super Saiyan. Greta's cold voice echoed, his personality slightly altered by the transformation. Even with my current strength, I still can't rival Frisia. I must admit, Frisia is very strong, beyond what we can contend with now. But no matter how strong he is, there's always someone stronger, someone who can suppress him and stop his tyranny. And that someone is our boss. As Greta spoke, there was a faint trace of pride in his voice. This pride came from genuine admiration. After all, their achievements were entirely thanks to Chuan. He had paved the way for them, walking a path no one else had tread. They were merely following in his footsteps, diligently advancing step by step. Chapter 292. The scene fell into complete silence. Utter stillness enveloped the area. They had fully realized the vast gap in strength. Resisting was futile, what else was there to say? As everyone remained silent, Greta slowly reverted to his normal state. Maintaining the Super Saiyan third stage also consumed a significant amount of stamina. Even though he had become accustomed to it, the burden on him was still considerable. Greta gave Carl a glance. At this moment, Carl finally spoke slowly, I believe you've now truly experienced what it means to be Saiyans. Since we all share the same bloodline, why not stay here? I understand you have your own base of operations, but that's fine. You can consider this as a branch. Earth is the safest and most stable place for us. Once you join us, you'll gain deeper understanding. Moreover, we will teach you how to improve your strength and show you a broader world. After Carl finished speaking, all the Saiyans exchanged glances. They had always been nothing more than vanguard-level warriors without any autonomy. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's gaze turned toward Vegeta and the others. However, Vegeta, overwhelmed by the massive blow to his confidence, had yet to recover. Nappa dared not make any hasty decisions, and Raditz was even less likely to take a stand. For a moment, the scene was shrouded in silence. After a full minute, Vegeta slowly stood up. Fine. I want to see what secrets you all are hiding, and I also want to see just how strong this so-called boss of yours really is. Vegeta made up his mind to stay on Earth and observe this group of Saiyans. What exactly was going on? Why could all of them transform into Super Saiyans, yet he, the Saiyan Prince, could not? This piqued his curiosity, along with the strength of their boss, whom they kept praising so highly. Hearing Vegeta's decision, the others behind him heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if they had chosen to oppose this group of Saiyans, they couldn't even imagine how miserably they would die. Their opponents didn't even need to lift a hand, merely unleashing their terrifying power would be enough to crush them to death. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Fortunately, they didn't have to face such an enemy. Soon, excitement began to brew within them. Not having to face such opponents meant these powerful individuals were now their allies. With a little guidance, they too might achieve a tremendous boost in strength. After all, they were elite warriors. It seemed they might have a chance as well. The excitement in their eyes was evident. Carl and the others smiled as well. This was a significant gain. Though it seemed like a mere formality, they had successfully recruited over 100 Saiyans. This truly strengthened the Saiyan race. Previously, they had only been a handful of people. If they wanted to continue their lineage, they would have had to seek partners among Earthlings. While this wasn't impossible, they had been so focused on training that they hadn't considered anything else. But now, things were different. With over 100 Saiyans, even through natural growth, the Saiyan race could slowly prosper. Moreover, their current strength was no longer as weak as it had been during the days of Planet Vegeta. They were now a top force in the entire universe. You've made a wise decision. Carl said. Then, everyone returned to normal and led the Saiyans to the lookout, which now essentially served as the Saiyan base. It housed the most advanced equipment and powerful modified warriors, enabling better training in combat. Remaining on the surface would attract too much attention and potentially disrupt the lives of Earthlings. Goku, I never expected you to become so strong. As your older brother, I'm truly surprised, Raditz said with a complex expression as he looked at Goku. His pride had long been shattered, and he no longer held himself in high regard. However, he wasn't entirely resigned to this. After all, he had once been an outstanding warrior. Yet now, he was so weak. At this moment, a determination to surpass Goku took root in his heart. But in the end, he was destined to be disappointed. Although Goku was only an elite warrior, his amnesia had turned him into a martial arts fanatic. His dedication to training was unparalleled. Naturally, his results were far greater. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed even Carl and the others. This was something Carl and the others believed as well. Only by witnessing Goku's training could one understand just how obsessed and relentless he was. At times, he didn't even consider whether his body could withstand the intensity. The Saiyans moved quickly. In no time, they arrived at the lookout. However, upon witnessing the high-tech environment, they were utterly stunned. This was completely out of place on Earth. Moreover, many warriors were sparring on the lookout. These warriors were extremely powerful but emitted no energy, which appeared quite peculiar. What are these? Vegeta asked in confusion. These are modified warriors. Their strength is immense. Ordinary individuals, after modification, become super warriors. Don't underestimate them just because they're modified, each of them is stronger than you. In addition to the modified warriors, there are also fully mechanical warriors. But even the oldest models of modified warriors are on par with you, Greta explained without hesitation. This immediately dissatisfied the Saiyans. While they couldn't compare to those who could transform into Super Saiyans, how could mere machines surpass them? They found it hard to believe. However, before they could speak, the modified warriors on the lookout unleashed terrifying energy. Though no aura was emitted, the overwhelming energy was palpable. Feeling its power, the Saiyans' expressions changed. At this moment, they no longer dared to claim superiority. Modified warriors? What kind of joke was this? How could modified beings be stronger than them? Yet the results spoke for themselves. Vegeta's face also changed. He sensed that the modified warriors in battle were stronger than him. At the very least, he couldn't release such terrifying energy. The outcome was clear. But he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Chapter 293. What's wrong? Feeling very dissatisfied? Carl glanced at Vegeta, noting his grim expression. Without much thought, Carl could easily guess what was going through Vegeta's mind at the moment. After all, he was the Saiyan prince. Not only had he suffered blows to his pride here, but now even the combat strength of the android surpassed theirs. This was a massive hit to his ego. Heh. Don't overestimate yourself. Even though we're all Saiyans, your strength is still inferior to that of the android warriors. If you don't believe me, why don't we have a match? Carl said with a smirk as he looked at Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth and replied, fine. Without paying attention to the others' reactions, Vegeta immediately flew down to the ground of the lookout. Carl followed closely behind. The android warriors were already in the midst of battle. Sensing someone approaching, they immediately grew alert, but upon seeing Carl and the others, they quickly relaxed. Lord Carl. Lord Greta. Carl waved his hand and said, have Android 64 come see me. As soon as Carl finished speaking, a small robot buzzed to life. From the depths of the battlefield, a muscular figure emerged. His body, rippling with muscles, exuded a terrifying sense of power that made everyone feel the oppressive force emanating from him. This was Android 64. A brand new android warrior modified and enhanced by Dr. Belabe. Android 64 approached Carl and said, Lord Carl, what are your orders? Fight him with all your might. Just don't kill him, Carl said, pointing at Vegeta. Understood. Android 64 stepped back slightly, his stance revealing no openings and no detectable aura. This was the advantage of the androids. Vegeta roared, his entire body enveloped in white light. His veins bulged, and his expression was filled with fury. From the moment he arrived on Earth until now, his pride had been trampled repeatedly. Time and time again, his dignity as the Saiyan prince had been utterly crushed, leaving him furious and unwilling to accept it. In almost an instant, his energy surged. Oh, his energy has increased. As expected of the Saiyan prince. Whoosh! Vegeta took the initiative, unleashing the fury accumulated in his chest in an explosive burst of speed that surpassed his previous limits. In a flash, he appeared behind Android 64. Just as he was about to kick the android, 64 seemed to predict his move and used a short-distance displacement to evade the attack. Then, with a powerful counter, he sent Vegeta flying with a kick. Android 64's eyes glowed brilliantly, the beams piercing through Vegeta's arms despite the pain. Vegeta retaliated with a punch, aiming directly at 64's torso. The collision triggered a terrifying explosion. Everyone watched the intense battle with bated breath. Even though the fight had just begun, the ferocity was already astonishing. Vegeta's group of Saiyans felt a deep sense of frustration. Although they knew their strength was lacking compared to this group of Saiyans, they couldn't accept the fact that android warriors could match them, the so-called warrior race. Their pride wouldn't allow them to lose. Though they couldn't defeat the androids themselves, they pinned all their hopes on Vegeta. However, the previously injured android 64 stood up slowly, his body regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? He can recover from such injuries so quickly? What kind of ability is this? Everyone was stunned by what they saw, unable to believe their eyes. Was this still an android? And what kind of ability was this? Greta, however, seemed accustomed to it and calmly explained, this is an ability developed based on the Namekian's regenerative powers. As long as they don't suffer fatal injuries, they can use the energy within their bodies to recover quickly. Of course, this isn't absolute. If they take an overwhelmingly powerful blow that exceeds their energy reserves, they won't be able to regenerate as quickly. But that only applies in cases of significant power disparity. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to achieve. Greta's tone was composed, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as he spoke. When they first faced these powerful android warriors, even they had suffered greatly. These beings were practically indestructible. But through relentless effort, they managed to overcome them, gaining tremendous strength in the process. Developing an android warrior with comparable combat power wasn't as easy as it seemed, so achieving their current level was a remarkable feat. Still, the androids were far stronger than Vegeta. Hearing Greta's explanation, the others were left dumbfounded. How could they possibly fight against this? Not only were the androids incredibly powerful, but they also had astonishing regenerative abilities. It was a nightmare to face such opponents. Looking at the battle, it was clear that Vegeta couldn't unleash his full strength, let alone finish the fight quickly. Wouldn't this drag on until he was completely drained? The Saiyans watching became increasingly worried. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, their concern evident in their eyes. These androids were simply too strong. They had initially thought only this group of Saiyans was formidable. They hadn't expected the androids to be just as powerful. How could they not feel like failures? Even Nappa and Raditz began to doubt themselves at this moment. In the arena, Vegeta stared at Android 64, who stood before him unscathed. His expression darkened. He had witnessed the android's rapid regeneration earlier. A being with such regenerative capabilities was terrifying anywhere in the universe. And yet, here was an android with such an ability. What kind of joke was this? Could he even defeat such a being? Damn it! If I don't possess overwhelming power to destroy him instantly, I'll only be dragged down and left exhausted. How am I supposed to win? Despair filled Vegeta's heart, but as the Saiyan Prince, he would never admit defeat. Never. He gathered white energy in his hands, bringing them together to form a powerful energy blast. Just as he was about to unleash it, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing his hands and lifting them toward the sky. The energy blast veered off course entirely. Chapter 294. In front of me, blatantly using a key wave, are you underestimating me too much? Android 64 spoke with a mechanical hum. Immediately after, it landed an elbow strike that left Vegeta immobilized. The blow was extremely heavy, showing no hint of mercy. Stop underestimating me. Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. Taking a step back, he soared into the sky and condensed a terrifying purple energy wave in midair. This would be his final attack. Considering the android's speed, Vegeta didn't spend much time gathering energy before unleashing his final flash. As the beam descended from the sky like a charging thunderbolt, it would have completely destroyed the hyperbolic time chamber had it not been reinforced beforehand. Lord Vegeta's final flash. You must win. Never lose. The Saiyans under Vegeta's command silently prayed. This attack was their last hope. If this, too, failed, their pride would be utterly annihilated, leaving them with no dignity left. Android 64 raised its head to gaze at the descending attack. It extended both arms above its head. In an instant, its palms detached, revealing black cannon muzzles at the joints. A burst of light flared. Two horrifying beams of energy collided. However, the clash of energy waves didn't last long. Despite using all his strength, Vegeta was unable to overpower Android 64's attack. It only took a few moments. Vegeta was swallowed by the energy blast. Boom! A terrifying explosion filled the air with smoke. Badly injured and battered, Vegeta slowly fell from the sky. This scene dealt a massive psychological blow to the Saiyans in Vegeta's army, leaving them in stunned silence. Lord Vegeta. Lord Vegeta actually lost. For the Earthborn Saiyans, this was somewhat acceptable. After all, the power displayed by the androids was unimaginably overwhelming. However, to Vegeta's army, the fact that they couldn't even defeat an android was devastating. In that moment, the pride of the Saiyans was utterly shattered. Their last shred of dignity had been stripped away. Even when planet Vegeta was destroyed and they roamed the universe as nomads, they had never been so defeated. Over the years, they had grown stronger, especially after forming the Saiyan army, which had dominated across the galaxy. But now, this loss was a heavy blow. Never before had they seen Vegeta so humiliated. Though they had endured hardships over the years, they never saw themselves as mere fugitives, scurrying about like rats. After all, Frieza had largely ignored them, allowing them to expand their influence freely in the universe. This was their first crushing defeat, one that obliterated their pride. Karl and Greta were about to say something when their expressions suddenly shifted. The previously battered Vegeta was now slowly standing up. Golden light began to radiate from his body, and his pupils gradually turned a glowing gold. An overwhelming aura spread out. His power surged several times over in an instant. It was evident, Vegeta had broken through his limits. Before anyone could react to the transformation, Vegeta suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Android 64. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Vegeta forcibly tore off Android 64's arm. His cold, emotionless demeanor was downright awe-inspiring. This unexpected turn left everyone stunned. A mere android dares to challenge the Prince of Saiyans. You're not worthy. Immediately after, Vegeta drove his fist through Android 64's chest. The android didn't even have time to react. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's power level had reached an astonishing 200 million, far surpassing his former self. Now, Vegeta's power completely overwhelmed Android 64. The android had no chance to resist, and even its renowned regeneration capabilities were rendered useless against such overwhelming force. While its regeneration was strong, it was useless against someone vastly stronger. This was a key weakness of this model of android. Vegeta casually flung Android 64 aside as if discarding trash. Though it had made him look pitiful earlier, he had now undergone a complete transformation. He had become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta glanced at Karl and the others before turning away. Though he felt his current power was exponentially stronger than before, and he could feel the immense energy surging through him, he was cautious. He had seen these warriors transform before, multiple times. Each time, their power had increased to an extraordinary level, enough to shock even him. Now, though he had become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta doubted he was their equal. He knew better than to challenge them recklessly and invite humiliation. This isn't enough. This level of strength is still not enough. Vegeta thought silently. A fire burned in his heart. He vowed that once he grew even stronger, he would crush those Saiyans beneath him. But now was not the time. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, truly impressive. You've already transformed into the first stage of a Super Saiyan. As expected of the Saiyan Prince, your talent is extraordinary. Karl applauded as he approached. He wasn't mocking Vegeta, his admiration was genuine. Back then, achieving the Super Saiyan transformation had been a grueling process for them, requiring numerous intermediary stages such as Great Ape Form and Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Unlike Vegeta, who had directly transformed into the first stage of a Super Saiyan, their path had been far more arduous. Thinking about it, Karl couldn't help but feel envious. However, in Vegeta's eyes, Karl's demeanor was nothing short of blatant mockery. Vegeta sneered, "One day, I will defeat you." Karl chuckled and replied helplessly, "I wasn't mocking you, I was simply stating the truth. Besides, even if you defeat me, so what? It doesn't mean anything. Have you forgotten? My brother isn't the strongest among us." Karl spread his hands as he spoke. Vegeta's eyes flashed with surprise. He had always believed Karl and the others were the strongest. As for their claims about having a leader above them, he had dismissed it as boasting. But hearing Karl's words now, he began to doubt. Could it be they weren't bluffing after all? Hiatus dropped.